Hey, welcome over. Good to see you. Good to have you over here. I realize this is the season when cooking. I know Thanksgiving already passed, but I decided to invite you over, for, I guess it would be a side dish party. Because I said, well, I thought I would teach you these two different things you could cook for side dishes for either Thanksgiving or Christmas or for meals of their own. And, I thought we'd have a little bit of fun. So, what do you say we get in the car here and head out to Trader Joe's as we always do and get our shopping done? And one is going to have a decent amount of ingredients, and the other one is going to not have a lot of ingredients. Here we go. All right, so here we are at Trader Joe's. Of course, I know you're going to ask before we go in. And no, I don't have. I actually have been. What's lighter than a crush? That's what being attracted to someone is, correct? Is that because how I'm not able to interact with, I have issues being a human. You're laughing again. Well, that's true. Well, I guess I'll be honest with you. There's I feel attraction. Maybe that's a sign I'm growing as a person. I don't need the protection of a crush. Do you think that's an improvement, or do you think I'm retrograding or whatever? Is that what they call it? Am I retrograding, or am I because I just say, well, geez, is it devolving? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Whether it's attraction or crush, I keep it to myself, just like Nana would say. Oh boy, so I just don't worry about it. I don't worry. You're worried the other way. Well, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I don't need to be embarrassed. I don't need any more embarrassment. I've got that taken care. Anyway, we're here to cook, believe it or not, and here we go right into the entrance to Trader Joe's. Not to speak of this again, because we got here right on the right side is our our this section, this particular. Now they have done some moving around here. They've expanded their frozen foods a little bit. And so here in the first section here, the spoilables. I don't know what a grocery store is called. I call it I would say the spoilables. We've got our stuff, so we got to get. Well, somebody should get a shopping list. Why don't you go get? Let's start easy. To get a bag of potatoes. I think they're called russet potatoes, but the potatoes. We're gonna make mashed potatoes. And these are going to be very traditional food. So go grab some mashed potatoes. Great. And I think of the other things that we need. Okay, celery. We're going to make stuffing. Yeah. Oh, good. That was fast with the potatoes. So we need celery. We need sage. We need parsley. Yep, right there. We're in the herb section. Two yellow onions. Well, I think majoram. I don't know if we need majoram or the other one. Wait, want it thyme or majoram? I mean, I need thyme. Believe me, I don't know. So let's just get both, and then we can freeze whatever we don't use. And cross my fingers not to forget. We also need an herb that comes in a tube that's special to Trader Joe's. That's going to add a little delish to this. And two yellow onions, great. And we have garlic at home, so we won't need an extra garlic. But we could get it. You're right. You could do. Did I ever teach you that? Putting roasted garlic and mashed potatoes. These ones we won't. These are going to be the most unhealthy mashed potatoes ever made. Why? Because they're going to be good. That's why. They only have a few ingredients. I think that's it so we have celery, onions, chop, and chop. And then the herbs and the garlic. I think that's all we need. I may be forgetting something. And then grab some eggs. We're going to need some eggs right over there, right? Yeah, attraction. No, it's not. It's attraction. Yes, you're catching attraction, but that's different than a crush. What's the difference between attraction and a crush? Attraction Crush, you think about the person maybe once in a while. You say, Where attraction, you say, woo, my insides just said I'm happy to see you, but I hadn't thought about you since the last time. Okay, maybe I do need help. I told you I need help shopping for ingredients because now we're going to get two different kinds of bread. That's one of the secrets of this stuffing. Thanks to Trader Giotto. In all their wisdom, they finally started stocking a dark rye bread, a pumpernickel style. So see that down there? Grab that. And then we're going to grab a sourdough wheat. You could grab like a regular sourdough next time, but that'll give us a little bit, I don't think there's any way we could make this healthy, but you could pretend. Now we're going to get two. Okay, great. So we have two things of bread. And I'll tell you what, this might sound crazy, but I also have these same things of bread at home. But if you were going to do it, if we were going to really use this bread, what we do is just rip these bread bags open a little bit. And we're going to get the bread exposed to supermarket air. Probably not the best idea, but this is just for, this is just the magic of podcasts anyway. So those are expressed to the air now. Now we're going to get two entire boxes of butter, whatever the heck they come in, a pound. I don't know. Just two of those unsalted butters. Thank you. Great. And now in certain world, in the world of non-convenience, we'd get heavy cream, but then we would need to, then I'm not comfortable if we don't use all the heavy cream. So we'll just get milk. But heavy cream we could use, but we won't get, I don't know. You surprise me. All right, so let me take a look. So we have butter, potatoes, and milk for the potatoes. And then let's see, we have bread, celery. Oh, broth. Okay, so let's go down this aisle here. I mean, we could go back down the frozen aisle. No, I don't have any. No, we're not going to talk about that on the podcast. I think we did. Like, if I was going to, that would be the dessert section. Would be where I would, if I had any charm in me, and I ran into anyone in the frozen food section, that's where I would want my charm to turn on. Yeah, my charm is frozen. You're right. Well, I just think desserts are just they show a meal has been completed. So that means things are going well. What dessert are we going to have for tonight? I don't know. I believe it or not, I have an idea at home about dessert, a non-consumption dessert. Or we could just drink eggnog. That's lately what I've been doing for dessert, is having a half gallon of eggnog. No, I'm not kidding. No, don't laugh because it's not funny. Like, yeah, eggnog doesn't have alcohol in it usually. I mean, when I would drink alcohol, I never, by the time someone would drink eggnog, I even would buy the ingredients, but then I'd say, well, I already got my drink. I don't need any friggin' eggnog. That's got a lot of junk in it. Clog me up. But yeah, so I drink a lot of eggnog during the holidays. Yeah, no, it's terrible for you. No, not light eggnog. I mean, why would you? I mean, I know it sounds judgmental, but it's like if you're going to drink eggnog, you might as well go all the way. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about eggnog. Milk. I was trying to. Broth. We could get turkey broth or chicken broth. I would say just get chicken broth. If they did have bone broth, that would be great. I mean, I think most of your bone broths are better. Well, I guess a chicken bone broth would be good, or a turkey bone broth. What about just poultry bone broth? Why is that so hard for me to say? Poultry bone broth. Doesn't it sound a bit like one word, like supercalifragilistic? Poultry bone broth. It sounds like something like the Country Time lemonade. Like, I mean, that definitely doesn't mix with lemonade, but say country bone broth. Like, calm down and relax. Doesn't it? And that's what country bone broth would do. Maybe that could be our company, like by men. You say, get all your country bone broth. That would be like our little tagline. Country bone broth. You're right, I should make that whistling noise at the end. But yeah, come get our broth. The best bone broth there is. hear it. Country bone broth. You like that? It's a bit like a Tibetan bowl. You're right, but not. How about a Tibetan bowl of country bone broth? Yeah, so delicious. But just let's get turkey broth. Get two things because they'll last. I'm not good at calculating ingredient amounts and stuff anyway. And then let's just since we're here, let's get the iced tea. Let's get four things of this kind of German mineral water I like. And then some country bone broth, some coconut water and coconut aloe water just for the podcast. Just I might as well stack up while we're here. And yeah, I think we're all set. It doesn't really matter what aisle we check out in because I'm not bluffing. No, I'm not bluffing. I'm not bluffing. I don't have a current crush. Like I said, there's people I'm attracted to. That's called the world. It's normal. Oh, did I just say that too loud? Great. That didn't sound weird anyway. That's totally normal to be attracted to people that work at stores or other places. And just to keep it to yourself, of course. Okay, so let's just get checked out. Why don't you check out and I'll check it, because I'm blushing now. You realize I have to shop here all the time. Okay, let's go. Okay, and by the magic power of a podcast, I'll meet you at home. Well, hey, great to see you. So here we go. I got back with the groceries while you were still checking out. That's podcast magic. And we're going to need to get right to work. So what I need you to do is I already washed some of the celery. So I need you to cut the cut the ends off and then, the tops off. And then cut them in half, down the lengthwise in half and then chop them. How much celery? I don't operate with those kind of numbers. I would say this thing is 4 cups. So let's say, I don't know, an equal amount of it to the onions, maybe 3 cups of celery, we'll say. And then we're going to chop. There you go. You chop fast, and then, yeah, we're gonna cook a lot of butter. So I'm melting butter in here, a whole thing and a half. So I don't know what that is, 3/4 of a cup or something. Yeah, a stick and a half of butter's in there. Yes, it's terrible. Wait till you see the potatoes. You've seen nothing. So that is melting in there, butter, and now you're gonna chop that whole yellow onion. I don't know why I got 2. We only need 1, but you can never have enough onions. Come on. And yeah, see that? Let's measure that. It's about 3.5 cups of whole onion. Well, by close. Okay, we're going to put all that in there. And I just need you to, we're going to slowly, you want me to stir. Okay, and then grab some sage. Oh, rosemary. That was what we forgot, but that's okay. I have a rosemary bush, and so we're covered. So okay, you'll grab okay, so sage. Okay, I'm getting excited. You're right. So sage, I'd say a tablespoon, like just 1 handful of sage leaves. Great. And then about the same of rosemary. I would say maybe a little bit and a half more of rosemary. Chop those up, right? And then chop up the thyme, maybe the majority of the thyme, maybe a teaspoon each, not a huge amount. Yeah. And then as far as parsley goes, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Let's do 3 tablespoons of parsley. That's, yeah, a lot of parsley. Well, no, don't worry. And, I prefer this curve, I don't know why, sometimes the flat leaf parsley tastes oily to me. So that's why I prefer this this kind of parsley. But I mean, I got nothing against it. And they're slowly starting to brown. The onions get translucent right now in the celery. This is like a roux. A roux would have roux, sweet pickles. A roux would have carrots, I think, and then we'd add flour. So we're not making a roux right this moment, no. Okay, great. And then all the herbs are chopped. Okay, and then I'm going to put some garlic. Yeah, about 4 or 5 cloves of garlic. Just chop those up. Separate them from the herbs because garlic's going to go in as soon as it's chopped. Great. And then I have a cube of frozen basil or whatever, and then maybe just a tiny bit of oregano. We don't want to over herb it, but we don't want to under herb it, Okay, put the garlic in. Yeah, that smells good. Oh boy. And we're going to keep stirring. Look at all that butter in there. Oh boy, is that good. Oh, what's that other smell? That's the bread. I did before you got here. We got about 9 to 10 cups of bread. 50-50 of the wheat bread, sourdough wheat, and the pumpernickel or the dark rye. It's baking in the oven, cubed up, yes. So I did do that with that. It's incredibly boring, even for a sleep podcast, to cube bread. And I actually have a cubing song, so I can't sing on the podcast. A song I wrote for cubing the bread. It just goes, it's more of a chant, cubing the bread, cubing the bread. I'm cubing the bread. It's a chant. I guess it's not a song. Yeah, you could check the oven. Just see, go ahead and squeeze a couple of things of bread and see if they're hard. Not yet, right? Not yet. Okay, let's get all these herbs in here in the pot, and we're going to keep stirring. Just keep stirring. And we got this big bowl here. So what we're going to do, we don't want to overcook the herbs for sure. But yeah, keep stirring it, keep stirring. Okay, that's good. Pull it off. And pour it all into that bowl, everything out of it. Now you don't have to clean it. Get a little. This is where we saving of labor here. So get everything, all the herbs and butter in there, 90%. Oh, very good. You got it empty, but there's still stuff stuck in the sides and the bottom. Now fill up that pot with water, almost, and put it on the stove. Don't turn it on, though, and then cube all the potatoes while this cools, this herb and butter mix. And as you cube the potatoes, I'll check the bread. And the bread's pretty much there. So I'm going to pull the bread out of the oven for us and put it up here. And the bread's going to cool off. And yeah, that's how I usually do the potatoes. I like to cut them in half lengthwise. And I guess technically we'll do smashed potatoes. I wash the potatoes, but I don't take the skins off. It's just too much. I don't see why, actually. I don't see, I guess if this, so then, okay, we're going to put all the potatoes in. We're going to turn the pot on high here. Yeah, so the pot's on high, and you can put a top on it. It'll take a while for that to go to a boil. And so while we wait for that to boil, we're going to take the bread, and we're going to put it in the bowl with the mix, the herb mix, okay, and just start coating it. Yeah, just spin, stir. Yeah, I do have a slotted spoon. That's why. It's not a slotted spoon, though. It's a holed spoon. It's a spoon with holes. I don't know what a slotted spoon is. What's the spoon that has the, things that make it look like it has spikes? Is that a slotted spoon? I don't know. This spoon has holes. I call it a slotted spoon because it's good for mixing bread and herbs. Keep going. Really toss it without tossing anything. Want to get all the bread soaking up that butter and stuff. Keep going. I'm going to prepare some broth here. How much broth? 1.25 cups of broth is how much broth I'm going to prepare for this. And then we won't be done with the broth, so we're not going to put it away. Okay, how's your time? Okay, so now take the broth and pour the broth over the bread and keep stirring it and let the bread soak up that broth with all the other stuff. Keep going. Okay, great. Now keep this by the window here so it keeps cooling. Why? Well, we need it to cool because what we're going to do now, Amy Cool, K-U-L-E, she's the producer of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Bet you didn't know. You do know that because you listen to the podcast. Great. Okay, so in this bowl here that I have in front of you, we are going to take a quarter and a cup and a quarter, or a quarter and a cup of broth. Again, this is not a bake. I mean, we're baking, but not baker. We're not making cookies. Well, it's pretty important because you don't want it to be too saggy or too wet. But believe me or not, I know when it comes to this kind of stuff, I kind of know what I'm doing, barely. So yeah, about a cup and a quarter, and then crack. You're gonna mix these two. You're gonna whip these two eggs in there. Yeah, just mix it up. Mix it up. This is our binder, and yeah, keep mixing. Now I preheated the oven to 350, and but also magical 350. So we can discuss that in a little while. But so in that the bread mixture actually cooled magically too. So we're gonna do is as the potatoes start to come to a boil. First, let's get this done. They're not boiling yet. What we're going to do is, mix that, pour that in with pour the egg and broth mixture in with and just keep mixing with that slotted spoon. Good thing I've allotted the spoon of slotted for you because you're doing a great job mixing that up. You are. Yeah, so just keep mixing them. And I have this pan here, and you can buy a foil pan, or you could use like a baker, oven safe dish like this. You just get butter it up. I'm using the Trader Joe's butter spray. Oh my goodness, you're right. We forgot an ingredient from Trader Joe's. Luckily, I have it here. You're so right. I told you to cross your fingers and you forgot. It's this unami paste. Thank goodness we remember before we put it in the oven-proof dish while you're still tossing. So we're going to take a tablespoon of tsunami paste. I don't know how well. Let's do a teaspoon. I mean, yeah, and you're right, not a tablespoon. But we'll do 2 teaspoons of the tsunami paste into the stuffing. It has extra ingredients. It just will hopefully it'll give like a tiny, undetectable extra layer of mouthfeel. Or just like a little bit of umami pungency, but barely detectable at two teaspoons. And just mix that in. You can taste it. It does taste. It's good. I mean, yeah. Well, if you look at the ingredients, then you're gonna overthink it when you eat it. I don't know, fermented stuff. I think maybe like fermented, fermented things and non-fermented things are in there in a good way. Oh, what is it exactly? And they're fermented unami slugs. That's what makes the unami paste from the planet unami. Yeah, yeah. That's more charming than my dessert material. So I guess I should hang around the unami paste then. Yeah. Well, maybe I tried hanging around the ginger paste, and then they said, "Please don't stand by the pastes anymore, sir." And I said, "Okay, I'll just paste around these pastes, the tastes of these pastes, is why I walk with haste." That's not charming. I really, anyway, we're in the middle of, so that's ready. So let's get it in the dish. You can just start spooning in the dish. Now, this is, I think, a decision whether you fall on a drier stuffing or a denser, more bread pudding stuffing or an even denser, more liquidy stuffing. I prefer just a plop like that. And then there's like the density will come from the settling. And you can see we got a nice liquid mixture, and the bread doesn't look like it's absorbed everything, but not over-absorbed where it's. So yeah, I prefer my stuffing dense, but not too dense, and light, like I don't, but it doesn't matter. No one's gonna care. It's I mean, I guess this one it will be because I guess this is the main course. But just okay, cover it up with foil, and we're gonna stick it in the oven. No, it's great. You did perfect. Wonderful. Okay, now we're going to check the potatoes are boiling, so we're going to lower the temperature, leave the cover on, and we'll simmer those for like about 10 minutes. Oh, how long is the stuffing going to stay in the oven? Well, in a normal human oven, 40 minutes, but ours, it's, I did the movies thing where I put, there's already some stuffing in there. I know it's real-time recipes, but it's not real. Like, can you imagine a real-time turkey recipe? Come on. Even the real time, it's real time. Like we're really, okay, this is my podcast. I don't need you. There's 2 stuffings in the oven, so it doesn't make, okay, so 40 minutes. It goes in the oven for about 40 minutes. Oh, you want to check it to make sure, yeah, it's cooked, but I don't know the temperature. This is just this is a, fictional recipe that could be non-fictionalized, but at your own risk. I don't know. You do want to make sure it's cooked, that it's totally cooked. What I like to do is at 40 minutes, just take the foil off and see if the stuffing's starting to develop. And if not, you can leave the cover off. And you can see what your liquid, like how dry it is versus how dry you like your stuffing. So it could take a couple generations of stuffing to say, well, this is the best stuffing I've ever made. Okay, and to get our potatoes ready, it's pretty simple. We're going to get a colander here in the sink over a bowl. That other bowl we'll rinse out, the one that had the you're right. We got to wash it out because it had eggs in it. So we'll wash that out. We're gonna wash that bowl. Wash it right out of my hair. So we'll have that ready, and then we're gonna put a stick of butter into this big bowl that we'll also wash out first. You're right. I guess because it had eggs too. You're right. Yeah. So we'll wash that out, and yeah, so those bowls are washed and the butter is in there. So we'll melt this butter. That's just 1 stick of butter. We will be using many, many sticks of butter, but in a certain manner that I like to release my butter. So let's melt that. And then we got a few minutes. So I had an idea to run by you. Oh, so what are we going to do today? We'll see what I have here. If you close your eyes, I have a surprise. The year was 2014, and my intention was to buy something and follow through on it, and then the year was 2015, and my intention was to use the thing I bought in 2014, and maybe an ironic date like the 4th of July, and then it became the 2015 winter. And I purchased another one of these, and then it became, so I have 2 gingerbread kits from Trader Joe's. Well, that's why we didn't buy one this time. No, yeah, I'm not kidding. I wish I was. This one is from 2014, and this one is from 2015. They look identical, except that I did open the 2014 partially, and then I couldn't find the will to say, well, she's got to clear off a whole table for this. And so we'll make one of these, and maybe our guests, if we have some guests come, they can make the 2015 one. Oh, well, which one? You can't possibly, you don't eat a gingerbread house anyway, do you? We can make one of them could be a gingerbread fairy house. Well, it could make the animals sick, you're right, but it could make them happy. They'd say, or if, we could be creating the woman from Hansel and Gretel on a smaller scale. We'll give her a gingerbread home. Well, you could just take it home as a party favor instead of leaving it outside. How's that sound? Great. Okay, so here's a big Ziploc bag. We'll use that as our icing thing. And here's the box with the icing, and you just mix, say, have lemons, and you just mix, we'll mix up 1 egg white here. And then Koa, good news, Koa, you get an egg yolk, so we'll fry this egg yolk for Koa. And yeah, if we have a guest, we'll make another batch. So Koa, you will get 2 egg yolks, good news. So yeah, just mix that up in there. And, yeah, so that's your icing pack. And then I don't know what guests we have coming, to be honest, because you didn't invite any Trader Joe's workers. You invited 2. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, well, which 2? Oh, you invited more than 2. Oh, boy, hey, hi. Oh, yeah, I do. You do. I have seen you before. Yeah, hi. Oh, hello. Yeah, you're good. I guess you're in charge of the samples. I noticed you were doing a great job with the tapioca with the cinnamon in there. I loved that. Well, yeah, this is my friend. I hate to spring a Trader Joe's. You might be Trader Joe'd out, but these are actually vintage. One of these is from 2014 and one of these is from 2015. Oh, how do I know which one's from 2015? Yeah, you're right. The boxes are identical, which doesn't exactly give me great, but I guess gingerbread material, as long as it's sealed, can last forever, huh? And plus, you don't eat it. So, yeah, this is the 20. And then you could, why don't we break up into teams? Everyone can go out in the back there, and I'll lay out, because I'm cooking with these. Oh, you're going to stay and help me. Oh, that's a beautiful name. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I do spend a lot of time in the produce section. Okay, well, my friend, okay, so we're going to have a little contest. Yeah, because they have little gummies. And what are those, like fake M&Ms? Are those those mints? Okay, and then little sprinkles. Those are cool. And little people. Are those made from a marzipan family? Maybe that I like how that sounds, a marzipan family. You're laughing. You think I'm funny, huh? Yeah. Do you find people more charming near the pastes or the desserts? Right, the desserts. How do you feel about unami? No, no, not tsunami. Unami. Oh, that sounds like so you've said that before. Unami. Ooh, see, maybe we don't have the. Oh, we do have the oven on. Okay, so let me check here on the potatoes. Yes, we're making mashed potatoes. Yeah, they about 5 more minutes on, and then stuffing. Yeah, we're having stuffing and mashed potatoes for dinner. Turkey gravy. Did you bring turkey gravy? You did. Oh, that's great. And the ginger, the ones with the pop top ginger soda is awesome. Well, I just realized this kit comes with its own icing thing. I didn't realize, even though we made our own. Well, yeah, it's an interesting marzipan family. So there's a dog. The dog's name is Rolf. And then there's a Helga. That's what this person's name is. Yeah, they're the older. That's why they have a cane and a hat. They're older and wise. And then neutral. They don't know. It's just Helga. And then these two are the Gorf twins. Yeah, Gorf, Gorf, the Gorf twins. These two marzipan children are the Gorf twins. They live with Helga. Well, you haven't heard the adventures of Helga and the Gorf twins? It's a very famous gingerbread press. 2029 gingerbread press. Helga and the Gorf twins. It's a new. Like, once people forget about Cam Jansen and Geronimo Stilton, and then they start to have those kids, those adults that forgot about them, and then they have children. That'll be around 2029, I think. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I guess so. And that's when I'll start my series, Helga and the Gorf twins. It'll be, well, maybe I'll just buy up the, do you think, when does the things expire on Geronimo Stilton and Cam Jansen or Encyclopedia Brown? I mean, I could write my own. I mean, Helga and the Gorf twins, that writes them. They could just have candy-based mystery, the candy mysteries. Does anybody do that already? You don't know. Oh, why you're leaning against me as I. Okay, I don't know what to say. Helga and the Gorf twins. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Yeah. Oh, what's Gingerbread Press? It is my fictional imprint. Yeah, it's the publishing arm of a fictional part of my brain that doesn't exist. It's a imprint, like a publishing house for fiction? No. Close, very close. It's a fictional printer of fiction. And some nonfiction, actually. Yeah, it's an imprint from a fictional. I don't know what the publisher would be, but it's an imprint, Gingerbread Press. It's my fictional publishing arm. Like I said, it publishes fiction and nonfiction. Oh, don't I mean imaginary? Well, I guess I could mean imaginary. But I prefer fictional. But yeah, so that's where that'll be the publisher of Helga and the Gorf twins. Yeah, I'd like it. I do. And I guess like the secret they'll all hold is that by solving the mysteries, they're really saving themselves by saving each other and solving the mysteries. You know, one of those ones where they're feeding some deeper needs, but we don't need to know that. That'd be subtextual, ideally. Why did I choose Gingerbread Press? I don't remember. To be honest, it was probably the tons of gingerbread I have around here, you know, in store, because I was storing gingerbread. Like, do I? How did you know I was writing erotic knock fiction? Well, I don't know if I ever need any help. You're pretty fun. I think I'll be honest. You're very. Yeah, I don't know what else. Oh, everybody's coming in with their gingerbread houses now. Great job. Oh boy, is that a gingerbread yurt? That is nice. So we have a gingerbread yurt, and what is that? That is a gingerbread commune. I like it. I like it. A gingerbread yurt should be on a gingerbread commune. And what is yours? Oh, gingerbread. That's a gingerbread tower. Yeah, Tower of Commerce. That's great. So very contrasting. Oh no, who wins? Everyone wins when you, as long as you don't eat the gingerbread house, because again, they're from 24. I wasn't kidding when I said they're 2014, 2015 models. Oh, we seem to be getting along good in here. We are. I mean, so the potatoes are ready. So just everybody knows, don't eat the gingerbread again. I can't be. Don't do that. Those we could. I guess you could. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit heady here. So we're gonna mash the potatoes here. I didn't realize it would be such a like an audience event, but it is this is an event to behold. So gather ye round. Oh, was I Helga and the Gorp twins? Once upon a time, this is who I learned how to churn mashed butter potatoes. I don't know what else to call it. So yeah, we're gonna just strain the potatoes, and then we're gonna strain into the bowl so we just have a little bit of potato water if we need it. Now, my lady, if you could have another stick of butter at the ready, even cut it in half if you wish, and then have another stick of butter at the ready after that. Oh yeah, 3 sticks of butter minimum. Okay, so good draining. So then we're going to put them in this bowl with the butter. And then I don't have a potato masher. I just have this giant fork, and it's a very stiff, big fork for like salad or something. It's great for mashing. And yeah, just start crushing everything. Yeah, and right now it's not very, so just crush it into the butter and mash and mash and mash and mash. And the butter's getting absorbed, and just keep mashing. Yeah, you're breaking up. See, we cooked it the right amount. See, there's no uncooked potato in there, so that's good. And yeah, there's a little bit of the herbs left, tiny bit from the first cook we did. You know, take out your papers in your trash. Hey, potatoes, we're about to mash. Okay, let's put that other stick of butter in there because the potatoes are still hot. We could switch it up. Yeah, it does get tiring. I'll do a little mashing. Oh, you're going to mash. Oh, boy. Mash away. Mash. No, don't do gentle mashing. Yeah, gentle mashing. No. And yeah, just start folding, and that butter's going to melt pretty fast. And I don't know how's everybody feel? Like, what's your comfort level with, like, communal eating? Because I do like to start to taste right out of the thing, but normally no one would see me, and then I wouldn't tell them. They would just eat it. But I can do something fancy, you know, like, okay, yeah, that's good that you're honest. I'll just take a spoon and eat off the spoon and then wash the spoon. Is that comfortable for you? Great. So glad we have this atmosphere of honesty. You must live in a gingerbread yurt. Maybe that's where Helga would live. You know, if I had a podcasting studio, I could do a yurt. It wouldn't. What's the difference between a yurt? Like, I guess, like, is a yurt cheaper? Well, I guess I don't have anywhere to put a yurt anyway. But anyway, so yeah, good mashing. Okay, so no, I think let's do another half stick of butter before we add any milk. Yeah, because see, the potatoes are still like, yeah, they're not going to get whipped yet, but they're getting more and more buttery. And just keep mashing and mashing. That stick of butter. And now I'm going to add some milk. And I don't know how much, a quarter cup just to start. And keep it. Yeah, now you'll do a little bit more whipping as we start to get to this better consistency. We're still a ways away, believe it or not. Still a ways away. But you are good. Okay, I think we'll probably use another quarter of milk here, but not yet. I'm going to do 2 finger fills of salt, so just 2 pinches of salt. And then I'm going to take my first taste. Oh, boy. You might put a spoon. Wow, I don't think it's ever gone this well for me. The guests just come over, we've ever hit it off like this. I'm going to spoon mashed potatoes right into your mouth. It might be too weird. Anyway, what do you think? Good? Let me taste. It's getting there. It's getting there. And that definitely needs some milk. It's tough heavy cream would give it a richer flavor. But we're going to do that by butter. And then remember, we're going to get a salty. Oh, good. Thanks for putting that turkey gravy on the stove. Yeah, we're going to get a salt kick from the gravy too. So we got to be careful about our salting, but we don't want to under-season, but we don't want to over-season. Okay, so the second thing is, so we got about a half cup milk. Let's put that next thing of butter in and just keep mashing. Now I'm going to put some pepper and black pepper. Yeah, I would use white pepper from time to time. Maybe not on mashed potatoes, just because actually the black pepper actually gives it, a visual that looks nice. It gives a little bit more light, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's not mashed potatoes, it's a sleep podcast. What can I say? What I overthink is not. Yeah, twice a year it's useful, and the stuffing is looking good. I just checked the stuffing; it is looking good. Looking good? No, looking good. Looking good later. Wow, you're very forward. So okay, so let's see. We should be very buttery. Let me get another taste. I would go with another half stick of butter. Just keep whipping it. Keep whipping it. We still have the temperature. And why don't you pull out the stuffing, because, they add time to that stuffing, the second stuffing to be done. And just see how the steam's coming off? That's good. That's a good sign. And we have a little bit of crust on the top, but it's not, oh boy, we are in business. And that gravy's going. Yippee-ki-yay, as John McClane would say. And yeah, let me taste it. Why don't you taste it and tell me, it's strange? Okay, that's good. So it's strange, almost like there's butter infused into the potatoes. Yeah, we may be at a 50-50 ratio now, so that's where we want to be. So just keep whipping it, and then we'll go straight into serving. So we're going to serve... everybody's going to get a plate of stuffing and a scoop of stuffing, a scoop of a fork of mash. And then, let's make a little pocket in there. And that's the thing, we don't have to add butter. The butter's all in there. So we'll just make another reservoir for gravy. And you could go, there you go. Oh boy, thanks for the teamwork, grinding that pepper right on there. And so here we go. We all have our plates of stuffing and potatoes. Thankful that now, see how easy that was too. And we could make it again. And these are 2 traditional styles. You can always whip up, you can add apples or any amount of the different things to the stuffing to mix it up. And then the potatoes, you can also... I find this to be this is it's not healthy, but because of the amount of butter. But I think this is preferable. I mean, sometimes a Parmesan or even a little blue cheese or roasted garlic or other things added to the potatoes are good. But in some cases, this traditional butter style, I think it gives it a richness and it plays off the flavor. Oh boy, everybody's digging in now. And I'm thankful for my new friends. Maybe this new friend here. Yeah, thanks. You don't have to feed me. That will kill. Yeah, that'll kill it fast. Thanks. I don't like to be fed. I don't know why that is. And I'm glad that people felt comfortable enough to tell me not to eat off of their food. That's great. And I'm just glad everybody's having, I hope everybody out there, the holidays are a tough time of year. And to remember that you can make something like this. And also that, yeah, we repurposed these ancient, I like these gingerbread houses. You did great on these. But yeah, let's just remember to put one, sometimes keep it simple. Just butter, some salt, some milk, and some potatoes. And other times, you bring together all these different flavors and ingredients and, stir them and let them rest and then stir it some more and let them all come together and eat with friends. That's, I think, the moment is, so I'm glad. Thanks so much for taking me to Trader Joe's and inviting these people over that you decided to invite over. And you're asking, do I have any 80s people coming? Yeah, usually when we cook, we have people from the 80s. We do. They think they're just running late. They're coming together. Do you hear that noise? That's like a motorcycle pulling up. Does it not sound right? I think I know why. Yeah, that is a man on another man's shoulders coming down the driveway. That's Michael Winslow pretending to be a motorcycle. And that's Bronson Pinchot on the back of Michael Winslow. Yep. Hey, what's up, guys? Come on in. Well, Bronson, man. Oof. It's such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking Michael. Robot. Okay. Spare change. There you go. My kitchen is a little bit small for sound effects. I'll be honest, Michael. You're great. You're great. Okay. Yeah, if you could does he turn it off, Bronson? It's good to see you, though. Not only are you a perfectly not a stranger anymore, but what are we having? We're having stuffing and potatoes with gravy. So, yeah, let me say goodnight to everybody. So that's goodnight, everybody. We got Bronson and Michael here with our new friends. And I hope that, if you need a recipe for the holidays, those are a couple of easy ones. And I'm thankful for all of you on this long winter's night. Good night. All right, welcome to another episode of Nuns in Space, our episodic series about nuns in space. And if you're new here, episodic means even though the episodes have numbers, like this is Nuns in Space, like 13 or 14 or 15 or something, it doesn't really matter because you could catch an episode. They don't happen, I'm not sure sequentially, but like each episode each episode is contained in a little sodic way, so that you can kind of start wherever, and that's why I kind of give this little failed setup that's supposed to be so brief, but so soothing you could sleep right through it, because but you could sleep right through the whole thing because it's episodic. You won't miss anything when you listen next week. But here's the things you if you're saying, well, come on, Scoots, in order to suspend my disbelief. Did I say suspend? To misspend your disbelief. You see, you forget about misspent youth. I've had some misspent suspension of disbelief, especially when Scooter starts talking about it, because then he says, well, wait a second, is it suspending my belief or my disbelief? And I say, I guess it depends on what you believe and what you disbelieve. And that was why they did, that was my pitch for the X-Files, of course. The Alter X-Files. It was going to be one, anyway, it's like, because I think it was based on disbelief instead of it's suspension of belief versus suspension of disbelief. Oh boy, but this was supposed to be the episodic series, Nuns in Space. So it's in space, circa the future, where there's spaceships and Earth has been exposed to the greater universe. I think like Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, Firefly, and then, dial, saying, well, okay, take some of that, take some of, take the more, the arty episodes of those, or the, something that Burroughs would do with one of those. And you say, okay, so that's our show. It's in space, and it's with the nuns from Scooter's childhood. Scooter's your hero if you need one, or the nuns, if you're, if you like order. And Scooter's right hand sidekick, best friend, and most sympathetic character is not a human being at all, but a freestyle soda machine and software interface Stan. And then the ship is crewed by the nuns from Scooter's childhood. If you need to know the backstory on that, you could listen to the pilot episodes, but you don't need to. It's the nuns from Scooter's childhood as far as we're concerned in this episodic format, or episodic format, because it's soda machine. It's episodic format. Boom, boom. And they travel through space. Each episode, they go through. They're in search of the ship, of the lost ship, the Natchez, which contains some sort of essential information for the nuns' mission to save the universe. But there's no ticking clock on that. So they're in search of the Natchez. So they're following strings of delusion. Scooter's good at following strings of delusion through the universe, hoping one of these strings will lead them to the Natchez. In each episode, they're doing that, and I guess that's it. Middle, beginning, and end, all in one lulling, soothing package. And here to introduce our show, as late as it can be, is Sir Antonio Banderas. My friends, I'm not a sir. I'm no sir. As ladies, could you believe that? Yeah, we're not talking. Oh, my friend. As ladies, the gentlemen, the boys and the girls, and the friends beyond the binary. And oh boy, is that word, it means so much to me, my friends beyond the binary. It's time for another episode of the nuns in a space. The nuns in space. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you so much. You thanks. I actually have a string of lightly used LED Christmas lights for you as a reward. Oh, my friend, are they the ones that are still up from last year? Yeah, you could pick one of those and just take them with you. Thanks. Happy, oh, my friend, into you and yours. The nuns in space. All right, nuns in space, everybody. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I guess I always feel, dear pen pal, I forgot. Sorry, pen pal. I forgot I was going to do that. Instead of awkwardly trying to figure out how to start it, I said, well, I'm going to start it. Dear pen pal. Dear pen pal, it's your buddy in space. This may be the first time I've communicated with you all post haste. Post haste actually is a good description for this message I'm sending to you. But first, I got a couple of questions for you, pen pal. When I say the words neon, do you think of anything, or do you say what? I mean, I know that happens a lot, probably, pen pal, with these messages, because I can't be there, so you can read my body language and look into my eyes. You get like the telephone that other time we were talking about it. But I don't know if when I say neon, it means anything to you, because soon it will. Don't worry, pen pal. And then I don't know if I say neon versus LED, what you would say. If you would say LED, pen pal, don't say it to me, please, because neon occupies. Oh, I should say neon sign. Sorry about that, pen pal. Or neon light, not just neon. Because maybe that's what you breathe where you are, or, somehow you're in a... pen pal, I know you can't answer this, but I wish someone was here to... Neon's a gas, right? I think it's like argon. I know argon. I think argon might be in neon. Oh boy, pen pal. Anyway, pen pal, neon, where I am, that's where I am. Oh, pen pal, where my head is right now, pen pal, is in the past. I'm sorry, but there was a time on Earth where there was a heyday of neon. Then there was the neon nostalgia. And then there was there was the day of cheap signs. And then the cheap signs, like faux neon. Then there was the rise of the LEDs. Now, luckily, before Earth was totally we were exposed to outer space before neon. But neon are I think they're glass tubes that made into signs. Coolest thing ever, pen pal. Check it out. Also, I believe neon was discovered by one Claude Neon. I learned that from, again, I'm not sure if you listen to other podcasts. Did you listen to my podcast from Earth, pen pal? If not, look up and see if you can get access to 99% invisible. I think I mumbled there, pen pal. Pen pal, percent. 100% pen pal. But this show's called 99% invisible. And they have Roman Mars, that's kind of like spacey. That's a spacey name. I mean, in your solar system. And then you had Avery Trufelman they did this report on the neon sign on the Tribune Tower in Oakland, and then they talked about neon, Claude Neon, and I like pen pal. What am I messing around with? I love neon signs, and that's why I'm here to tell you. Believe it or not, I think I'm not the only one. That's what I've learned. All on the outer reaches of space, pen pal. Oh, also remember when I ran into that plant? Did you hear about that one? That's like with the thistles that got cleared up. At a medical station, of course. But don't let people tell you that the thistles. Who needs them? That's what I say. After that, I didn't record anything about that, pen pal. But just in case they did, like years from now. Like I have a thistle-related flare-up, I want you to know. I guess it won't help because these won't be organized. So if you can picture a neon sign, pen pal, now would be a good time to do so, even if they're just beer signs, even if you don't have access in your brains. Do you have one or two brains, pen pal? Wait, just kidding. I'm just kidding, pen pal. I mean, not really, because I don't know. I mean, you could be a hive. I don't know. Maybe that would be interesting. That would be pretty cool, pen pal. If you're like a hive mind, are you still pen pal or is it my pen pals? Pen pallies. Could I call you pen pallies? If anyway, I got to get back to the story, pen pals. Sorry, pen pals of mine, which is also just a pen pal. Here's the thing, pen pals. If you are a hive mind, share the universe. The little thing. Like you don't see there's other hive things or ants on Earth, and they said, hey, or maybe just stay small. Then we could anyway, pen pal. Not time to talk about hives. We're talking about neon signs. Also, there's a song. I believe it was by Tesla. Maybe the only song, and then on Earth that name, there was Nikola Tesla. This isn't related to Nikola Tesla, that was Testa, not Tesla. And then Musky Poo, I don't know that's a Tesla. Tesla. It's got some, but anyway, there was a band with a song about signs everywhere. One time I was at a party, one of my friends sang that song. It was good. But so we were just we weren't really on a mission, pen pal, but we were out there in space looking around, per the usual, poking around, trying to find stuff. And what could I tell you? But my brain started blinking. And you say, but that's why I told you about the neon signs ahead of time to try to give you something to grasp onto. But yeah, of all things, we didn't have a destination. We were I was, going on a gut instinct to go to the nearest, closest solar system. And then further away, I said my brain. I didn't say my brain's blinking. Maybe I did though. But something started blinking in my brain. Blinking steadily. It felt like a red light that was blinking in my brain. not an alert light. I mean, a light to get your attention, but not like hurry up and get my attention. Just blink. And then, I didn't want to tell anyone just in case it was, because, I didn't want anybody. But so then I told Stan, and I said, hey, Stan, let's head towards, since I'm in charge, quartermasters, I said, head towards these coordinates. And then I started looking out the window thing, the observation forward deck, and I was looking where I thought, and then I started seeing blinking. I don't think I was visually seeing it. I think I was sensing it. And as I looked in space, I said, I think I'm seeing a vague out, like it wasn't one blinking. Then it felt like a blinking object or something. And of course, the sisters were, chattering among themselves or under their breath or passively aggressively saying, wonder why. And usually they talk about me indirectly. Say, sister, did you ever own, this is them talking to each other. Did you ever own a dog? Oh, but this isn't true. They're just talking about. I had this one dog. It would sit and stare at the porch, and I thought it was waiting for me to come home. But it was really just staring, and then they'd say something. They make a global statement about my self-worth. I guess that's not true, about their opinions of my worth. Anyway, so then I said, hey, but then I knew that, so I said, can you go fire up the optics? And they said, we don't need to fire up the optics. And I said, are they polished? And they said they're polished. They don't like my optic jokes. Too close or something. I said, zoom in, it'll be funnier. And they said they're polished when they're made. And I said, prepare the optics for the quarter commander. That's when I get, then I said, that's an order. And they said, what is it right away? You can't mess around with orders because I could just, say, hey, hop off the ship. So then I said, train the optics. And then I think it was, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, but she said, see, there's some sort of strange light, and then they were chattering, and they said, it doesn't look like it's coming from a sun. It could be a strange. Is there, they checked with the computer, is there ever a sun shaped like, because we were like, is that a parallelogram? What is that? And then they were getting strange colors, and then they said, I said, it's calling to me. I'm not positive it's delusion or not, because I didn't really feel a strong pull of delusion. But when your brain's blinking and then you discover it's not within your brain, but without it, should better follow. That could be a lead. And it was a distance off. It was going to take us a while to get there, and I didn't want to do any jumping because they're leaping, whatever you call it, the technology thing. Because I don't want to lose track. I say, because we didn't have. We only had an approximate destination, because you said, well, geez, how fast is that? This is, approximation. We didn't know exactly where we were going. We're following this blinking object. And, with the high-powered optics, it also confused, because things appeared closer than they really were. So it was a little bit, and then finally, it started to come into focus as we were going there. And I got to tell you, pen pal, I won't slowly put it into focus for you, but soon it became clear. I guess in unbelievably confusing. I mean, not confusing, just what the heck kind of thing. And again, I can't say right now if it was neon, but it was a giant neon sign. May or may not be huge. I mean, one of the sisters is good at math, and she couldn't even figure it out. And it was blinking, and then as it came in, it was like I don't know what they call those, feature sign. And it showed a pirate ship, or like a wooden ship. You'll have to Google that, pen pal. And that would blink twice, and then hold. And then blink, two sails, blue sails would appear. And then blink, water waves would appear at the base of the ship. And then it would be animated. So the front sail and the back water would, like, it looked like the water and the sails were moving. And then it got even cooler. Then it looked like the ship sank. And then blink, a chest appeared, a giant chest, treasure chest. And then that blinked, and then it opened, and then there was gold, and then the gold would go blink, 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 blink. And all the sisters were Twitter about that. And then also there was, then it changed, the sign changed. For a while, it was just a treasure ship or pirate ship. Then it would blink and it would show three, I don't know if they're paper dolls, it was like almost like the things you'd see on Earth, on the bathroom doors on Earth, like it looked like a woman, a man, and a child all holding hands. I call it paper dolls because you used to cut those out. Like you could cut them out of paper and they'd be holding hands. I don't know if that's called a paper doll, pen pal. But symbols of a man, a woman, and a child. And that would blink a few times. And the child was in the middle. Then it would blink and it would be the man and the child. Then it would blink again and it would be just the man. And then it would blink, blink, blink. And then that one would fade away. The man would fade away. And you this, of course, all the sisters turned and stared at me. And, I literally twiddled my thumbs. And I said, what? And then I said, ship's back. And then, and again, Pempel, I don't want to worry you about space if you haven't been out to the outer reaches of outer space, but things can happen. Like you always wonder, and I guess you maybe just don't get on a ship with me. That might be, but don't do that. If we're pen pals, we'll have a lot in common, or we'll know each other. If you send me any messages, I mean. But the sisters and I, we actually had something to talk about these signs. Of course they were pestering me. What do you think that's, and then they got passive. What do you think that second sign is about? But then we were talking about symbols, and because it took forever. Like I said, we couldn't calculate how far it was, how big the signs were. But we know we have communication issues on our ship. So there was it's so much easier to communicate by sign and get your point across. It's less conflict and more direct. And so then we played charades, first of all. And then again, I don't know if there was some sort of brain interference going on, or we just thought this was a great idea. But we stopped communicating with words and we started communicating with symbols. I mean, the plane was on, the plane was on, autopilot more or less. So we were mostly doing it about food, or if somebody had to go to the bathroom, or, joking. It was really lighthearted, but we just stopped talking, and we were communicating like we never had before. And even Stan and Spike got into it. I mean, Spike was downstairs. So I ran down and I said, Spike, we're communicating by symbols now. And then I waved bye-bye. I think that was probably not nice, but... and then I did get a soda though, so Stan was communicating with symbols, and we were really getting excited because then it came in, we didn't need the optics anymore, and we were seeing the sign was actually coming through the atmosphere of the planet. I mean, this was impressive. I don't know. Again, then we were speculating, again, this was hard because we were doing it by gestures, but I think they were saying projection, are we projecting meaning onto the signs? Are we interpreting meaning? Is there having emotional impact on us? Because the sisters were taking the ship and the treasure as a metaphor for what they, maybe the Niches, maybe we'll get some answers. And then whatever the other one was, they said, that's, and they said, well, maybe that's a metaphor for the ship. You're making me fade away. Your children, something. And they said, it doesn't make sense. This was all an interpretive acts, though. Also, I think they were doing liturgical dance. And I said, stop that, please. Say, don't, that's not, that's more, avant-garde. I said, if we're going to communicate by symbols and things, we need to be direct, I thought. And they actually gave me a thumbs up. I said, oh, and then A-OK, and just okay. I don't know what an A-OK is, but so anyway, at some point we got close and the sign got bigger and bigger. What was also impressive, and I don't know if at a distance the atmosphere, but then we had to travel through the atmosphere and it got really whatever, low visibility. And we were trying to find, we did the scans. There was life signs. There was I don't know. I guess panel. I don't always. If Stan says it's okay, I guess I put some degree of blind faith in Stan. And plus, at that point, we weren't communicating, so Stan was just doing a lot of thumbs up, like I guess emojis. Pen pal, do you? I didn't think about that, but I guess I guess this would be a waste of time if you prefer to communicate by emoji or symbols. Emojis were symbol. I guess that's a symbol. I didn't even realize that, pen pal, till now. Ideally, maybe I would prefer LEDs over emojis, and neon. I would take a neon sign of an emoji. If you did emojis and neon signs, pen pal, that would be fine with me. If they were an LED, I'd prefer one or the other. But definitely prefer. But anyway, so we go into the atmosphere, and Stan's trying to find, and then I said, okay, I'm detecting some delusion, and we were drifting around and avoiding, bumping into stuff, but Stan's good at that in the computer. And then we saw a neon sign of a spaceship, so we followed that. It was like almost like again, it's hard to tell what's animated and what's moving. So we followed that sign and we went into some sort of like a tube tunnel or something. I didn't know if that was like a transport way. But like after we started following that ship, and then there was like smiley faces. Again, it was a bit like, but the weird thing was, pen pal, that at first we wondered, what are we doing? Again, we just said, what, with our hands and our shoulders. But I'll tell you what the amazing thing was, like when the signs would blink. So there was like a spaceship. I think there was nuns. I guess, I don't know. A lot of times it was like so dreamy. There was definitely happy people, which I said, well, then maybe that's for me. He said, those people seem happy and smiling. But when the signs would blink, pen pal, it really had to, like it had this like, I don't know if it was the blinking that made us aware of the emotional impact. I think that was it, or it increased the emotional impact. Really hard to have a nuanced conversation like this via charades. But I think it was like the signs would blink and before they changed into something else or another sign replaced it. But like we just kept following signs. But so I guess I posited that when the sign goes off, we lose our emotional connection to what the sign was showing us. And then it blinks back on, and then we're aware of how good it felt to have a symbol. These were all hopeful symbols. So then you say, "Whoa, boy, that feels good," but it didn't. It already felt good. You just didn't know it felt good until it blinked off for a second. Maybe, I don't know. Like I did that once for the nuns, and they said snuffleupagus, and they said no, no, no. I was shaking my head, no, no, no. This is snuffleupagus, and they said no, 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 no. They said, what are you doing? Like a fuzzy elephant. But that doesn't make any sense, pen pal, even to me. But we kept following these signs, and we are all feeling really good. And for the most part, other than some small difficulties in communication and I guess like overthinking, and I guess maybe here's a new question too, pen pal. Do words make me overthink? Who knows? But so we were following signs, and like I guess I was like and I guess I was a little bit checked out. The glow of the neon, especially with my relationship with it. And then I was like, are these neon with, here's an idea, pen pal. Please patent this if it hasn't been done. Why not put LEDs inside of neon lights, pen pal? Not to be cheap, though. Not to say, well, now we don't need any neon gas or argon. No, 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 no. Double it up. And I guess they should have asked Stan to run a neon check. But also, I was doing some Quad Neon. I just think that's a outstanding name. So I guess I don't know why I was pretending to be Quad Neon. But then also now, I got a incredible soda thirst. And, I developed a certain taste for some of Spike's soda. So I went downstairs, and Spike was blinking a grouchy face. And I assumed that was because and I said, okay, Spike, Purple Slug number 7 with, a pip floater. And then, I was going for I was really thirsty. And then I went to slug it down, purple, and it was warm, no ice. And, I have a thing with Spike. I say, you surprise me with the ice, but make sure it's the right balance, and Spike is a freestyle soda machine. It knows. And I don't need to know if it's 33% ice or 22%. That's not my job. I'm not a freestyle soda machine. And, crushed, I think it's like if you had crushed ice every day, you'd get sick of it. That's what I tell Spike. Or, a cube, or, yeah, still haven't got Spike to do any oblong things. Or, the circles with the holes in them, whatever. But there was no ice. And let me tell you, warm Purple Slug soda, even with the pip floater, he spat it out. And then I was communicating my displeasure to Spike by pantomime. Like, WTF, bro. Like, this is nasty as nasty could be. And, it really, really, and then I was even more thirsty. And I figured Stan was busy. I didn't want to bother Stan. Plus, Stan doesn't have Pib. So I went upstairs, and then Stan was making a grouchy face. So then I was making a grouchy face, like totally, this is what I was saying. I said totally like a gross soda. And then Stan was doing something about hot stuff. And then Stan was like showing, like, and then I realized I was sweating. I was like, holy cow, you're right, Stan. I'm so hot. And then Stan saying something about stopping the ship. And then I said, can you stop it? Can you get some ice? Is there ice around here? Because Stan didn't have any ice either. And then that made sense because it was so hot. And then I was like, as soon as the ship stopped moving, at first the sisters didn't realize it. I think they were kind of caught up in the lights. Because at this point we're in this crazy, can't explain it, pen pal. But these tubes of light, signs, and very psychedelic and cool. Also doesn't stick in the memory very good because I don't want to try to describe it. I'd be making it up. Also, this was one of the times my irritability got in the way because I was just really mad about the warm soda. So I was missing the big light show. But so we stopped the ship, and Stan was trying to Stan, as good as Stan is, I said, just show me some words, dude, because he was stupid warning symbols. I said, who does that? I said, I think they were soda machine warning symbols. And I said, your soda's boiling? And then actually then Stan said, yes. And I said, what? And then I said, all right, Stan, let's communicate by words. Because I said, I'm so mad. I got to tell you about this slug soda. I had a hot slug soda. I mean, it was purple. I said, Mr. Pibb doesn't taste good hot. And I said, I wonder with a cherry Pibb floater, though. And then Stan, pay attention. And they said, what's going on? And then I said, holy cow, I'm hot. Now that I'm talking, I just realized how really hot I am. And Stan said, the ship's overheating. And I said, wow, for sure it is. I said, what's happening? And Stan said, friction. And I said, and he goes, I had to stop, and think, okay. I said, friction, how? Friction where? And then Stan said, on the exterior hull of the ship is, this atmosphere is frictious or highly frictious or something. I don't know the exact language. But a whole lot of friction going on, frickin' lot of friction, if you don't mind me saying, pen pal. And I said, really? I said, so like, and then I said, what's the damage? And Stan said, to the ship, no, none. Just some some of the organics are off. Ice and soda, uh, other life forms. And I said, what do you mean other life forms? And Stan said, well, if you didn't stop the ship, you would have, he said, it's so hot. He goes, yeah, but the temperature was still increasing. And I said, wait a second. We were about to overheat the inside of the ship so that there'd be no more organics on the ship. And Stan said, exactly. And then I said, then what would have happened? And Stan said, well, you wouldn't have been able to give me a command. And Stan said, I don't think I could override the command because you would have expired. So the ship would have just kept going. And at the current rate, it sounded like it would have taken like a couple. I said, that's a really quality. I said, like it would have taken years for the ship to not work anymore. And they said, Stan, can you map out I said, okay, don't move, obviously. And at some point, the sisters realized we weren't moving, and they said, "What's going on?" And then, so occasionally, I can think fast, pen pal. And I said, something's weird with Spike. Spike's trying to overheat the soda. I said, go down there. I said, because Spike doesn't like signs, other than frowny faces. So then the sisters went down below decks, and then I, said, Stan locked them out, and tell Spike to enter a protective state. And then I barely came to. I said, okay. Then I was so hot, and I said, how are we going to cool down? And Stan said, by not moving, we'll cool down. And it didn't cool down fast enough for me, pen pal. But then I said, okay, Stan, I said, what do you think's happening? And Stan said, I don't know. You're the quartermaster. And I said, do a scan of the area. And we were still in a tube. And Stan said there was technology on the outside of the tube or something. I don't know. And I said, well, scan the inside of the tube since we're in it, Stan. Holy. I mean, sometimes it's just a software interface. Stan's not listening right now, by the way, pen pal. So then Stan said, well, I'd seen a couple, chunks of metal or something. I said, okay, let's go. And then I said, go slow so we don't get too much friction. As soon as we started moving, the signs, all the sign technology came back on. And, I said, okay, I don't believe, I only believe in if I see words, I'll do something, but I'm not going to, but the symbols, they still were pulling at my heartstrings. But I just went to the place where I don't feel, so I said, okay, Stan, I'll just, only words. I think someone's saying that song too, more than words, same time they sang signs. And then, as we pulled up on this one chunk of metal, I said, Stan, scan that thing. And it said, okay, well, it was melted something. And then we got up next to it. And I said, well, what do you think it is, Stan? And Stan says, it's a melted spaceship, And then, quickly, you pen pal, I know you're swift. So it's like, clearly this ship was doing the same thing we were doing. And I said, check it for carbon scoring, Stan. Stan said, what does that mean? I said, never mind, that's from a movie. But I said, is there carbon on, what happens to, wouldn't there be carbon on the ship? And Stan said, you're right, there is. So there could have been organic matter flying the ship. But at some point it melted down and then it stopped moving. And now it's just kind of floating in this tube. And I said, oh, so we're weightless in here. And Stan said, more or less, low gravity situation. And then I said, scan the ship to see if anything else is missing. Like, and then Stan in the computer, they started going through the records, identified what class of ship it was, figured out some other stuff. And then they figured out that there was one kind of metal, like, missing from the hull. And I said, okay. And Stan said, well, what do you think? And I said, I think we could have been in big trouble, Stan, if it wasn't for that purple slug soda that was so gross I couldn't drink it. And you, Stan, of course, your aces. And Stan said, well, lay it on me. I mean, Stan didn't really say that, but if Stan was more dramatic, Stan would have said, lay it on me. What do you think? And then the sisters, they just kept calling. Like, that was one of the things, if the options for this ship that they couldn't override. So they just kept calling. I said, fine, let him out, let him in on the bridge. And they said, why are we headed towards the treasure ship? A whole 9 yards. And I said, I was in the middle of making an intelligent point. Now I don't even know what I was going to say. Oh, I said, you know what, and then they didn't, they were all doing that by pantomime. So when I was talking to them, they were just staring at me and making not sign language, but symbols back at me, expressing their displeasure. Oh, you might ask, why? How were they calling? They just kept pressing buttons like beep bork, and then they would hang up and call back. Just the calling part, that drives me nuts. So then, Pen Pal, I had to drop some liturgical dance on them. Now, I don't know if you know what liturgical dance is, but don't Google it, Pen Pal. And I'm not here to make a judgment of it. It's just, it's like a slow moving dance for liturgy for different Christian religions. I don't know if other religions use it, but they did it occasionally at Catholic school, have liturgical dancers. And since the sisters had done some, I did this dance because they said it was more interpretive. Because they really wanted to know what was with the paper dolls and all the symbols that were meant for me, that I'm avoiding talking to about Pen Pal, that had the emotional resonance for me. And I'll tell you, Pen Pal, I made up a total I guess this is like, it wasn't in a religious context. But I use liturgical dance to weave a fake story of woe for the sisters about, lost everything, so because I didn't want to, I'm vulnerable enough with them. They don't need to know my most, the secrets where I hide my love away or whatever you want to call it. So also because I've gotten to know the sisters, I led up to the climax of the story. And then I went straight into the more like sometimes you'd use better symbols, to get them, the different harder points of the story. And then I would do just a little bit like if you ever listen to my Earth podcast, I was doing liturgical dance meanders. And like after a while they get on their nerves because I'd be doing listening. And they'd be listening to what? And they were getting mad. And finally, they got so irritated that I wouldn't get to the climax that they started communicating by words again, which was, mixed bag, I'd say, Pen Pal. When they started to yell, talking to me in a louder than conversation voice and going on and on and on and on and on and on. And then finally they said, well, they said, okay, forget all that. And they said, but then they also had this, their eyes were a little glossy, like the story they knew, I mean, the story was pretty aligned, but different than what it was really, the signs were about. And I'm not going to tell you either, Pen Pal. So then, I think they had some, they said, oh, we feel a little bit bad at this particular moment. Who knows how long that'll last. And then they said, well, what's going on? And then, unfortunately, this is pen pal. I haven't set this up, but unfortunately, I did have a neon sign. This is like a heartbreaking thing. But I did have a neon sign on the deck that said like over my like the quartermaster quarters. That says quartermaster quarters. I had that made on a planet, that makes custom neon signs because they still want to know what's going on. So I took the quartermaster sign while it's plugged in, just orange neon or red neon, and it didn't blink like this planet did. But I smashed the quartermaster quarter sign on it. I wanted a blinking heart, that would only blink, but there's only one time I needed that anyway with that goddess woman who was just using me anyway, so that we would run errands for or whatever. But that was the only time I would have had the heart blinking. If the heart's blinking, I mean, I just held an unstated quartermaster quarters in general. But so I smashed the sign, and they said, what's going on? And I said, we're in a Venus flytrap, a neon Venus sign flytrap. And they said, it took forever to explain, Pen Pal, but I know you understand. But I had to explain it to them. I said, well, like this, you see this ship here, like the sign called us in that was a lure. And I said, I don't know if this is an evolutionary or technological organic or technological evolution. But I said that's what happened. And then something in this superheats the ship, so it creates the sign. And at the same time, this certain kind of metal, I forget which one, or element, I don't, Pen Pal, me and elements, I get so bored, but I said that they think, they said we're both serving as a lure for the next ship, and because I said we're making it like a dragon pattern right now. We've been mapping it, and I said the weirdest thing is our ship is giving off a green glow, but I think as whatever this cadmium or whatever gets deteriorated, I said there's probably organic being either maybe this organic gas being, or they're harvesting this material. Who knows? But as long as we don't pay, and I had to like closed all the things, so we couldn't see any signs. But anyway, because I knew this was during the liturgical dance part. But he said, as long as we don't move, or go fast, we won't. But I said, we got to figure out a way out of here. And they said, well, what are we going to do? And I said, well, I said, I got an idea. And this was a little bit like, so this took some teamwork because we had this big hulking other ship there. And so I said, okay, I got an idea. And I said, we're going to teach this one section of this planet a lesson. And so what we did was, it involved welding and stuff, but we took some parts, some scrap off of that ship. We made sure it wasn't the Nechez, but I already knew that. And then we took off some parts off that ship and pal. And we made, not like hood ornaments, but bigger, like of like a paper doll, but like a paper doll with the pointy. Did I mention at some points that the male paper doll had a dunce cap a few times, Pen Pal? So we had a male paper doll with a dunce cap, pointing out, and then a pirate ship, but with the two masts. And so we created a metal like that and put it on the front of the ship. It looks really sweet too, Pen Pal. I mean, usually hood ornaments are sticking straight up, or these are sticking straight out, but this is a spaceship, it doesn't, up and down is a different story. I mean, but who else is rolling in a spaceship with a paper doll with a dunce cap and a pirate ship on it, on the hood? And then we just rammed to the side of the freaking tube, and it broke. I mean, well, Had to back up a few times. And then actually, like, we did generate some, what do you call that, friction, not too much, but hot enough that we smashed right through. And then we broke out and got out of the atmosphere and never, like, we couldn't, that's one of these situations you can't look back because then the signs would trick you. I mean, I did look back, but, and it was, that's that's how though, it said quartermaster quarters with a heart. But it's a pen pal. I still had that, like, the good thing was I had that taste of purple slug soda in my mouth. So it's like, warm. So I'll never drink that again, unfortunately. Ice is still being generated. But yeah, so it said quartermaster quarters with the heart. The heart was blinking. So somewhere on, what do you call that? Like that planet, whatever, Venus flytrap, a neon planet or whatever, there's quartermaster. I mean, I guess not. Like, that's what they want me to think. And I guess they picked the wrong sign initially. They must read your brain or something. But if they would have picked that sign earlier, we would have been toast, If they would have had, like, like the champagne and, people's clothes, neon clothes disappearing. But, they can't. They thought that they were shooting for my heart and my gut instead of more effective regions. So we got out of there, pen pal, and now I've noticed the sisters. They think they know me better. I mean, I guess probably they like because I don't know if they took my story, my liturgical dance story, word for word, but I guess there wasn't any words. So maybe they found the truth in my emotions, about my emotions. I didn't think about this till now, Pempe. I thought I was fooling them. Like, I was telling them a story about a lost wagon. Which, I did that by dance. And how the lost red wagon story. But maybe they know, I don't know, but they think they know me better. And actually, I think they're a tiny, tiny bit nicer to me. Or maybe because they know I'm searching the universe. I guess, like, well, I don't want to think about that too much, Pempa, because we're really just searching for the niches. So anyway, Pempa, I'll talk to you soon, and yeah, keep the neon lights on for me. You know what I'm saying? All right, hey everybody, it's me. Happy holiday season. And I know that, this time of year can have its ups and its downs for everybody. And, but I also like to, create some seasonal shows. But so if this isn't for you, that's why I try to keep the archives free. So if the holiday stuff isn't for you, that's cool too. But we're also in this in-between time on our series, Star Trek The Next Generation, the sleep version, whatever I'm going to call that. That'll start in the new year. I guess that's an announcement that maybe not everybody's heard. So next year, I'll be, because we just finished Metastasis News, when I'm recording this, one more episode still has to be released. But, when you're hearing this, it'll be over. And then for the holiday season, we'll do some holiday shows, take 1 week off. And then we should start with Star Trek The Next Generation. And it won't be totally, whatever you call that, like in a row. I'm going to bounce around, but yeah, we'll be doing Star Trek The Next Generation, kind of like we did Game of Thrones, and what was that other one that we just did? Metastasis News, a Breaking Board, or that's what I was going to call Breaking Board, but I never did. But so for now, we're going to be covering, so tonight, actually, also I just took my sweater off before I started recording this, in case anybody was in the intro. I feel good. I feel really good right now. But I was trying to think of, like, a different way to do a holiday, because we did the March of the Wooden Soldiers one, right? And I was thinking of, like, Christmas movies and like, ones, because my memory's, my memory's not so hot. Not that I don't know if everybody's is. But I was like, oh, if I was going to pick a Christmas special, I feel like that's divisive almost. Like, oh, what's the best one? Are you a Frosty fan? No, I'm not. Okay, Scoot, so to talk about a buzzkill. But then you'd have to say, well, you got to go with, like, Rudolph, or you got to go with Santa Claus is Coming to Town, or something more modern. So then I started thinking about movies, and there was only a couple movies, but there's one that's kind of, I think it may have gotten TV burnout because it was on TV a lot. But when I was young, it was the Christmas movie because you'd watch it on tape or whatever, you like A Christmas Story. But then I was thinking, like, I think, is this a word, vignettes? That's what the word is, like, right? I used to think it was like, I thought it was like, I would get vignettes and vinaigrette mixed up. And I'm not kidding, because of my dyslexia. Those are the kind of words that get tricky for me. I'm not even sure if it's vignette, but I think it is, like, and I don't know anything about the backstory. At one point, I probably knew about the backstory of A Christmas Story, but I don't anymore. If I can name anyone, so this is again, just in case I got any, if any knees are starting to get jerky here, this isn't to make fun of A Christmas Story or anyone involved in the production of it or of anything. I really don't try to do anything at anybody else's expense on this show. And it's something I love. Unfortunately, I'm an ignorant person. I mean, let's put that out there. I'm ego driven, so I can only remember what's important to me. These are non-judgmental things. These are just, so don't worry, I'm not trying to be critical myself. And but I do like it. But also, I think there's something about, there's the one that I never saw until just like last year or the year before. What was that one with the kid, Home Alone? That's more of a Thanksgiving special. But I think because A Christmas Story became so played on TV, and I don't mean this as a total negative, that it really got broken into these act breaks that would happen between commercials. And I guess it was really well suited for that because it was almost like it was a through story about Ralphie, right? Ralphie or Mike? I wanted to say Mikey. Scott Schwartz is in it. I love Scott Schwartz. I like saying Scott Schwartz. I hope that's that actor's name. He's one of the friends. But yeah, you're just like Ralphie's quest for the Red Rider. And then there's little stories about the family kind of interspersed. But I was also thinking, like, how much do I really remember? And so instead of like actually, like, so I said, so I have it playing, the movie playing right now, just started playing. But I can probably get ahead and fast forward to say, what do I remember about the order of the show and how wrong am I? So I was thinking I'd just run through different parts of what I can remember about A Christmas Story in my mind and then, see what the tape, it's the tale of the Christmas Story, a tale of the tape. And in my mind, okay, I think it takes place in Cleveland, Ohio, but that's not a huge part of the movie. And I was under the impression the first scene took place like at nighttime in downtown Cleveland for a holiday parade. And that, what's his name? Mikey, Ralphie, and his brother, whose name will come to me at some point, and his mother and his father were there for the holiday parade, and then they saw, they looked in the windows of Macy's or Bloomingdale's or whatever, and this was one of my favorite scenes of the movie, is that they look and he sees the Red Ryder BB fun machine that he wants for Christmas. I think Mikey or Ralphie knows that it's he moved beyond Santa Claus, and that just this very nostalgic, fun thing. And then then they go into Macy's, so the snow's falling. I don't know what year it takes place, 1950 maybe, I don't know, honestly. It definitely has a pre-Vietnam feel to me, so I'd say into the 1950s or something. Then they go into Macy's or the department store, whatever the department store is. I think it was a different one. And Ralphie, is that his brother's name? I'll think of his brother's name, hopefully. Or I'll just turn the closed captioning on in the movie. But, so Ralph, so they wait in line to see Santa. The parents, they think they go to do some shopping or something. And then Ralphie tells, then the Santa was played brilliantly by, first of all, there's this kid in line who they say smells like tapioca pudding. Oh, and there's a lot of VO in the episode. I mean, the movie, which is playing the adult Ralph, doing voiceover. It's just really, really well done. And really sets up a lot of the jokes and a lot of the action. And I don't think the movie would work. I mean, especially with like the acting in this is great, and maybe I'll even remember the actor's name. I think his name's like Peter, or maybe not. But how good the acting is, the young actors. But the voiceover just helps, supplement the performances. I think in a way that if it was just kid acting, it wouldn't have been. I mean, it is a classic holiday movie, I would say. But so then they go to see Santa, and Santa is like very much like Billy Bob Thornton style. I haven't seen Bad Santa 2 yet, but maybe I do by the time this comes out. Saw Bad Santa 1 when it was in the movie theater with my whole family. Somewhere, I'm not even sure where we were. My sister was having an engagement thing, and so we were out of town in the country somewhere, and we all got to the movie theater. Most of us got there in time for the movie, but my mom got there late, and this was like, I don't know, whenever that came out, she was talking on her cell phone, like trying to find us in the movie theater. It was one of those terrible moments. But so, where was I? So there's this great scene with Santa where he says, Ralphie says, Santa says, it sets up the theme of the movie where he says, geez, what do you want for Christmas? He says, well, I want this Red Ryder BB fun thing. And Santa says, no, you're not mature enough for that, kid. Said it's bad for your eyesight. And then Santa dismisses him. And his brother's afraid of Santa, I believe. And it's really just a good, gruff Santa, not over the top, but just enough of a weather-beaten Santa Claus. I just love it. There's one of my favorite scenes, that whole thing, from the outside shots to the inside shots, to the other kid waiting in line. That was a little bit odd. And I thought that was the beginning of the movie. Now, what's running in the background here, and again, I may have pressed the wrong button, is that, it's Ralphie, and I may have looked away a few times, because I'm recording this part of the podcast, but that Ralphie, is at home, and then there was a scene, I don't remember any of this, he hides magazines with ads for the toy he wants. Then he has a meal with his family where I think they finally ask him what he wants, and he says, I want this Red Ryder super fun toy. And they say, oh, no, you can't have that. And then this recurring theme in one of the better ones where Ralphie daydreams that this toy, and this was very relatable for me, and I'd forgotten about this scene, but Ralphie starts to daydream that there's this Bart, this cowboy who comes to town, and Ralphie's also a cowboy, like a sheriff, and faces off against him in his daydream, and he has this toy which allows him to to protect the town. I guess their house is the homestead, and Ralphie successfully saves his family, saves the farm. So I didn't remember that. I'd forgotten that part. There's also this recurring thing with the dad in the furnace. That's kind of his futility. He has trouble with the neighbor's dogs, the bupkises, and their furnace, their boiler or whatever, is always broken. So he's always trying to fix it to save money, I believe, or that he's Mr. Fix-It. I think, and then the poor beleaguered mother, she because he's just a bit of a, and again, I don't know the wonderful actor that plays the father. It looks a lot like my therapist, and that's not confusing at all. I didn't even think about that till this minute, but whatever. Those are other themes. that are throughout the movie. But I guess in the next scene that I'm trying to remember, the next scene that I remember, I don't know what's going to come next. I said, well, geez, is it that? And then they go downtown to see Santa Claus? Because that's my favorite. Like, that's the number one thing I remember. But there's a couple scenes at school. Oh, but here they go. I think they're getting ready to go to either school or downtown because Ralphie's brother gets on this giant snowsuit. And at some point, Ralphie says, my brother looks like a tick about to pop. He gets on boots. But I don't know if this is a scene getting ready for school. It's like a lot of physical comedy with the mom trying to get everything on him. And he's got all these layers. He kind of looks ridiculous. But it is Cleveland. Also, very cute kid. He can't put his arms down. He's like so overpuffed. But I don't know. So this scene coming up next here, it could either be one where they go to school and they encounter Scott Farkas, who I remember for a few reasons. One of my neighbors had red hair and was tough. He wasn't really a bully, but he looked a little bit like Scott Farkas. So we used to he wouldn't take. Sometimes he would take me for. One time he took me for a snowmobile ride, and I fell off the back. I didn't get hurt. It was in a snowbank. He always had like motorcycle. He was one of the cool kids. He was a cool neighbor. But yeah, but he looked like Scott Farkas. But Scott Farkas and like a sidekick, they throw snowballs at Ralphie and his brother, and kind of mean to them. And I think in this scene, maybe they emasculate Ralphie. I think maybe Ralphie and his friends, or maybe they but Ralphie's left, or maybe Ralphie was excited about something. So it's kind of like a down moment for Ralphie and his friends and his brothers, Scott Schwartz and this other kid. And now, if my guessing is correct, the next scene will be they get to school, and they're like in this I talked about on a podcast episode. I think people who make movies. Because Ralphie did a report, like they were supposed to do reports of who, what do you want for Christmas and why? That was an essay, and Ralphie had done one about why he wanted the super fun, with a Red Ryder super fun kit, like a maker toy, and it would Oh, also his brother, he falls in the snow because he's like a beetle. He needs his brother to help him get up in the snow. And I had forgotten about that refrain of Ralphie, I can't get up. I'm stuck. I can't get up. And Ralphie, and that's when they think Farkas befalls them. But let's see. So they get to school and he thinks he's going to get an A+ on this paper. Why I needed the Red Ryder super fun maker kit. And he gets an F, I think. And the teacher says, this is not a good idea for you to play with. Now, there's also like a lot of Cleveland and Syracuse are similar places. So a lot of the scene, they play a practical joke on the teacher. I forgot about this. So that's like another scene at school. But Ralphie ends up failing his paper. And then he daydreams, that his teacher's against him. The students are kind of mean-spirited. I think they're like, are they doing this to make fun of the teacher? They all have fake teeth. The teacher's teeth look normal, I guess. But the kids all put in fake teeth, and they're all laughing. I don't know who was behind that. That's a lot of pairs of fake teeth to trick a teacher with. But then, so Ralphie has another disappointing moment because he fails his paper, because he thought the teacher would become an advocate for him. I don't know what he daydreams. I know he daydreams that she's like one of the characters from The Wizard of Oz, because the Wizard of Oz characters were also, this must have been when The Wizard of Oz had come out. It's set at that period. But she's one of the characters of The Wizard of Oz. I'm sure you can figure out which one. Lady Witchbeard would know. Hint, hint, hint. Okay, also there's a scene that I remember from a movie. I don't remember it being at this point in the movie, but I guess it is, apparently, is like the children are positing, well, geez, if it's like if you're outside and it's cold, will something wet stick to what do you call that, a flagpole? And they say no, and then they say yes, and I don't know what this is supposed to tell us about Ralphie, but they like his friend gets dared to try to see if that his scarf, if his scarf is wet, will it stick to the flagpole? And it kind of shows kids being kids, but also kind of shows because Ralphie doesn't stand up for his friend, and no one wants to get in trouble. And so I don't know if it's supposed to show us some judgment or set up like why Ralphie is not ready to get his super fat happy fun kick quite yet. But there is this scene with the flagpole, which is, not exactly Ralphie's like best moment, I would say. And, everybody's like, I can't believe that. And then I think the teacher, in the ultimate comic sense, says, okay, who did the dare? If you're honest, you'll admit, and take the consequences. They won't be so bad if you admit it. And even in the voiceover, the kids kind of laugh at that. They say, that's never going to happen. And then is the scene, and now I'm seeing, when they encounter Scott Farkas and his sidekick. And again, I think we see that Ralphie is not ready. I guess, I don't know if this is like, I don't want to overthink the storytelling here, but Ralphie isn't able to stand up for his friends. And so they all run, but he actually runs faster than his little brother. And then he runs all the way home. And then there's the scene, which I saw, but I would definitely not have remembered this, where Ralphie gets home and gets this, like, this is the days of radio. So this is pre-TV, when people used to, now that we do podcasts here, kind of a return to it with radio dramas. Ralphie sits in front of the radio, like he gets his little orphan Annie a decoder ring, which he's been waiting for. Oh no, he checks in the mailbox, isn't there? But I remember the scene, even though I'm a little early. And he gets the decoder ring and listens to the radio show, and then they're getting a secret broadcast from little orphan Annie. And Ralphie's so excited, like, I can't believe I'm going to figure this one out. Little orphan Annie, maybe she wants me to recruit me, or what is it? And it turns out it's an ad for Ovaltine, which I think Ovaltine's like enriched chocolate milk drink or chocolate water drink. And so Ralphie's a little bit disappointed because he says, what a ripoff. It's just an ad for Ovaltine. So it's another defeat for Ralph. And it turns out after the Farkas scene here, Ralphie's doing his homework, and then his dad's coming home from work. He's having to deal with the Bumpkiss's dogs, or the Bupkiss's dogs. And I don't know if this is when the dad, he says, geez, I won this award. It's coming soon, a special reward, like a sweepstakes award or something, or what. But then there's like a dinner scene, and then the award comes. And I guess this kind of shows the parallel. Like, this is one of the more memorable scenes. For me, this scene never really did it for me. I don't know why. But this is like probably the most famous scene in the movie, where the dad, he thinks he's getting this big award or a big prize, and, that he won this thing, and it ends up it's a lamp that's like a woman, like a mannequin, light up lamp, and the dad still wants to light it up and put it in the front of the house, and the mom's embarrassed and humiliated, and the dad is like absolutely ecstatic about the way it looks, and that he won it, and he's bragging to the neighbors. Everybody's gathered in the street looking at it, and the mom's embarrassed. I don't think the kids are old enough to be embarrassed yet. That it's a stockinged or fishnet stocking leg with a lampshade on it. And, but the dad, he thinks it's like this great moment. And then, yeah, now is like, now I'm seeing the Ralphie's fantasy about his teacher grading his paper and being so impressed. Like like just like I was when I wrote that one paper. And then Ralphie gets his grade and it doesn't turn out good. And then the family, is this the downtown scene? Like, do I have it that confused in my mind? Okay, now they're going to buy a Christmas tree. So they're down at the Christmas tree lot, and I don't know. A Christmas Vacation's another movie I thought about doing because it has a good Christmas, it has better Christmas tree jokes, I think. But the dad's trying to debate with the Christmas tree salesman. Oh, and then this is a scene I forgot here. But they get a flat tire, and the dad loves changing the tires of his car. Like he pretends he's like a race car pit guy. And the mom says, Ralphie, you're almost a man now, so why don't you go help your dad change the tire? And they start to share this father and son moment. At first, where the father, there's like that moment where the father's like, I don't know if I'm ready for you to become a man. And he says, okay, well, let's bond. And he says, okay, hold the lug nuts. And then there's an accident where the dad reaches up and he knocks the lug nuts out of the hubcap that Ralphie was holding him in, and the lug nuts all go into the snow. And Ralphie drops an F-bomb. Which, of course, even though the dad swears, and the mom, I don't know if the mom swears, but then Ralphie gets in a ton of trouble. He also blames his friend. Instead of saying he heard it from his dad, he says he heard it from his friend. So then he goes home, he has to wash his mouth out with soap, which my parents tried this a couple times. Doesn't work, I'll tell you. I mean, the only thing, and I'm not kidding, it made me identify more with cartoon characters and Ralphie. In a good way. Like, I think it was almost like some sort of, I don't know. I don't have a soap sucking kink or anything like that, but, I could have, I could have developed that. I didn't, but, so it doesn't, it backfires as what I'm saying. So, and then Ralphie has another daydream about, and these are the kind of good kid daydreams. Is like, well, what would teach my parents for washing my mouth out with soap if there was some side effect of washing my mouth out with soap, and they had to deal with the consequences of it. And they were devastated by that. So I think that was a funny one. Then it looks like there's a montage, a lot of great shots of Cleveland in the winter or wherever they shot the movie. And a Farkas chasing the kids. This scene I don't remember. It's all the kids giving Christmas gifts to the teacher. Ralphie's giving her a giant basket of fruit and stuff, maybe as a bribe for his essay. So I guess that punchline hasn't been revealed yet. Or maybe Ralphie has a crush on his teacher. I'm not sure exactly that was a scene I didn't remember. And I keep forgetting at what point Ralphie starts to stand up for himself. And I guess this is the after effect of just turning it on and watching it when it's on TV instead of sitting down and watching the movie, as we did a few times as a kid. But there are scenes there are things that drag, like this scene with the teacher. Oh, he just winked and pointed at the teacher, so maybe it doesn't drag. But there are moments, I guess, that... And now there's another little montage with the Farkas chasing the boys. And then the next scene is the Little Orphan Annie scene where Ralphie gets home and uses the Dakota ring. And the Dakota ring's like brass, and it uses numbers for letters. Ralphie's decoding it in the bathroom. I think he's too young but his mom still wants to know why he's in the bathroom so long, even though he's, not in middle school, so... But be sure to drink your Ovaltine. And then we have yet another dinner scene. I think the dad is swearing down with the furnace and emerging and playing the blame game. Oh wait! The mom knocks over the dad's lamp, which causes this. He says it was passive aggressive and on purpose, and she kind of says it was an accident. I wonder what scenes next. I keep waiting for the Farkas showdown. I don't know what scenes are left in the movie either. There's Christmas Eve. There's Christmas Eve. Is there a Christmas Eve? I don't know. There's Christmas Day, which is broken into a few segments. But I'm trying to think what else we have coming up here. I guess Ralphie standing up for himself against Farkas, which is a pretty basic scene, but, Ralphie kind of like gets just stands up for himself, but he really, you can see that he's been repressing a lot of things. And then he kind of has this emotional release with his mom, and they kind of connect on that. And she seems to be very loving and understanding. Right now, the scene's still unfolding where they're arguing about the lamp. I don't know if this must have been like short stories written by someone. And now we have another scene of the boys going to school. So I presume this is when Ralphie gets his F from his teacher. And then my guess would be it's followed up with the Farkas scene. Because Farkas is there at school, and they're saying something to Ralphie. And something about not respecting them, or something improper. And yeah, now Ralphie, so they strung out the Ralphie essay thing. I guess I didn't string it out, that's critical of me, to 3 scenes. So now Ralphie's going home defeated, sad that he failed his essay and that his hope of getting the Red Ryder Fun Kit is coming to an end. And then he encounters Farkas, stands up for himself, also expresses his frustrations, and then he gets treated by his mom very calm and loving, and it's a nice moment. Even his brother's upset that his repressed brother got stood up for Ralphie. His brother was just never seen his brother express his feelings or something. I don't know, is the next day, maybe the next scene is the scene that I thought opened the movie, or maybe not, maybe I missed the opening of the movie. But then there's the Christmas, that was Ralphie crying, I guess because he didn't have his glasses on. Ralphie goes to bed crying, then the little brother is kind of upset too. The little brother looks a little bit like 9 from Stranger Things. I'm not being jokey either. I think I can say that in a neutral, observational way. A little bit. I don't know. It's just an observation. Oh, but I guess my curiosity was, so the thing that I thought opened the movie is here, 2/3 of the way through the movie. The Christmas parade, the holiday parade, the trip to see Santa, and this kid in line. Ralphie and his brother are dressed up in suits even to go see Santa Claus. His hair's pasted and Brillo creamed or whatever. And a lot of good voiceover. Obviously, I'm watching it on mute, but this kid they're in line with I think they said the kid smelled like tapioca pudding. The Santa, his nose was very red. I don't know if that's a condition or makeup. And then there's a couple interesting, and there's a slide. So you went up the stairs. This was a dream of mine, I guess, as a kid, to see Santa this way, to go up the stairs and then you would sit on Santa's lap, and then you would go down a slide. And at some point, I think you'd get a candy cane, but just a very great scene. I don't know, I love it. So I'm guessing the next day will it be Christmas? So they go through the thing. And now they're trimming the tree, and this is always something. And then of course they think the power goes out because they overload the circuit. And the dad, he's very perfectionist, so he overdoes everything. And the wife, she tries to be a voice of reason. Yet there goes the power, just circuited out. And I don't know, I guess that's a tradition in different things. Like, when do you trim your tree? I don't even think we called it decorating the tree. And I think we would just do it the night we got our tree, I believe. But I think some people do it on the 24th. I prefer, mean, I guess I haven't had a tree in, honestly, a long time. I'm not a... Last time I tried to get a tree, I got into an argument at the tree lot because the person wouldn't bargain with me. And I said, well, I mean, honestly, it was embarrassment. I was the embarrassment. I mean, I was looking at a smaller tree. I said, how much for this tree? He said, $40. And I said, I'll give you 20. He said $40. And then I kind of lost my temper. And I told him what he could do with the tree. So that was it for that tree lot. But honestly, I thought, can't you negotiate the price of a tree? Especially this was like probably the 20th. It's December 20th. You know, you can't be charging full price for a tree. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm a hypocrite too. I realize that too. But yeah, now we have the boys. They're dressed up. The fireplace is going. So I assume this is Christmas Eve. And then we'll get into Christmas morning in this anticipation. Maybe there'll be one more scene that I forgot about with... what are they doing? The boys are excited to do something. Oh, to go to bed, I guess, for Christmas. But you know, the next question for the next day will be, will Ralphie get his Red Ryder fun kit? And that'll be carried out through the day. Oh, yeah, look at, like, what is that called? Bokeh or whatever, where the lights are out of focus, Brillo, when you take a picture. But let's see, I see wrapping paper. I think there's a scene with the parents wrapping it. No, this is Christmas Day. And I don't know how these kids are still asleep when the sun's up. We would get up before the sun, me and my siblings. And I think we wouldn't go to sleep, or we'd get up at like 2 in the morning. And my dad, you know, because we wanted to catch Santa. And if we didn't, we wanted to get the presents as soon as we could get them. Couldn't sleep. We had Christmas anticipation or holiday anticipation. And so my dad would sleep at the top of the stairs. My house was reversed, so the basement of the house was where the kids' bedrooms were. And then the top floor was where the kitchen and my parents' bedroom and the living room was. But yeah, so we have the scene with Ralphie awaking. And then I think we have like a little bit of a Christmas, there's ice on the trees. It's beautiful. It looks great. And I think we have like a scene of like a little bit of Christmas joy. And this is some relatable stuff, like where there's a slow present opening. Because I think one person hands out the presents. I don't know how this works. I can't remember. But really a bounty, like these kids are lucky, you know, and I was very lucky to have generous parents and, you know, that save, you know, so this is a lucky situation that these boys have these, or an idealized situation maybe. But they're kind of looking under the tree, and then like it'll be a slow unfolding with the payoff of Ralphie getting these pajamas that his aunt designed for him, or his grandmother. And then still, like, all the presents would be open, and it's like, okay, Ralphie gets this acceptance that he's not getting the Red Ryder fun kit. And, you know, there's comedy in that he has to dress up like this rabbit, and he gets mad about that. For the most part, though, it's a very... nice thing. And now their mom's looking through the presents. I think the kid, his brother, whose name I never remembered, gets a Zeppelin. The dad gets a bowling ball. There's a fire truck I see. I don't know what else. But then let me see if I can guess ahead of time. So then Ralphie ends up, he accepts that he's not going to get the gift that he wants. So this is like a Christmas present opening montage happening. But then, like, he then ends up that the father said, well, geez, you know what? I think there's a hidden gift for you. And this kind of, unfortunately, for most parents, including mine, set up this unrealistic expectation that this is how parents did things. And so the one year I asked for the G.I. Joe hovercraft, I didn't get it. And that was like the 1 year, and it was expensive. I think it was like $40, which is expensive when you have 6 kids. And that was like the one year I was very, like, it was insistent. That was all I wanted, and I didn't get it. But again, I guess that's an ego thing. Like, my parents may have, like, had such a long list that they didn't know. There was also a year I asked for this one video game for the PC. We had the CGA PC, this Kung Fu game. Not the one you're thinking of, a different one, with a more story-based one. But about like a month before Christmas, I found that, and I opened the box and started playing it. And I guess I must have saved something on the disc because my mom had trouble returning it. She still was able to return it because I never got it as a gift, but she ended up returning that before Christmas. So that was disappointing too. I mean, not my parents' fault. And also mine. But now Ralphie's going upstairs to put on the bunny pajamas. So a little bit more level of emasculation for Ralphie, I think. His brother's getting another gift, and the mom's giving the bowling ball to her husband. But I wonder, so Ralphie gets the Red Ryder fun kit, then goes to use it and realizes that the warnings that everyone gave him were true. And this also happened to me when I was too old. I asked for this remote control car to race with my friends. Lobo 2, I think it was called. And the one warning about the thing was that if you can't, like, it had weak axle. And, like, I literally broke the axle, like, within 10 minutes on Christmas outside, which was depressing. And then I was afraid to tell my parents because I was afraid my dad would get mad. And so I tried to repair it myself, was never able to repair it. So that was like as a low moment. But, you live and you learn. Now Ralphie's in the bunny outfit. But I'm wondering how it comes back around. Ralphie gets to play with his gift and realizes that he's not at the maturity level for the gift yet, or that it has, like, these side consequences. And then I'm not sure what happens after that. So I'm interested to see. But I will pay off the end. So that's one thing I'm not sure about. Then there's the mother makes this huge Christmas dinner. And a turkey, or maybe the dad's like a turkey expert. One of them works really hard at the turkey. And I forget what happens that distracts the family. Maybe it's Ralphie, but I think he just covers up that because he breaks his glasses. I think he makes up a lie. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if he ever does tell the truth, but he makes up a lie. Instead, his glasses get broke by his new toy. He blames it on an icicle. And now in the movie is like the post-Christmas, like the brother's asleep with his Zeppelin. And I think this is when the dad gives Ralphie the gift. But then they have this Christmas dinner, and but then they get distracted, and the Farkas's dogs, or not the Bumpkisses, whatever, the dogs come. Mom and Dad are drinking wine. Snuggle with Ralphie. He's kind of like, well, I accept that I didn't get what I wanted. It was a good Christmas, though. Very lucky. He's being legitimate in both his acceptance and his disappointment, and not being a brat, which I've done before as a child. But then the Bumpkisses dogs come in to eat their Christmas dinner, and then there's a scene where they go a little bit playing in pejoratives or whatever, where they go to a Chinese restaurant for dinner. But this is good acting. The dad says, geez, I think I see something stuck behind the tree there. Why don't you go check it out? And Ralphie can't believe it, and I don't even know if the mom can believe it. And now we have, like, skipped ahead, so where Ralphie realizes that he's not quite ready to use his gift. The first time he used it, and this is, I mean, these are, everybody, this is why, another reason why this movie's so, like the thing with the school report and the other kids. These are some of the things that, but Ralphie's crying, which I think the mom hears, so then he has to make up a lie about his glasses, that he got hit by a icicle, and she brings him inside. And he's covering it up, and the dad says, geez, what's the big deal here? And Ralphie's going through some healing again with his mother, and she's taking care of it. And I guess I don't know if Ralphie, I mean, does this movie end in a lie? Yeah, he just turned to the camera and smiled. So I think he's like, but I wonder, I guess, will he be so worried that he won't go back to his super fun toy? Because he realizes, geez, I'm not ready to handle this, or I never understood the technology anyway, like how they had this in the 1950s. And the dad's sitting down with the paper. I think he's looking at the funnies, the Chicago Telegram. I can't read it. There's an ad for Pimple Cream. Oh, the dogs sneak right in while the dad's reading the paper, like stealth dogs. I think they're like some sort of hound. And yeah, they're taking their Christmas meal. And it's not like one dog. The house next door has like 10 dogs or something. So it really, they really blow it up on the dad, and they even knock over the table, and then they all run out. So the dad's not happy at all. And I guess this is like usually how the movie ends. Like I don't I don't know. The last scene, I'm like, I don't know. It seems like a little offensive. But I always wonder what happens after it. So here they are still. They're in the kitchen. He's still upset about it. Mom is crying. Ralphie's giving his the thing to his mom as a tissue that he was using on his cheek. Now there is the Chop Suey Palace open in my Bowling and Sons. So they're going there for dinner. And I think they sing to everybody, and everybody's clapping now. But yeah, I guess they're having, they've got bow tie. The youngest kid's got a bow tie on. Peking duck, I think they're having for dinner. Oh, and then it closed. Now it's the house again, and it's snowing. I don't remember this scene. The mom's coming downstairs. And she shuts out the lights. Is that the end of the movie? No. Now there's moonlight, and she's still walking. And she puts the radio on. I don't remember this scene at all. Holy moly. The Christmas tree is on. Snow's falling outside. The dad's waking up from a nap. He's sitting on the couch, and I think this is like the adult romance time. They just cheered their glasses. And I guess soon, they'll be, I don't know, I don't know what they do, the two of them. But he has his hand on her back. She's putting her hand, so very romantic closing scene. Is this the last scene? And it fades out. And Ralphie's in bed dreaming. His brother's in bed dreaming. Very picturesque. Does he have his toy? I think he has his Christmas present in bed. His brother has his Zeppelin in bed. I don't know if Ralphie has his gift in bed with him. And the camera's kind of scanning around. I think because his present also had a compass and all sorts of great stuff for camping on there. And we're just seeing like Ralphie's calm, childlike face. He is a child face. If you have a child's face, I don't know. He's kid-like dreaming face. I think there's probably voiceover going, helping us conclude the movie. But I'm just, it now fades out to the outside, to the front of the house. The snow is falling again. Ice and snow in the trees lit up in the window. And it closes a Bob Clark film. And yeah, I guess that closes a little holiday memory there for me, or dismemory, of a Christmas story. I guess it's Christmas stories tied together. But yeah, I hope you have a wonderful holiday with you and yours, whether it's warm or cold. This podcast will be here for you to help you fall asleep. I'll be off for the week between Christmas and New Year's. But yeah, thanks so much for listening. Thank you so much. Hey, everybody, welcome to another episode of Nuns in Space, our episodic series of scoots and nuns in space. Much like a show, a space-type TV show. In a future not that far from here, where Earth is exposed to outer space, Scoots is on a spaceship, a smaller, not a spacecraft, maybe, I don't know. But out in space with the nuns from Scooter's childhood. And they're searching the galaxy for the Niches. I think their ship's the Monte Carmelo. They're searching for the Niches, following strings of delusion, the only clues that guide them throughout outer space. Each episode, they're following a string of delusion, or Scooter's just being delusional, and trying to find the Niches. Each episode, episodically, they continue their mission. Also on the ship is Scooter's best friend and the freestyle soda machine and software interface, Stan. And that's our ongoing series, Nuns in Space. You can start it wherever and, pick it up. And, yeah, and then here's my friend. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Ladies and gentlemen, the boys, the girls, and the friends beyond the binary. There's your friend Antonio saying, hello. It's time for another episode of the Nuns in Space. Yeah. The Nuns in Space. Oh, my friend, you look great. It's good to see you. Thanks, Antonio. You look amazing as always. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, you're gonna go hang out with Ray. Is Muskie over there? We gotta go. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for Nuns in Space. Thanks, Antonio. Hey, Pen Pal, it's me. Don't believe any of those rumors you're hearing. I mean, if you're hearing any rumors about me, like they say, you're not Pen Pal with the guy that got his hand caught in that thing. And, they caused that. They said implosion. It didn't, nothing imploded. I mean, there was some shrinkage to that part of the, anyway, Pen Pal, it's just a rumor. But anyway, speaking of not rumors, Pen Pal, sometimes I like to introduce you to, I don't know if it's literature, but stories that had a huge impact on me, Pen Pal. And there was one of the great years of English class I had with Mr. Stobnick, who was a great teacher, even though, unfortunately, I think I became a terrible student, not this year, but later. And I still have to make amends for that. But one of the greatest teachers I ever had. And I don't know which of the great textbook conglomerates made the textbook that year, but they had great stories in there, like Walter Mitty, To Build a Fire, and this one, Pen Pal, the most almost, the game that was dangerous. The most dangerous game is what it was called. But there was no danger with when we read this, only light in our eyes. I don't know if we were freshmen in high school, probably definitely older than you would think by our actions. But this tale set off more videos. We made more movies. Some I was not even in, which I wasn't happy. But I said, why'd you shoot a Most Dangerous Game movie when I wasn't there? But one of those movies we just loved remaking over and over again. Never quite got it right, but at my friend Charlie's house. Actually, I don't even know. I think I was in one of them. But anyway, the dreams really do come true, Pen Pal, because do I have a story tangentially related to that for you in the post-haste form, because you just get through this little situation. A couple of things. You remember that time, I don't know if you, I don't know if I told you about this, Pen Pal, but dear Pen Pal, I love upgrading the ship, even though it's not mine. As quartermaster, I have, certain, I can manage the purchases and stuff, especially when I say, well, this is going to make the ship better, and it's a good deal, and okay, I'll pay for it. That always works. though the sisters there's feelings about me are so they usually they still they you know they have that thing where they don't want me to get my way, or they think, why would you need that on a ship? Doesn't that cause drag? And I'd say, no, there's no friction in space that I know about. Of course, maybe there is though. Maybe it's for stability. Exactly. But oh boy, pen pal, did my timing work out great? Because I had upgraded the sleeping chambers. Okay, pen pal, this is gonna be a tough one because I don't know when you're gonna be listening to this. But when I was earthbound, when I was just an earthbound lad, personality wise, age wise, I wasn't a lad, but when I was just an earthbound lad, there was this thing called virtual reality, which they were saying, I don't know, I think for 30 or 40 years, they kept saying, this is coming. Oh, boy, is it going to be good. And then, they tried different things. Then once we got to space, we said, well, of course it exists. Of course human beings want to blur, reality, as they once said, bites or stinks. And, in the universe, they have different ways of conducting this virtual reality and then different laws governing it's it. So they say, well, this one's not so good. But, the main thing, and you could have seen this coming, they get rid of those helmets and that stuff. A lot of them just, basically electron right into your brain. Like, why would you need a holodeck when you could just lie down? And I was looking into upgrades when last time we were docked and we were getting some I said, why would you, I tried different pitches to get the sisters. I said, well, why would we just go into a sleep state? The different times we do need to go into sleep state in our sleep chambers. We could be advancing ourselves or, if there's something, like if we get this VR thing that I've got a deal on, close to a deal on, that then will it'll be better to pass the time, or we could learn. You could learn a new language, sister, or coping skills. That whatever's going out your eyes, how they roll. I know that's intentional, sister. I was being joking. But it could be great fun, and you could choose your own. Like, what if you want to? I don't know if any of you have romantic desires. And but you could live out. I mean, believe me, I'm gonna have that disabled on mine because otherwise I'd probably get it. Well, I guess 2 minutes. What are you gonna do? But I said, oh boy, sisters, we're gonna be in for. I've decided to get this is gonna be a treat for the ship. It's gonna improve everything. Sorry, but I had to get the sisters were bothering me, so I lost track of what I was saying. But basically, I had this kind of virtual reality or simulator, holodeck, or whatever they, I don't even know, because it's always a marketing term. And then they say, okay, don't sell me anything with freemium, and I prefer, anyway, it doesn't matter, pen pal, the facts don't matter. I mean, the thing is, my timing was perfect because then, like, not long after that got installed, also we upgraded, like, a lot of other upgrades to the sleeping chambers. Mostly I said, I want these things, and you wouldn't believe, I had read an article. That's how I got this idea. But I said, I want these things extra reinforced. And then not that long after, we're out in this, like, far branches, far away from anything. According to the sisters, we were on a goose chase, which actually wasn't. I said, that's a gosling. But, so we get, like, to come back to anywhere, like, with a lot of, like, more dense in delusion. It was a long time. Even with jumping, it was going to take for frickin' too long. And then Sister Leanne, she said, well, if we cut through this one area, I think some suns had burst or something. I don't know. I didn't, like, said, okay, well, why is that? And Stan was like, oh, Scooter, it's not, it's like a high radiative zone. And so I said, okay, well, we could go through there, but there's also like we'd have to get into our sleeping pads and go to sleep because it wouldn't take too long. His sister's like, but the radiation, we'd need the extra reinforcement. Who got the lead line pod upgrade with the VR? I did. So I said, well, that sounds like a plan. It sounds like we could. And then Stan was saying, well, there's just a couple things where we'll have to be active on the ship. But he said, okay, in the VR, I could that would still work. Stan could pop in. And Sister Leanne even said, well, I've designed a game, so this is great. We'll play the game I've designed. I said, man, it keeps getting better and better, my ideas, and my crew putting them into use. So everyone agreed because it was going to save time, and I mean, it made sense, and get to play a game. And I said to Sister Leanne, this is going to be a good game because I wouldn't mind playing that, the Mario Kart. Because I would like to try to break into out of fourth or fifth place one day. Also, one more thing about VR, you probably, depending on, there's this thing called VR safe word pen pal, and this is something that you'll see throughout my if they ever do a biography on me, you'll know I was big on safe words in the boardroom and the other rooms and the VR room. But mostly the VR room, because you need some kind of safe word. In this case, it would be a physical button, to take you out. And then because we're in the sleeping chambers, we wake you up, and then you would wake up in your sleeping chamber to open your sleeping chamber, like a virtual button thing. And I don't know. Well, to be honest, I barely had a chance to use this thing, so I don't know if it's like a dream. If something happens to you like a dream, what happens in the VR? I'm afraid to find out. So of course, they wouldn't be selling these things if they weren't. I think they're not deemed unsafe. Just like everything else. Like they said, well, I think that was a decision back on Earth. They said, well, why does it have to be safe if it's not unsafe? Isn't that good enough for your kid to put it in its mouth? And they'd say, did you say it's not safe? No, it's generally believed to be not unsafe. And so anyway, not that important, pen pal. I would generally love to have you as safe as possible, though, my little pen pal. So without delay, the sisters and I got into our sleeping pods, and we got ready, and Sister Leanne announced, we actually gathered in this, it was a forest or forest or jungle, green, wooded area. And Sister announced the first annual, or whenever we need to, not dangerous, but seemingly most dangerous games. A game, but she said it's just one game. And I started running around, saying I feel like Katniss. And then Sister Leanne said, okay, I'm going to go through other sisters already know the rules, so they took off. And then, of course, it took me a while, just doing material, Sister didn't laugh. I said, where's PETA? They said, who's the dude with the trident? And then, I see you tried throwing a few Malfoys in there. Nothing, no laughter. But when I do, I could tell she liked it because she said I'm more of a Hey Mitch than a Katniss. And I said, well, at least you know. And then I would run around and say, I feel like Katniss. And then I forgot most of it. So I was calling her the game master. But then I realized, I said, wait a second, are you in this game? And then she said, well, I want to go over the rules with you. And then I said, I thought this was the not dangerous, seemingly. I said, there is no. I said, and then I started to detect movement throughout the ship. And I said, well, what's the goal of the game? And Sister said to get out of the game in order to stop the other people from getting out. And I said, well, what about me? And she said, well, she goes, I'm stopping you from stopping the sisters from getting out by taunting. And I said, oh, you're just wasting my time. And then I said, oh boy, I got to give him. And then all of a sudden Spike came on, like my brain, my communicator, but it was really coming through my synapses or something. And Spike said the sisters are up to something. I said, yeah, the game is just like a tag. I guess that's why it's seemingly and he said, sister's trying to distract me. And I said, actually, Spike, you could be my teammate maybe because I don't have any help. And then Spike said, let me think about it, the whole thing. And then I said, all right, Spike, like how much time? And Spike said, okay, they don't know where the goal is. So the good thing is like they don't know where the goal is because it was like a rain. I don't know. I said, okay, great. I said, yeah, randomize it, Spike. And Spike said, I don't have any influence over the game. I said, okay, fine. And then I ran into a clearing and I got swept up in a net. And I looked down and who's below me but Sister Ellen, and she's got her arms crossed. And what she didn't realize is I was already, figuring out this game, because I'm a gamer. And so, I just, I pretended I'll have to tell you this out of sequence, pen pal, for maximum. But, I pretended I was, trapped for a little while and then asleep in the net. And meanwhile, Spike was updating me into my earpiece, which really didn't exist. And then I pretended to come to. And they said, oh, your arms are still crossed, sister. I said, don't they get tired doing that? Or is that less tiring, crossing your arms? Comforting, eh? And they said, I can see the scorn in your look at me. And it looks like I'm caught, though. Oh, it caught in your trap. And I guess I was totally trapped. And she started taunting me. She said, that's right. She goes, soon the other sisters will get control. And all of a sudden, everything started to shake. And I said, oh, boy. I said, the game masters. I said, is this part of the clock? I said, which one? I said, is this one of the zones? Do I need to pay attention to the time or anything like that, sister? Because I said, should we move out of this zone? And then she said, soon the other two sisters will escape the VR and take over. And I said, no, they'll just win the game. And then she laughed, and I said, wait a second, these sisters are up to something. And I said, what is the goal? The goal is bigger than just winning this one game. And she said, there is no game. And then she was really laying it on thick. I don't like repeating arrogant statements about my self-worth, clearly. Because it's not going to do anybody any good, pen pal. Everybody has. I said, well, that's not very nice of you to say, sister. And then I said, I said, I didn't hear that. Was that about my breath? I couldn't hear that. Could you get closer? And then she said something. And then I said, no. I said, that one sounded funny. I said, did you say my breath? Did that rhyme? I don't know. Was that insult? I said, because that was a funny one. Maybe I'll use that on Spike or something. But I just kept saying, come on, sister, get closer. I don't know all these jokes that, how am I fix my breath? I said, just keep coming. And she slowly actually thought that I was appreciating her humor at my expense. And then I was able to do a couple different moves, Pen Pal, which you could say without a doubt are impressive. One, I'd seen enough things so that I already had it, that I had my escape plan. But then I breathed on her really hard, like I got there. And I guess either she thought my breath was, but she said, oh, blah, blah. And then she was just distracted enough that I was able to swing the thing. Like I was able to swing the net, and I'd already kind of unknotted it and scratched. So then it broke, and then the net, I fell out of the net. The net fell on sister, and she was all caught up. I said, well, there you go. I said, I said, I guess only one of us has played hours and hours of games. He said, and she said, you're still, she says, still, I'm still a fool. I said, oh, well, thank you. I guess, or still you know nothing. I think that's what she said. And I said, well, that's great. But then I headed off because I said, well, if I know anything about these seemingly dangerous games, it's I got to get moving and explore and actually track down the other sisters. And it was not long after I came on to something that looked like the set from the Gilligan's Island show, which was this show about people shipwrecked on an island. And I heard some whirring and stuff, and they had this person on that island called the professor, and they would always the professor would always come up with inventions. And deep into this, like a little village, was Sister Carol Ann. And she was on a bamboo conveyor belt, like a bamboo, what are those things called, that you go on a run on inside? Tractor belt, running platform. I don't know what they're called. The wind sprinter? No. I got one of those. That's what people say. Well, what do you get for Christmas? I got one of those running things with the belt, conveyor belt, exercise machine. But whatever they're called, pen pal, I don't know why I can't remember, but she had two of them side by side. And she said, well, she goes, so our contest in this, game will be easy. She goes, you think you could outrun me? And I said, well, I think I'm willing to try. And then she started jogging. And as she started jogging, this platform started lifting up, but offside. So it was going to dump something onto my, running thing. Treadmill, that's what they're called. So then I started getting on mine and running, and then it balanced the thing out. I was going to drop something, off of this tilting platform. And so then I started running, and sister would run, and, she'd run fast, and she'd run slow, but she didn't seem to tire. I was like, well, have you been using a treadmill? And then she started, using different tactics, like cheating. She had some other hidden thing that dumped mud on my treadmill, so I was going slow, and then the thing started to tilt again. And then I tried running, in mud, and that wasn't fun. But then Spike came on my head. Scooter, stop running, stop running. I said, what do you mean, Spike, stop running? And Spike said, these bamboo treadmills are hardwired into the game. I said, well, yeah, they're part of the game. I'm trying to not get that thing dropped. Exactly. But if I stop running, and Spike said, no. They're hardwired into the ship's systems. And I said, well, hardwired into what? And Spike said, I think to the lid of your sleeping chamber. I said, the protective lid? And Spike said, yeah. And look, I can see the camera, like when you're, like all the bolts that keep it in every time you're running. It's unscrewing one of the safety bolts. And Spike said, only one more, and then your lid will be open, and then and then everything shook again, and the sister fell and slipped on hers. And I said, man, that game master really makes those earthquakes, just like the one in, I said, I don't really feel like cat. And I said, sister, before she got up, I grabbed her ankles. And I said, stop running. And she said, why? And I said, well, you're trying to radiate me in my sleep chamber. That's wrong. And he said, I knew you didn't like me, but this is going a whole nother step out of this just isn't right, sister. And then she said, well, what are you going to do about it? So then I started running on her platform with her on it. So then, because I realized she would have to run, and we were running downhill, which is the worst. So, there was stumbling and there was knee scraping, but I just kept running. I'm good at running downhill. The secret is you just put your arms on the thing on the sides. So you're really, just barely running. But sister didn't know that. So pretty quickly she tired out, and then she was ejected from the, into like another one of her mud pots. And I said, well, that'd buy me some time. And he said, this certainly isn't the most dangerous game, but you're dangerous, sister. But then the whole earthquake started. Like, that really took my confidence out, Pen Pal. I mean, I'm putting on a brave face now, but sister, she really tried to open my sleeping container when we were in a radiative zone. So I was bummed out, but I was also paranoid. I said, what are these sisters really up to? And I said, Spike, can you get an update on Bernice? And Spike said she was, but couldn't locate. Sister, she's hiding somewhere. I said, okay, well, we'll track her. We're going to track her down. We've got to stop her. And then the ship shook again. And they said, Spike, I said, I'm really getting paranoid here. Like, his sisters they're really out to get me. And I said, Spike, see if we could, they said, well, let me see and then I tried to pull a little bit of, not Bobby Fischer, but the chess guy that made War Games, that, because I tried to just see myself on all timelines. You won't get this, Pen Pal, but it was a game. So I started trying to see if I could see, like, behind the coding, to all the different, like, just because he said, come on, like, let's see what the possibilities are of me winning and me losing. And it's like, it's Spike. And I said, Spike, run these numbers. And Spike said, yeah, chances of winning this game, of it being mostly harmless or whatever, are low. Like, a long tail was closing. And I said, holy Chris Anderson. The long tail's closing in. I said, Spike, something else. I said, Spike, get patch Stan in here. And Spike said, well, your communication with Stan. And I said, okay, let's just make a virtual button then. And then it randomly appeared, so that took some time. And then we were trying to, so then I hit the button, and it says, Scooter. That's my imitation of Stan. And I said, Stan, what the heck is going on? I said, Stan, did you the sisters, and Stan said, Scooter, we have a battle situation. And I said, what do you mean we got a battle situation in the game? Yeah, we definitely have a battle situation in this game because the sisters crossed a line. And Stan said, no, on the ship. He goes, in the radiative zone, he goes, we're being pursued and we're under. And I said, so are those earthquakes, the ship shaking? He said, oh, yeah. And I said, but I can't. I said, Stan, can I get it? And Stan said, no. We're still in the radiative zone. It's not safe. These are, some sort of, robot battlers or something. I don't know. Robotech. I have no idea. There's ships chasing our ship. Ain't a battle. I said, all right, Stan, keep taking evasive maneuvers. And Stan said, Sister Leanne's about to take over. She's almost, and I said, well, she's not going to get out of this ship, Stan. Don't worry. I'll figure out a plan. These sisters are really lower than worms, if you know what I mean. And then, Pen Pal, for a brief time, it did feel like when you're trying to capture the mood at one of the scenes, like in the most dangerous, the movies you make, where you're doing the reveal of who's chasing and who's running. So it's usually someone running through the jungle with different angles. I never did the direction of these. My friend Charlie always did, but he was real good. So you have the shrubbery and then someone running through and trying to figure out which way to go. And then you wonder, are they pursuing or are they pursued? What's pursuing them? Who's pursuing them? And then you have the reveal that the hunter and the hunted are the same species, and they say, what the heck? And then ideally you get some other payout, that the game is actually, but whatever. I don't know, what was my point, Pen? I guess my point was, they spent a lot of time chasing sister, and then she couldn't. She was trying. She almost hadn't located the button, but she was always a few steps ahead of me. But then she finally did locate the button, but it was way up in this tree. So then she started climbing this, what are those things called, like a palm type tree or coconut tree. And it wasn't easy. So, but she was already up there. So then I was at the base. I tried shaking the tree. Then, when the ship would get blasted, it would shake, but she was holding on tight. And she was halfway up and halfway down, but very determined to get there very slowly. And the tree button was, I mean, I think I said, what? I go, well, I guess that's a, like seemingly I said, well, I guess if you fall, nothing will happen except you won't get to the button, and then I will. Because then I started to gather some, I said, well, I got a backup plan here, sister, to get myself under control of the ship. He said, so that's all you got to do is hit that button. Oh, I guess then you'll wake up in your pod. And then you'll issue a command to Stan that you take over the ship, which you've put us in danger. I said, well, so that was your plan all along. You came up to that as a team. And then for a little while, she was telling me to be quiet because she was trying to inch her way up, to get to the top, and I wasn't happy that I was distracting her. So our ship's in a battle. We don't even know what we're up against. Stan's trying to do Stan's best to deal with it. Also, you're going to leak me out of my pod. I said, you're really willing to do anything to take the ship back over from me. I said, you've just been lying in wait with this plan, huh? And she said, yes, we have. And I said, well, I said, I don't like that. I said, I don't appreciate it. I said, I guess I understand. But then I said, what would you, I said, well, how bad would the radiation be? And then she said, well, it would take a while. She said, it's like too much, and I said, oh, so it's not an instant. So I said, you're willing to, I said, you're already doing enough long-term damage to my health with, the stress you and the other sisters caused me. And then she kept inching up, and then I detected the other Spike. Well, Spike said, well, the other sisters are going to sneak up on you. I said, okay, well, I said, I got another plan, sister, because I'm already, as commander of the ship, I'm actually already in touch with Stan, I guess virtually, so maybe you could, if you get to that button. But I made a little, Stan, I made that other up, and he, Scooter, you made an upgrade. I said, yeah, thanks, Stan. I say, did make an upgrade to the ship. I said, not only did I want us to be able to be safe in our sleeping pods and be able to play VR games, or, VR interactions when we need it or desire it, or want it. I upgraded the bedding in the pods. I don't know if you've been noticing, sisters, how, because I've always wanted to do one of those float things, sisters, and then they're like, oh boy, that's what Sister Bernice was doing. I said, those floating things where you go and you're in the dark and it's closed. They think they're called flotation tank, sister. I never did it because I always wanted to say, well, if it's dark, how can I know the water's clean? I said, how often, there's no way I could trust you with it. And it's also expensive. So I have never done that, sisters. But I did want to replicate that. And there was a time right around when I was born, I think, where there was these things called water beds. Now, I don't know if they were based on science, but they were just like a big bag of water that you would sleep on. And you could warm the water up. And I think it was a thing from the 70s, for like waterbed loving, which I guess it depends on the wave, the amplitude and the frequency of the waves, how it's going to help. But, anytime you went to a relative's house with a waterbed, it was always trying to get into the room, or a friend's parent, to play in their waterbed, which now they think about it, I'm saying, oh man. But, and then the parents would say, don't jump in the waterbed. And then that they would leak and ruin houses. So people don't have them anymore. But guess what? Pods do have waterbeds. Our sleep chambers do. I don't know if you noticed. That's why you're probably feeling so, Stan, go ahead and drain the sisters' waterbeds, right now, please. Scooter, I'll drain the water beds. So since Pen Pal, Stan drained the water beds, and as Stan did, sisters, they drained, and they just kind of fell to the ground. The sister slid slowly down the palm tree, and then kind of lied on the ground. Her virtual mind used to being supported by wavy water, and now she's just lying on I don't even know what was under the waterbed. I think maybe just a little bit of metal and foam. So she was drained, just like if you get out of the bathtub and you can't lift your arms or whatever. And so, pen pal, then what happened? So then the sisters were enabled, but then the ship was still shaking. I said, Stan, they said, what's the situation? Stan said, and I said, okay. And then I said, look, I can design my own. I said, this is VR. So then I designed myself my own little VR workstation with super comfortable chair, more sportive than a waterbed, of course. And I said, patch me into the defensive and offensive capabilities of the ship, Stan. I'll take care of things from my end and you just get us out of here. But yeah, so at first I just took out some of the robotic ships chasing us. Then Stan did a Mario Kart overlay, so that when I was playing, the different systems were linked to it. And then I was, well, do I want to be do I want to be a Koopa Trooper? No. For me, it's always Yoshi or Princess Peach. And then I said, Princess Katniss Peach, Prince, and I said, Katniss, I said, Katniss Peach doesn't really have a ring to it. Katniss, Yoshi, Katniss. And then it's Scooter Page. And I said, okay. And then I said, oh, wait, I can combine all three. Koshi Peach. And so then, then it was mostly getting stuff, picking up the boxes, which would, it was probably took longer than it needed to. And Stan said, that there was a couple of repairs we would have to do because they took so long. But eventually we got out of there, and then we got to the dock, and then it was, let's just say it's been uncomfortable since then, because they said, well, this is what they said, you're back to almost where we started, sisters. You're back to your old tricks. I said, well, maybe we need to take a break here. Because they said, my trust in you is shaken. I said, maybe we need some sort of a delusion. I said, I don't know. I don't know how I could possibly go on with these sisters. And I said, but I didn't know what to do next, pen pal. So I said, well, we need to take some break somewhere. And then what I realized is that I made that speech, and then we were in the because we were still on the VR. But first we had to get out because I had to refill refill other water beds. And then I said, don't tell, make them think we're real, do the old virtual reality. So then I gave the sisters a speech, and I said, we're going to have to take, and I said, Stan, get to some library. Let's download every team building program we can, and we'll see if we could work this out between me and the sisters, because they thought we were a team, and I just upgraded the ship, so I'm not going anywhere now. But anyway, pen pal, I don't know when we're going to take a break here with me and the sisters, but I'll talk to you soon. Okay, hey everybody, this is me in the past and the future, I guess, because I decided to kind of mix up the, since this is a pilot episode, I'm trying to figure out, but I wanted to kind of focus on the main reason I chose this episode. And so this, I guess, will be the first sequence, is this one scene that happens at about 20, let me see my 10 notes here, 25 minutes into the episode. Because not only did I just think it is it's just a great scene. And at this point I had watched maybe, I don't know, but when I saw this episode, 20, 30 episodes of The Next Generation. And I don't know, there's just something about this scene that kind of relates to, I guess, well, there's a bedtime story. So, I mean, that's the main reason. Spoiler alert. But I think just Picard's acting and Paul Winfield and just their interaction. And it's just I don't know. So I just want to cover this scene first, which takes place at a campfire at 25 minutes about into the episode. And our two friends are there, Jean-Luc Picard, captain of the Starship Enterprise, and the other character what I'm seeing here is Dathan. I don't know I don't have a confirmation on that, though. This is just where I could, But they're sitting around the campfire, and Paul Winfield's character is not feeling well. And let me just read through my notes, and I'll read through some of the dialogue. First, he has a giant thumb. Is that at 20? Is this when they're in bed? Let me just double check. No, this is too early. So it looks like it's 30 minutes in about 30 minutes and 50 seconds. My phone's not booting up the video for some reason. But, it's like a little bit of a fireside chat scene. Picard is very fatherly. He uses, we'll go into the dialogue, but he's very thoughtful and interested. And he says, tell me more. Then he says, give me more about Darmok. And then he draws a rock. It's just like this quest for understanding, which I think is reflective of one of the things this series is about and one of the things the podcast is about. These two are becoming friends beyond the binary, really. And it'll be a short friendship beyond the binary, but I don't know. So let's see. So it kind of starts out, let's see, I'll kind of quote and paraphrase. But the guy's lying down, Paul Winfield says, Darmok and Gelada Tanagra. And Picard's starting to understand the speed. He goes, oh, yeah, we're in the same spot. They were in a tough spot. We're in a tough spot. I get that. But he goes, they need more. You must tell me more about Darmok and Gelad. You use Temba the arms wide. Does that mean give Temba his arms wide? He goes, and then but he means about Darmok. He goes, give me more about Darmok. And so he goes, Darmok on the ocean. So, Picard kind of goes, Darmok, the ocean, Darmok on the ocean, a metaphor for being alone, isolated, Darmok on the ocean. And then the guy says something else, and then Picard says, Temba. Now it's playing too. Temba, my arms open, give me more about Darmok on the ocean. And then he says, Tanagra on the ocean. Darmok on Tanagra. And he goes, oh, it's an island. Okay. You tell Temba, his arms wide. Tell me more. And then he says, Gelada on the ocean. Gelada Tanagra. So he goes, okay, Gelada Tanagra. Darmok and Gelada are at Tanagra. And then Diathon says, one of the dudes from whatever that show, Power Rangers on Tanagra. And he goes, oh, that dude, the Power Rangers Triceratop on Tanagra. And he goes, okay, so they dealt with it. And the guy says, okay, and then Darmok and Gelada on the ocean. He goes, oh, they left together. And then he goes, but I'm not feeling good. But he likes that, the ocean. And then Picard's like, oh, wait a second, you wanted this to happen, huh? You wanted us to be here together. And you knew this was going to happen. You knew from this myth, this tale, sometimes these things bring two people together. Darmok and Gelada Tanagra, you and me here at Eladrel. And he says, Kiribashi Temba, his arms wide. And then Picard means, oh, you want, because the guy's like, hey, tell me a story. I want to go to sleep. Tell me a bedtime story, Jean-Luc. And Picard's very good. He says, my turn. No, I'm not much of a storyteller. Besides, you wouldn't understand. Shaka when the walls fell. And he goes, well, perhaps it doesn't matter. You want to hear it anyway. He goes, there's a story, ancient one. Gilgamesh, a king. Gilgamesh at Uruk. And he was a bad king, kind of a jerk. So they said, send a Kidu to deal with, to give him somebody to deal with. And then, Gilgamesh and Kidu, first they didn't get along, then they became friends at Uruk. And he likes that, he goes, Uruk. And then he goes, and then they went out into the desert, and the great bull of heaven was out there messing with people. And Kidu caught the bull by the tail, and Gilgamesh took it out. And the guy laughs. He goes, oh, that Gilgamesh taking those things out. And he goes, yeah, they won, but, and Kidu didn't win. Kind of like you. And then he quotes, he says, he who was my companion through adventure and hardship is gone forever. And Paul Winfield, being a great actor, he is. He says, well, it's my time to go out. Then we go back to the bridge. It's just a wonderful fireside scene. The two captains or commanders, I don't know, and just fine acting in a bedtime moment. I mean, a big sleep it ends up, but it was sleep nonetheless and comforting. And then they go back to the bridge, and Worf and Riker and Data and everybody in the Forge are trying to, they said, okay, let's just, the Tamarian's not in good shape, so we got to get Picard out of there. So they figure out how to get Picard out before the entity, the Triceratops. Oh, there's a Triceratops from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers on the planet with them. You'll hear that in the explanations later. And then Picard lies out this guy, Paul Winfield, Dathan, I guess. And then he goes, hey, I understand your sacrifice, but he goes, if I don't win, he goes, I don't know what's going to happen to us or my ship. And then they're back on the bridge, and everybody's worried about getting Commander off the ship. And they give Picard, this will find out during the episode, but the other ship, I guess it's not important right now. We're concentrating on this scene, and then this is a bridge. Watching the Gilgamesh, a king, as Picard says, Gilgamesh, a king. At Uruk, he's using a lot of body language, concrete body language. Really great. I really love this scene so much. And he's like overacting, but in an acting way. I think I had already done one recap. I think I was wrong, but I had to rewatch this a couple times since then. But then they get Picard back on the ship. Then the enemy ship, the captain's ship, they go after the Enterprise. And they're really kicking the Enterprise's butt. And then Picard rolls like super like alpha mode or something. They're like, we can't take another hit. And then Picard says, hail the Tamarian ship. And they say, aye, Captain. The Tamarian gets on. He goes, Cinda. His face black, his eyes red. And then Picard's right on. He goes, Tamak. The river Tamak in winter. And the guy goes, what, Darmok? And Picard says, of course, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Darmok and Jalad on the ocean. And the guy's like, what? He goes, Sokov. His eyes open, like this guy can kind of speak our language. And then he says, dudes, there was like some Triceratops from I don't know if you have Mighty Morphin Power Rangers where you are, but we do. And that was a Triceratops down there from that. So that was no good for your your guy. So he goes, Unzani, his army, Shaka, when the walls fell. And everyone kind of looks down, and they say, I think they say Shaka when they do a little ceremony. And, they're sad, Shaka when the walls fell. And then the second in command says, Picard and Dathan at Aldrel. Mirab, sails unfurled. With sails unfurled, I like that line. And then Picard goes to give the guy Spork back, which he goes, Temba, his arms open. And they go, no, Temba at rest, you keep it. And then Picard says, thanks, and then everything's back to normal. And then he kind of finishes out with, Riker saying, you think those are new friends? And he goes, I don't know. Picard says to Riker, I don't know, but at least they're not new enemies. And then I cover this in the recap, but, Riker goes back and it's captain's quarters and, what do you call that at the end? Epilogue or whatever. He says, Jesus, do you want me to walk in on you, Captain? He goes, I got the damage reports. He goes, what are you reading, some Greek? And he goes, hey, these Homeric hymns, the root metaphors of our culture. And Riker says, for the next time we encounter the Tamarians, and Picard says, being familiar with our own mythology might be able to help us relate to theirs. He goes, that Tamarian was willing to risk, everything for a connection and communication. He goes, now the door is open. But he goes, that commitment to communication between cultures meant more to this guy than, his own ego. And he goes, thanks, number one, hit the road, I gotta, And then Picard goes and looks out the window and salutes the guy. A couple more notes on the last scene. Picard After the Data was really impressed when Captain Picard is speaking in the other culture's metaphors. Riker says, I have no choice. I need those phasers. And the entity's getting close to Picard as Picard's putting his buddy to bed. And now I'm going to hop back to the beginning of the episode, just run through the rest of it. But that was really like the main thing that stuck out to me. And I don't know if this is how they'll always go, but let's see. So it opens Captain's log, stardate 450472, 450047. I have 52. Talking about Ellen Drell's system, this enigmatic race known as the Children of Tama. And then they say, geez, we're getting, they say they've been here 4 weeks and they're transmitting a subspace signal to the Federation. And Data goes, it's not a message, so it's a standard mathematical progression. Riker's like, oh, so they know we're here. And he says, yeah, they want to communicate with us. So there's great star motion outside the windows. Then someone says a cause for concern. What does that mean? Colors of the crew. What do they mean? Let's see. Let me look. Yeah, there's only been 7 encounters, and they're called incomprehensible by Captain Silvestri. Are they true? Picard says, are they truly incomprehensible? In my experience, communication is a matter of patience and imagination. I would like to believe these are qualities we have in significant measure. Then they go to the bridge, and they're on screen with the guy Dathan, and he's talking, and they're like, we can't understand him. And Counselor Troy says, well, I can only sense good intentions. And they say, Data, what do you think they're saying? And he says, proper names of individuals and locations. And Picard says, yeah, but what does it mean? He goes, I don't know, boss. And at this point, Picard's playing straight. He goes, would you want to do a mutual non-aggression pact between our two peoples with a trade agreement and cultural interchange? Does that sound like a reasonable course of action? And that cracks the crew up. And then Dathan says, a river Tamak in winter. And Riker says, geez, we're trying to communicate. And then they say a bunch of stuff. Sails unfurled, Darmok at Tanagra, that whole thing. And then they transport Picard and their other captain down to the planet. And then they block the planet so they can't be transported off. Particle scattering field in the ionosphere. And Riker tries to figure out a way to deal with it, but, it's also the guy has giant long thumbs. I guess I put don't you Tamok me, the river Tamok. He says, oh, snap. They had a great cut to Troy's reaction around there. And then when they did that, they secretly transported Picard and the other guy. I'm like, why don't they do that all the time, those secret transporter moves? I've seen it in a couple other episodes. They end up at a very Earth-like planet with wildflowers. It looks great in HD, but it's not. It's 4:3. At least the one I was watching. I was watching Amazon 4:3. And we're back in the ship, so Dathan and Picard are on the planet. And Riker's like, Data, I want some analysis on this. And he goes, well, everything's looking good. Then they say, they try to get a hold of the other ship, and the other ship says, no way, bro. We're not. His eyes are closed. Nazca court, the court of silence. And Riker says, well, what do you think, Data? He goes, well, we got to study this. He goes, well, get to work. You and Troy figure this out. And Riker says, I got to figure out some other things. And then we got the fire. Dathan has a fire where Picard doesn't at the planet. And Dathan says, Shaka when the walls fell. And Picard says, Shaka, indeed, what are you going to do? Why are we here? He goes, I'm cold, too. And Dathan says, Darmok of Kanza. And Picard says, Picard of the Enterprise, Starship Enterprise, planet Earth. And then I'll cover this in the next, after this. But, Dathan gets ready for bed. And then he gives Picard some fire to stay warm. So then you think, okay, this Dathan's an alright character. He did all these things to get ready for bed. What else do I have in my notes here? Oh, I like this. Picard says, analysis. What in the hell is going on? And that made me raise a question that we'll probably not look up tonight, but of like, Jesus, do they have a Judeo-Christian influence? Like, do they believe in hell? I mean, I guess so. But like, once you've seen all those other planets, I just wonder. But Picard's a little too suspicious, I thought. The guy has a great vest on. It's got like multicolored knitting and different, very, very, very beautiful vest. Knitted in against great ship versus other ship talk, Zin Ra. I don't know what that means. And then Riker's walking around. I don't know what any of that means. I think that was when they were talking to the other ship, and he says Shinra, and Riker's just pacing like the bridge. Then Picard's using like a spinning, like he's trying to light it. When he tries to do the campfire, it doesn't work. I guess I'm skipping around, but I'm like, he didn't watch any Survivor. Oh, this is another, because the guy says a lot of times they say Shaka when the walls fell. And I was like, does that mean, and so it goes? Like when the walls fell, because he's like, you can't light a fire, Shaka when the walls fell. And I'm like, oh, and so it goes. When the walls fell, Shaka when the walls fell, and so it goes. And then that's when the guy takes off his things and does this little prayer-like ceremony to protect his bed space. Then he pulls a Prometheus. He says, Temba, here's some fire for you, Picard. His arms are wide because he's holding, and Picard says, his arms are wide. And he goes, yeah, because his arms are wide, Jean-Luc. That's why. I loved, but don't take this as a criticism. I did put no duh. And then he says, thank you, and the guy got it. So I'm like, well, thank you's universal. Then there's an act break. Then the shuttle goes in. It makes a big turn, just when it comes on screen. And then we're on the bridge. Data's, trying to come up with a plan. Or he's selling the plan. Okay, this is what's going to happen. And all's going well. But then the shuttle, the other group's like, no, that shuttle's not going anywhere. And Riker's very impressed. And then Geordi and the other officers are trying to make plans again and debating like the moves they could make and the consequences. Riker uses the word hell again. Who in the hell are these people? Then we're down on the planet. Picard wakes up, looks around for his buddy. He investigates. He looks at his pins and he sees this notebook. First I thought it was an iPad, but it was a notebook. It's a captain's log. We don't see it, though. Or actually, we do later. I think they do show a drawing from it. And then Data and the crew, Data's watching the other crew with Troy. Troy's changed. She's in red. She was in gray before. Data drops he goes, so these are proper nouns. There's also a sculpture on the wall. I was like, is that Earth? I couldn't count the planets because I don't know why I didn't freeze it. And then we see the log. Very good handwriting this Dharmakian has, this Tamarian. Picard's in gray. I also was like, okay, Picard had this jacket on. Maybe we'll cover that. He knocks the pad out of it. He goes, Temba, man, we got trouble. Then that's when I noticed some multicolored speckles on his vest, not just the knitting. He goes, Temba, your arms wide. And Picard says, well, I could go with that. Then Worf and Geordi are trying to figure out this variable induction field. Then we see Ashley Judd, of all people, who I just saw in another episode I didn't even realize she was in this one, but I had watched the other one. And she says 53 at the very least. I didn't know. Geordi wants to shunt something. And he says, well, she says, that's a chance. Riker says, Geordi's like, I've got, we're shunting down here. And he says, that's a chance we got to take. And then we realized that the guy, that the reason they're on the planet is to deal with this like the Tamarian and Picard are supposed to deal with this Triceratops from, why do I keep forgetting that show? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So then they got to deal with this Triceratops. So he tries to communicate with Picard. He says, sails unfurled, and Picard says, and he says, "Shocker when the walls fell." And then Picard says, "Shocker, you said that before. Is that a failure, an inability to do something?" And Dathan says, "Darmok and Jalad." And Picard says, Tanagra, I know, but I don't get it. And then they cut back to the ship, because they're trying to get Picard out. And then Dathan says, Lashmere, his army at Lashmere or something. This is when Picard's like a little bit hammy. He's like, Lashmere? Like, was this like a Lashmere? A similar situation to the one we're facing here? And he says it was Ani, his fists, army fists open. And Picard says, a strategy, fist open, with open fist. And Dathan says, his army with fist closed. He goes, fist closed. He goes, okay, so we got to lure this closed. And he goes, that's how you communicate, by citing example, by metaphor. Unaz, and then Picard says, you want me to move away from you? And then Dathan says, his eyes uncovered. And you're like, you get it. But then they start dealing with the Triceratops, and right when things get intense, Mighty Morphin Power Ranger style, Picard gets half transported off the ship. So then his buddy's there by himself to deal with the Triceratops, and that's why they have to lie down by the fireside in the upcoming scenes that I talked about first. So that's a little bit, and then we're just going to cover 2 facts, which I guess I could cover right here. I'll just open Evernote while I'm talking. Live podcast production, and it's hanging. But I was like, I guess this is maybe early in the series to look this up, but I was like, man, what's up with the colors of the Star Trek Next Generation uniforms? What do those mean? And so, of course, I went to Wikipedia. Where else would I go? According to Wikipedia, the rank and insignia, the royal rank system of the Star Wars universe resembles that of the U.S. Navy and the British Royal Navy. In contrast to other science fiction shows that might use an army system. And later, that's about movies. The original series are bins by. In later television series, ranks are indicated by the number of pips on or bars on individuals' uniform collars. Insignias are worn on the left breast by all personnel, and the different shape based on the shipper base to which the person has been assigned, as seen in different series. A symbol within the insignia can indicate the wearer's branch. A star with an elongated top point I didn't know this, indicates command. A circle crossed by an oval, science and medical, an angular spiral, operations and engineering. And there's been other slight variations. Let's see, Star Trek The Next Generation. Starfleet officers and crew members of the Next Generation wear a jumpsuit with a Starfleet communicator badge, or a comm badge, as it's sometimes called, on the left chest, and the rank insignia on the right side of the collar. The uniform sleeves and abdominal area are colored to indicate the individual's branch. So this is where I was questioned. Red indicating command and helm. Gold for engineering and security. And operations. Blue for science and medical. But there's people in gray, so it doesn't really. The division colors for command and operations switched from those used in Enterprise and TOS. In early episodes, some crew members can be seen wearing a tunic version of the uniform with bare legs and boots. Sometimes Beverly Crusher wears a blue lab coat. Sometimes the blue would be teal. In some episodes, this is what we're going to talk about. Jean-Luc Picard would wear a different uniform that consisted of a gray shirt with ribbed black shoulders and a bomber jacket with red. That was red kind of velour. And this is the first episode he wore it, and it said, "What the heck's with that jacket? It looks sweet." It was a red jacket with black ribbed shoulders, without buttons, like an open jacket. And I looked up, there was a lot of debate about this, but they basically said, Picard said, I think the captain should have something sweet to wear from time to time. That's like, well, the captain can, and I think most of the writing about it said, well, this is like kind of the captain's casual uniform. Unlike F Friday, something Fridays or whatever, Picard's like, whatever. Uniforms could have pouches for stuff, gear pouches. In the early seasons, the suits were made of spandex, but they were small, so they would stretch and look smooth. But the cast didn't like that, and no pockets. So they were replaced with wool uniforms from the third season onward, and two-piece shirt and pant designs that didn't have colored piping on the shoulders and the pant legs. And the collars of the shirts have a colored edge of width similar to the original diamond-shaped shoulder piping. Spandex uniforms continue to make appearances by extras, and they were later altered to lack the piping so they would match and include a raised collar as a cost-cutting measure. Admirals would wear different uniforms, and by the sixth season, they had a final design featuring an untucked jacket with gold piping, a centered enclosure, and pips encased in a gold square on the sides of the collar. The next generation dress uniform, which continued to be used in Deep Space Nine and Voyager, is a colored wraparound robe-like coat of a solid division color, save for black shoulders. The edges of the robe-like coats are piped in silver for field officers and gold for flag officers. Other uniform designs appeared briefly from other ones. The costume designer from the original series returned to design the initial Next Generation uniforms, and then Robert Blackman took over in Season 3, designing the uniforms. During all the shows set in the 24th century, a consistent insignia scheme is used for the officers. Gold pips worn on the right collars, like we said. After the first season of Next Generation, a consistent scheme is also used for the Admiral insignias that we kind of covered. Starfleet on the left breast, also the communication badge. Cadet ranks are rarely ever seen except when Wesley comes, back from school, back from the, what was that place called? Starfleet Academy. So that's just like, we'll do that. Maybe we'll find more time. We're going to do another run through here, but, maybe as we go on and we get through this pilot of doing a few of these, we'll see how much we can balance out learning stuff. But it was just a little bit we could learn about the uniforms. All right, let's run through the episode one more time, which I did first, so it'll be disorienting maybe. It was my first run through, so I figured I'd use it second. Always improving. All right, thanks, everybody. All right, so I'm going to run through the episode here. It starts off start date 4504712, which is that was a phone number that in my childhood had 472 in it. First thing I noticed, because I already had watched it, this wasn't the first Next Generation episode I watched, but it was Picard's jacket. It was layered. It had velour, some leather. It was a new jacket, and this was so I don't know if he had it on season 5, episode 1, or what the story is behind it. I'll look into it. Had leather shoulders. They're talking about the children of Tama. They use words like incomprehensible, are the truly. Picard goes to Troy and then to Data. Am I in the right spot here? You want to talk about enigmatic. My notes are enigmatic. Enigma. I can say enigma. Enigmatic. Enigma. Enigmatic. I don't know why I have trouble with that. Is that a normal thing or is that just me? Don't answer that. Picard goes to Troy, then to Data. At some point, Troy is like behind Picard. She has a good look. They talk to these children of Tom on the mic, and they're cracking the dude and his sidekick up. Paul Winfield, the great actor, stars in this, and that's when I first saw it. Laughter is universal, but they didn't pick up on it. And they say Darmok, when the walls fell, sails unfurled. Then we see Picard at some point. So this is my first use, so please be forgiving of me. Because they didn't even know. I said, geez, how am I going to take notes on Star Trek? So then I missed some stuff, but they'll come up on my next run through. Then Picard's on the planet with the dude. They both had, he had two utensils, the dude. Dharma, I don't know his name is. Darmok, we could call the character. And then they had ad break one, or act break one, and then the show opens. So in the first, whatever this is called, first act, I don't think this is the first act. I don't know that much about structuring these TV shows. But we did find out they were going to see the children of Tama. They met with them, and then they said, hey, they were having trouble communicating. And then the next thing they know, Picard and the leader of the other group were transported to a planet. And then Picard, all of a sudden, next thing he knows, he's transported to a planet with this dude who's got two sporks on him. Then it opens Darmok. They're on a ship. This is on the Enterprise. Riker's there with Data and Troy. And they're trying to get a plan, an idea. Then Worf says, contest, perhaps. They're having like a staff meeting saying, geez, okay, why do you think, what should we do? Riker's commanding officer says, why did they bring, what are they doing with our commander, and what should we do? So Worf thinks it's like a battle of champions, and they're trying to get to the bottom of it. Then back on the planet, the guy says, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. And so a lot of this is, what I really liked about this is it's about this difficulty to communicate. Then he throws the utensils to Picard. Picard says, I don't want your spork. Then we get back to the Enterprise, and they say, well, geez, everybody's in good health down there. Picard calls ship. So they call the other, they call back to the Children of Thomas ship. And the second in command talks right into the camera. He gets his face, or they get their face right up in the camera. But they don't know what he's saying. He's just disagreeing because they don't have, the language can't be interpreted. Oh, that's like a main thing about the show, this episode. This is my first time, so I got to give myself some leeway here. But they're not, I'm having trouble communicating about the episode. But so the main hang-up is there's no way to translate the language that the Darmakians are speaking, or the Tamani, the children of Tama. But they do seem to speak in some sort of English. It's just like some sort of figurative language, I think, is what we learn. Okay, so where were we? Darmok on the ship, Darmok and Jalada Tanagra. Picard's in a good... So then they say, hey, let's send down a shuttle. Then we're back on the planet. The dude, the Darmok has this great fire going. It's nighttime on the planet. And Picard pretends he's a character on like a Boy Scout or Survivor TV show. And he gets his fire just about started, but then it goes out. But then he gives up. I said, which Captain Picard is this? Because I never met this one. And Darmok guy just kind of laughs. He says, Shaka when the walls fell, and he cracks up. And you see they cannot communicate, and Picard's getting cold. Then this guy does this very ritual thing, like where he takes his pins off of his his uniform, and he touches his forehead kind of in a prayer, and he kind of creates a protective circle. Then he goes to sleep with his spork. But Picard says, well, let me try one of the things I learned at the academy, passive-aggressive pacing. So he starts pacing around, and the dude's like, yo, I'm trying to sleep over here, Picard. But he couldn't communicate, so he couldn't say that, like Shaka when my eyes fell, because I'm trying to sleep. So Picard's pacing around, so the guy says, well, WTF? So he says, hey, why don't you just take some of my fire, use it to light yours. He says, Temba arms wide. And I mean, I did watch, this was my second time watching it, and I watched it the third time. I said, well, that's pretty, Temba arms wide, that's pretty non-threatening. But Picard, he's kind of command, and I love Picard, so don't take this as any criticisms. Just this episode, he's like kind of overreaching. And the dude's like, Temba arms wide, man. It's simple. Just take the friggin' fire. And then Picard says thank you, and the guy cracks up. So then Picard starts his fire, and then we have another ad break. Then we're back in the Enterprise, and Picard's like, this is the first officer's log supplemental. And Worf's on a panel thing, like in the shuttle. They're in the E region of the atmosphere, head towards the D region. And they're like, oh, they're making no attempt to stop them, the other ship. Then they are, so they say evasive maneuvers Delta. And the shuttle gets damaged just enough that it has to turn back, but not enough to harm anyone. That's what Riker says. And then they close up on Riker. He says, nice shooting. Then there's another staff meeting, and Riker, he uses some strong, he says, who the hell are these people? And then Geordi comes up with some great idea, and he says, do it. And then it's the next day, it's morning. Picard wakes up, his fire's out, and his friend's gone. There's a lot of wildflowers. It looked like, they could have been somewhere similar to Southern California. And he walks over the fire circle from the other guy, checks out the other guy's pins, that he had kind of created this protective, safe place. And at first I thought the guy had like an iPad, but ended up it was just like a notebook. It was his captain's log. And what does this say? Then we go back to the ship Data. I thought that said Dad's. Data studying the communication with Counselor Troy. And there's like freezing the video. It was cool. I mean, this was like modern day, in the future. Like they say, okay, rewind that video, computer. And they're trying to pick out words, and then they recognize a couple proper nouns, and they have the computer. They say, computer, search for the meaning of that word. And they have hope for a second, but then there's too many definitions. Like one was a frozen dessert. I don't know if that was Darmok. And then Counselor Troy seemed very frustrated, but then Data's not giving up. Then they say Darmok at Tanagra, and they realize it's got some mythical meaning to it. And then we're back. Then another ad break, and then Picard's head looking at the captain log. He gets busted by the dude, and Picard thinks the guy's mad at him, but really he's like, dude, there's a snarl coming. Oh no, that's when the act break comes. And then we're back on the planet. And Picard's like behind Temba, his arms wide. He goes, okay, I'll go along with that. They say, let's get these sporks. This is like a snarling, like ice cream thing. So we got to spork like some of the ice cream out of it and eat it. Then we see War. Then War back in the ship. Worf's like, oh, there's trouble down there. There's something else. So then Riker says, Riker to LaForge, how much time we got till you fix this? And he says, I don't know, 2-3 hours maybe. He goes, I don't care, get it done now. And he says, okay, 2 minutes, I'll get it done. Not sure if it'll work. So then they go back to the deck. Then they go to O'Brien and then the planet. And then it's like we see this cloaked thing. It's Shaka when the walls fall. It ends up the ice cream creatures from... what's that show called? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's a character, some ice cream character from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And then they say, LaForge says, I'm almost there. He says, shunt the overload. Then O'Brien says, link confirmed. Then the planet, they get Picard. And they're trying so hard to get Picard, but Picard's trying to help his buddy with his Power Rangers because they're not Power Rangers. I mean, Picard's pretty close. So is this other guy. Oh, no, wait. They haven't tried to get Picard yet. I jumped the gun. Because then they're communicating. He says his army with fist open, fist closed. Paul Winfield's character's trying to communicate with Picard. And then Picard realizes, he goes, oh, you communicate by metaphor. And Picard's so happy. And then the dude's happy. And he says, Sukkot, his eyes uncovered or something. I did like it, though. His eyes uncovered, that makes total sense. He goes, oh, you get it. This is when the Power Ranger shows up, or the Power Ranger ice cream creature. And then Picard gets transported away. He says, no, no, no. But then they can't keep him, and not enough of them gets down. So then we're back on the ship. Kurlash, when it rises. I don't know what that meant. And then Picard's back. He runs to the dude. He goes, Shaka, when the walls fell. And then we had the fourth break of officer's log. Something about a plan namen. Palace gone. Upland Nomen Palace gone. First officer's log. No, when we do the dialogue. But then they have a staff meeting. Dr. Crusher gives some options. More dragons of atmosphere. They're discussing the atmosphere. Then they say something about the polarity coil drive. And they say, okay, it's going to take a few hours. And then Rick Riker says, make it so. And then Data and Troy are onto it. They say, geez, it seems like they communicate by narrative imagery. The problem is that we can understand the grammar, but not the vocabulary. So we're kind of nowhere. And then this great line, without the details, there is no understanding. And it's nighttime again. There's a fire. I don't know who started it, but the guy's on the ground. Picard's there, protecting, like watching over him. And they really have a great one-on-one scene. He goes, just a really nice scene. He says, hey, tell me more about, because the guy's not feeling so good. He ate too much ice cream. So Picard says, tell me more about Darmok and Jalad. And then Picard kind of breaks down. He says, Darmok on the ocean. He goes, okay, it's a metaphor. And he slowly figures it all out. Kind of obvious. I mean, I'm saying that like I am actually a jerk, I guess, for saying that. But, but again, I have the advantage of watching a TV show, not being there. But then there's this bonus, it goes deeper. Then Picard has this extra realization. He goes, you were hoping this would happen. You knew. A danger shared brings two people together. And then Picard tells a bedtime story. So that's why I chose this episode, because it was about communication. And then Picard tells a bedtime story from Gilgamesh. Something, I don't know, something about living on a farm. And the guy, Paul Winfield, Darmok cracks up. He goes, Gilgamesh. That's hilarious. He finds him. And then there was all this foreshadowing, and then there's an act break, and we come back from the break, and it's time to break the stalemate. They call them the Tamarians, so that's what you call them. The Tamarian may have gone to the farm, they say. And then the Power Ranger guy shows up, goes after Picard, but then they get him out, so then the battle doesn't go well. With the other ship, but then Picard rolls up on the bridge, and then he just totally aces the communication by metaphor. And he goes, what do you think, boss? This is how the episode ends. He goes, what do you think, is these new friends? He goes, well, at least there's no new enemies. And then there's an epilogue with Picard reading, and Riker comes in with a damage report. He goes, what are you reading, some Greek, sir? He goes, yeah, the Homeric hymns, one of the root metaphors. Commander connection, that commandment, that commitment meant more than his own life. He goes, Thank you, no. Yeah, I'll read through these in another set of notes. But then Picard goes to the window and he kind of signs goodbye to his friend, the Tamarian. And that was our first ever run through of Next Gen episode. Thanks. Hey, everybody, this is Scootsy here. It's Trending Twitter Tuesday. It's been a while since we've trended troved into the. Can you trove? It's a treasure trove. What the heck's a trove? Because you could go I wanted to trove into the trends on Twitter. I guess to what's a T word to see if there's any troves. But I don't know. I mean, does anybody ever even care about the trove? I'm more interested in the treasure. I could care about the trove. And I can see the common sense side of me is saying trove is the place where the treasure is, Scoots. And I would say, I hear you, but why do you say it's second then? It doesn't make any sense. Once you say treasure, I stop listening, just like Daffy Duck. You said, did you say treasure, Bugs? Like, I didn't hear anything about Pismo Beach or whatever, because, did you say treasure? Oh, we were trying to define the word trove, Daffy. Okay, but you said, like, treasure trove. So trove of treasures. Wait, did you say there's treasures in this trove? Because then I'm in. And, I wonder, treasure trove. That's the other thing. Trove's not really, is trove used in anywhere else in diction? Is trove ever used? Hey, okay, here's a challenge to those of you that are listening right now. Let's bring trove back into the what is it called? Somebody gets Altzman's on the, can't even pronounce. Somebody get Helen Z on the phone. And let's look into this. Maybe I'll tweet her to see what the troving. No, really, why treasure trove? You'd say, well, where's your? Because we've talked about the drawer everybody has in their house, or most people. I was calling it the tea drawer because they put all the tea in there. The listeners gave me back. It still has tea in there, but before it was a tea drawer, it had old. Very, very old, a couple very old things of hot cocoa, hot mustard, Parmesan cheese, and red pepper, probably some duck sauce, and definitely a couple what are those fashion? I just want to call it a fashion cookie, but it's a fortune cookie. Now with fashion, I mean, you could if you, I don't, say it's a fashion cookie now. But you say, well, where's my hot cocoa trove? Or if you had a snack trove, snack drawer where you kept all your snacks at work, would that be your snack trove? I mean, if my definition of trove, then it says, why doesn't people use this trove all the time? It's a lovely word, trove. Get into your trove because I got to put something on the stove, movie mauve. And off to the, then let's say we'll eat something and then off to the show we'll shove. My love. There you go. You're using the word trove for romance. Well, let me just get into my, nightstand trove, my dear, for a little love, but bada boom. Anyway, I don't know. I get distracted, but that is a nice word, trove. And why isn't it used more? Why am I talking about it? My mind's a trove, trove of senseless information. I guess you could say trove of senseless information. It also leads me it puts on my rhyming brain, as we just witnessed. Dove. I dove right into this trove. Blofeld, Alove. I guess you have to change some words, or you could get, more. Grove, that's a good one. You're right. I don't know if that was my left brain or my right brain. Whoever said that was right. So that's trove. I guess I'm nervous because tonight's episode, Trending Twitter Tuesday, where we get into the troves of trends to pull them off the stove. because they're fresh trends and that we're about to trove. Oh, that's why, because I want to use it as a verb. I'd like to go, we're troving. We're troving for story here. Well, we're really not, because this is a behind the scene, I don't know how do you call it? I guess behind the awards, because, a lot of times I don't do a lot of bragging on the show. Not really sleepy I mean, I guess maybe there is, I don't know. Is that something that puts people to sleep, bragging? Because it's a skill I could use, I could develop it. I mean, not that I don't have an all-consuming ego. I just have one of those giant egos that's negative, which is just as narcissistic and egotistical as having a positive one. But every once in a while, I do have something to brag about, other than a stream of self-criticism that I tune out with a trove of love. Remember Constantinopolovra? That's my favorite made-up name. Helena Constantinopolovra. I think she was a bit character in like something in the last 30 or 40 episodes. But way back, I was giving her some odes. So, I have a trove of odes. That doesn't rhyme, but that works. No doubt about it. But once in a while on the show, I like to brag, like once or twice a year, whenever I need to give myself this award, BrainBot Entertainer of the Year. In just 2016, 2015. I don't know what year it was invented. It definitely wasn't invented in 2013. May have been invented in 2014, but I'm not positive. But they did give me a retrospect. They said, well, we'll give you a retrospective award. And then 2017, it's looking great. BrainBot Entertainer of the Year. BrainBot Entertainer of the Year. And, it's an international award, and they do regional award ceremonies within my brain. New Zealand is one of the places. I don't know if anybody heard that interview I did with Brian Crump on nights on New Zealand and the national channel in New Zealand. It was one of my favorite interviews. He was cracking me up. He called me the anti-Crump. And I think we shared a lot of things, things we like to do as kids, talking to microphones and listen to our own voices. But where was I? Oh, I was bragging about BrainBot Entertainer Year. Now, so I wanted to talk a little bit about these awards that are bestowed on me, because you probably brings up questions like, okay, is there monetary compensation? It's pending, they say. Because the brain bots, they work, like a brain bot's a bit like it's not the same. I'm trying to think of what night, because the words I would use aren't very bedtime. Like a bit like a being that lives within you and that tries to influence you. It's a brain bot. So, they can't just give me money, because then you'd say, well, why did, I guess they could influence you to support the show, and that would be my monetary reward. So maybe that's at play. I don't know. Like, I don't, like, the brain bots don't tell me those kind of things. But you'd say, okay, let's lay it out. BrainBot Entertainer of the Year. What does that mean? It means I'm the most entertaining person that entertain to brain bots. Of all the entertainers that entertain brain bots, this year, the years I've won the awards, I've been BrainBot. I'm the entertainer of the year, where they say, okay, that's it without a doubt. And I guess if this is an interview for my side of it, like, with Scoots, why do you think you win BrainBot? Like, other than that it's fiction, and within your brain, maybe it's not fiction. I'd say, there you go, doesn't that make me doubly qualified to win? But thanks, Craig. That's a great question, and let me get back to you on this one. Like, why would I win a BrainBot Entertainer of the Year? Well, that's a question I ask myself every year. Right after I win it, I say, how did this happen again? And I wonder to myself, as it feels, I say, well, how could I possibly once again, in the entire earth and beyond, of all the entertainers that entertain brain bots, how could I be the entertainer of the year? And Craig, I don't know if I have a great answer for you, but I'll go ahead and try to answer your question for you. One is I try to make something special 3 times a week for the brain bots. And I think something about the consistency of being there on a regular basis and saying, hey, brain bots. And usually, it's a lot of times I use something they call subtext, where I pretend, the facade is I'm making this thing for humans. Because the brain bots are operating at higher and lower levels, at the duality of brain bots. I mean, remember that treaty with the ISEs, that treaty? That was something I wrote as a student back when brain bot theory was in its infancy. And still, we haven't even scratched the surface of getting to know brain bots, on a scientific level. But I know, as a person with a gut, my gut tells me every day, you've got brain bots to entertain, my friend. And they're not going to entertain themselves. Well, they do entertain themselves by kicking in their unique mechanism. Like if it's a worrying brain bot, it'll worry. Okay, Craig, go ahead. I see you got to. Why? Okay, what is it about that? Just tell you more about how do I connect when I'm not a brain bot? I have so many brain bots. That's one thing, Craig. I had most of the doctors I've seen, they've been, after a few weeks after I think there's an effect I have on them where they no longer, they say, well, I'm not practicing anymore. But I do know that I just have is a preponderance, does that word fit this context, Craig? Do you know? Okay, no, you're asking the questions. Okay. I have a lot of brain bots, more than the average human. And, I think I was, when we surplus, thanks, Craig. And having a surplus of brain bots, I think just puts me in a position where, where I've spent a lot of time with them. I mean, they talk about 10,000 hours. Now, Craig, I don't want to, burst any bubbles here, but I've said it before. That's 10,000 focused hours. It's not just 10,000 hours. And I'm not sure I've actually spent 10,000 hours. I mean, I've spent hundreds, and I don't know how many hours I've been alive, but I've spent about that many with brain bots. And when you consider I'm usually having dialogue with 4 or 5, that is a lot of hours. But I don't know how many, most of them I'm trying not to focus, Craig. So I don't know if that's a paradox. Like I'm focusing more because I'm unfocused. Well, let me take it from a different angle, Craig. I think I identify with the brain bots. I'm I'm more than a bit like a brain bots. My attention bops around. And when I hear a brain bot talking or, communicating by other means, direct memory replay or whatever it could be, I just say, hey, well, that's the truth. I buy right into it. And I say, you're going on a roller coaster with my self-esteem. Let me get on board because I'm going to believe it's the truth. And Craig, something about that has caused me to say, man, because those roller coaster rides aren't like the ones we go on, Craig. Let me tell you. No, nothing like Big Thunder at all. More like big awful. And so after we get off the coaster, I say to the brain bot, I say, well, that was a terrible ride. Why you're perpetually on that ride? And the brain bot says, yeah, just like it's the best when it's only good when it's on the hill going up. And I say, this is both a metaphor and a truth, Greg. So stick with me. Is it Craig or Greg? You're a figment of my imagination. Oh boy. Anyway, Craig, when I was speaking to this brain bot whose name was Penelope, I believe, it was the brain bot was saying, no, just stick with this story, Craig. Don't get distracted. The brain bot said, well, the hill, the climb is the only part I can possibly tolerate. And I said, well, it's really hard being a brain bot. You're on this roller coaster. And the only thing that's even tolerable is when it stops at the station and then goes on the uphill climb, but you're still in it. So, man, it must be hard being a brain bot. And then brain bots, they have this reputation of just being irritating and maladaptive, as we talked about at the top of the show. And, Craig, on that day, I decided to change my life, and to change the life, this was kind of like Six Flags, except it had no a lot looser. So I just got on, I walked up the stairs for the hill climb of that roller coaster. And I started doing something that probably couldn't be called a show or entertaining by human standards, and something that might not be called funny or, make any sense. And something at a human theme park, gets you in a lot of trouble. But at this Brainbot park, I just stood on the stairs in a safe area. And I started doing a show. First, it was just like thumbs up, eye contact, because there was other brain bots on this similar coaster. Too hard to explain, Craig, because it's a metaphor, but it really happened too. And then that's how my career as brain bot entertainer really kicked into. I mean, how many years did I do that? Well, I'm not sure, Craig, because at some point, I had to go someplace, within my mind, I had to go to another place too. It doesn't make any sense. Well, it doesn't make any sense to you, Craig. Can you please? I don't think I know. I can't do I statements for you, Craig, but, that's my humble beginnings within a Brain by theme park, within my mind, on a particular ride, with a brain bot named Penelope and some other brain bots that were on the same ride. I stood on the side of the hill at the one part in the ride that was tolerable, where they were anticipating the rough rides ahead, Craig. And like I said, this wasn't a good roller coaster. And also, brain bots have Craig. I'm gonna really need you to put this interview in context, because if you take these out of context, it's not gonna make any sense. But brain bots are really under a delusion of control, even when they're on this roller coaster, just like we are. This is why it's a brilliant metaphor. Only the brain bot entertainer of the year could accidentally come up with. The brain bots under the delusion they're actually under control and they need to do stuff, even though the track's already laid out and they'll just keep riding the ride over and over. And so then I had to ask myself, Craig, what's the most painful part of the ride? Because if I was in it, would it be the parts that are intolerable, or would it be the part where you're trying to make it tolerable and then you think, you're going to have control over it? These poor brain bots, Craig. And, I couldn't change it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't, Oh, wait, hold on, Craig. What are you saying? Because it's in my brain, I could change. Oh, boy. I would, I don't want to walk out on this interview. So could we finish the interview, please? So I was saying, Craig, let's just stick with this. This is supposed to be, this is a puff piece, by the way. This is about I'm the brain bot entertainer of the year. I expect some decorum, or so, dignity and respect, Greg. Oh, it is Greg. Oh, Figment. Sorry about that, Greg. It's Greg. Okay, it's like great. It's not Craig or Greg. It's Greg. Greg. Like Greg. Just okay. So I thought, if I could take these brain bots' mind off, I can't stop the ride. Can't get the brain bot off the ride. And so that's when I started to do, and then at some point I did get a kazoo. And then at some point the kazoo was taken from, that was short, but I did buy a lifetime supply of wax paper because I thought I was going to get a lot of mileage out of that kazoo. And I guess that was what I thought was humor. Like I thought kazoo comedy, like kazoo comedy. But that didn't work, even for brain bots. And you don't have a lot of time on that. And then I did a lot of walking backwards and falling down, so I do have permanent tailbone. Imprints on my butt, and then that was where it all started. Actually, Craig, Greg, if you want to talk about the moment where lightning struck, it was really where my butt struck the stairs, which have that like non-slip diamond pattern where you can see through. Which, first of all, I said, "What are you doing with the stairs you could see through here? Not a great idea." But yeah, that once that diamond pattern got imprinted, oh, did the brainbots laugh at that? Uh, why didn't I have pants on? At times I was dreaming, Greg. So this was, you know how things can be. But yeah, once that diamond pattern was shining bright like a diamond on my bright buns, I think maybe that's why I was Brainbot Entertainer of the Year 2014, even though I don't even know what year this occurred, to be honest with you. So I guess that's it, Craig. Greg, that's a great interview. Any other questions about why or how I became Brainbot Entertainer of the Year? Every year the award's been given that I know of. Oh, Craig, you make me feel like I'm doing a Google EDU on air with these questions. What advice would I give to an up-and-coming Brainbot entertainer? I think let's see. What would, is this one of these ones, a letter to my younger Brainbot entertainer self? Because that'd be better for my ego. No, something actually concrete for people that are coming up in the Brainbot entertainment space. I don't know. To be honest, I'd say watch out for me because I'm not. I'm not a. Do you think anybody's any good, Craig? Do you think they're going to take away my Brainbot Entertainer of the Year award? Because I could tell them that it doesn't come with any monetary awards or physical awards, actually, believe it or not. Within my brain, it's gigantic, though. So, yeah, you're right. That's not yeah, that's hilarious and true. Well, yeah, you really got me there, Greg. Craig. Yeah, she got me stumped. But yeah, what advice would I give to an up-and-coming brain bot entertainer? A human being or brain? I'd say be a brain bot. If you want to be a brain, I'd say within the brain bot community, I'd say shrink down and become a brain bot, and stay. Then be entertained by me, and then entertain the brain bots. So then you could be brain bot entertainer of the year. Like there could be 2 awards then. So you could be an upcoming brainbot entertainer. That's what I think you should do. If you're thinking about doing this, is just do it as a brainbot. Then there's room for both of us. You could be brainbot entertainer of the year because you're a brainbot and an entertainer. Like that's a separate award. I'm brainbot entertainer of the year. Do you see how it's brainbot entertainer of the year? That's like, I think that might be a whole awards show. That would be pretty good. Where I'm Brainbot Entertainer of the Year. And then you could be an up-and-coming Brainbot Entertainer. And you wouldn't even have you could just enter, you wouldn't even have to entertain. Then that would be a great place to hone your craft because if you're a Brainbot and you're entertaining, you don't even have to entertain anyone because you're a Brainbot Entertainer. I mean, that would be a tree falls in the woods, but I guess that's, I would be entertained by you. So there. And I think that would be a good movement to start is to get the brain, just get one brain bot that starts doing a funky dance. Because then when people are lying there or they're sitting at their desk and the brain bots are all Twitter and, about the troves of Twitter saying, look at that on Facebook with my say, it's my sister. Holy, you could roll out there and be like, don't do the Cantina song because that's I'm not supposed to do any songs on the podcast. And you could you're welcome to if you could come up with any BB-88 jokes or BB-8 But BB-88's better. It just has that extra syllable. Go for it. And I would love that. I would hire a brain-bot entertainer. And I don't know if I've seen Neil Diamond, because there's Neil Simon, there's Neil Young, and there's Neil Diamond. How about a Three Neils tour? Or the Three Neils. There was like, was it the 90s when they had the three tenors? But the Three Neils, Neil Armstrong, but those are entertainers, or like a writer of entertainment. But Neil Diamond, I believe, was in a movie called The Entertainer. I think. I don't know. I used to go see this band called Super Diamond. I think it was an Australian man. Looked nothing like Neil Diamond. Sang just like him. Very entertaining. No, couldn't even be in a brain bots. If you put Super Diamond in your brain, you'd be that would be too much. But yeah, I mean, I would say if you're not becoming brain bot entertainer, good for you. If you're a brain bot. Now, if you're a human, oof, I don't know. I don't know what advice I would give you. Because, I don't know. But okay, let me talk about other brain bot. Let's just get it out there. Let's talk about the other brain bot entertainers that have been up for the award. And let me step outside my role as the, multiple awarded brain bot entertainer of the year, Scooter, Sleep With Me podcast, and step into the role of the creator of the Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year award, and talk about some of the other people that were up for the award. There's a couple big ones. There was Trentham, which was a one-name entertainer, and this was the first few years since the award was invented. We do have you're disqualified if you have one name. Just because, I don't want to throw out the E word, but it is a little elitist, I guess, when you have one name, or assumist, say, well, I only need one name. Say, whoa. We're gonna, if you want to be in the Brain Bot Entertainment of the Year, if you want to get this award, you're going to need two names. And they say, well, actually, I have two. No, I said, sorry, this is a one-time only deal. So that was the end of Trentham, who was really good at, maybe not the best, but really good at entertaining brain bots. And in a different way, throat singing. The Trentham did throat singing, contortionism while throat singing, which the brain bots, they would always they would do that quivering thing. Like just picture BB-88 quivering, with, when you quiver, when you watch a contortionist, you usually quiver at some point. You say, whoa. Because you say, and you can't even tell. A quiver, you can't, it's a combination of pleasure and repulsion, I think. Or discomfort. So that was Trentham. Then another one, Coldplay, they threw their name in the hat. That was easy, because they said, well, you're already, don't you have enough? I said, this award's for Sad Small, I said, don't you have it? And then they said, what about the main guy? And I said, well, if you have any offspring that have one name, like a fruit, I said, don't you have a kid named Apple? I'm sorry. I said, you were great in that Game of Thrones thing with the red note. That was awesome. But I'm sorry, And then one of the other Coldplay guys said, well, what about me, man? And I said, well, don't you have like a boatload of money? And don't you get to tour? I said, no, this is I said, Brain Bot I said, you can't be an entertainer first and then a Brain Bot entertainer second. I said, that's in the Brain Bot. Do you know the Brain Bot entertainer's code? And then they said, no. I said, well, there you go. That's a disqualified. I guess at the time, they should have probably thought about collaborating or saying, hey, Coldplay, could you play at the Brain Bat, Entertainer of the Year Awards? Maybe come up with a song when I get my award, maybe talk about it on every tour date and, public appearances. And then maybe we could revisit this decision in 2017 or 2018, more likely. So that was Coldplay. Then this was a little bit of a joker because it was a Mama 2016, MA 2016. It was a robot or like it wasn't a robot. It was artificial intelligence. They freaking called me. And I said, I don't take call. I don't want call. I don't like calls. I don't like answering the phone. And I just went through this with and I said, that's why I gave you my that extra Google Voice number, so I could just let it go to voicemail and never check. I don't check, if Publisher Sweepstakes called me, I don't think I would even check the voice. And so I said, if you leave a voicemail, and they said the robot it said, well, this is important. And I said, well, this is important enough, then put it in some sort. And they said, well, I can only communicate by voice. And I said, well, that's a shame because you're disqualified from the awards then. Also, a bot, like Brain Bot Entertainer, a bot. I said, why can't you be the brain? I said, maybe we could come up with an alternative award for you. I said, give me some of your material. And then it just started doing pi to it just kept saying numbers. I said, that's not entertaining enough. Then it started singing pi numbers. And I said, well, that's decent. And then it was strangely hypnotic. I don't know any of the numbers in pi other than 3.14, so. But that was, it wasn't bad. And I think I went into a trance for a few weeks. And, all my passwords were changed, maybe, or maybe I forgot some of them. I said, I can't even log into this thing. I said, and for a while, I did know pi to at least the 8th decimal because of that song. But I said, I'm afraid, it still goes, we can't just give awards to anybody. Especially, so that was another person that didn't, or, entity, I believe, that didn't make it. And then, I started looking, I wanted to do a nationwide search, well, I didn't actually. I want to do a nationwide I don't need anybody knowing about BrainBot Entertainer of the Year at all. But at the time, I was talking to Nation TV3, one of those big national stations, and in New Zealand, because they said, well, if this is, I said to people, they said, yeah, of course people go, they travel. I said, well, I said, does the word get out here? And then I think they thought I was making double entendres. But because I said, well, let's do a talent search for Brain Bandit. And then I said, no, I don't want to do that. And actually, unfortunately, I started the process. Now, the good news is, I got to, things started climbing, and they said, well, what, so you're going to pitch us on this kind of Star Search show? And I said, I was, but I said, I can't, I was sitting in the waiting room, I was thinking of this story I heard about the Dubai Sevens. And they said, oh, the big tourney. They said, oh, yeah, the big turn. No. This is the Dubai Sevens. It's a team. Dubai Sevens is an undercover team pretending to be BrainBot entertainers, led by, to say dashing would be to make dancer cry. Do you recall the most famous BrainBot entertainer of all was this, and that's the lead in Dubai Sevens, a TV show. And then 6 more, lesser BrainBot entertainers undercover. They're not even real BrainBot. So we would need to cast those 6 roles with people that could pretend, that aren't actually, that they're like the second best to. Well, actually, I said it was Coldplay. And then, so I say the fourth, the sixth, seventh, the best brainbot entertainers. And we'll travel in a jet, oil powered, of course. Fuel, why would we be the Dubai Sevens if we, why not? And we'll travel the world in search of brain bot related, brain bot related, BRDs, brain bot related difficulties. And we'll entertain our way out of it. And then, like a variety show with start, so exactly like you said, in the holidays, we'll do some Kiwi Christmas music here. Oh, thank you, Greg. So you want to get me refocused. Okay, so where do I see BrainBat Entertaining going? Well, ideally, no, it just stays right here in this tiny little closet, in this small, but if it has to escape, I'd like to, I got I don't know, Greg, it's one of those things I'm afraid to let the balloon fly, if you will. Not sure if that knot on my wrist is going to hold it. But I also know that one day the balloon, the hydrogen or whatever is in those balloons, helium, I'll wake up and my balloon will be sagging, or worse, not, popped. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the future of BrainBot Entertainment, as you asked me. So I was thinking of, if we're thinking big, Greg, I was thinking about spreading the especially other than myself, since I'm BrainBot Entertainer of the Year, we got to keep me here at BrainBot Central. But I've been thinking nonstop about those up and coming BrainBot entertainers you were talking about. And I think we should make a circuit for them, for them to hone their craft, like where they're with the contract, ironclad contracts, maybe 10-year commitment, maybe 15-year circuit where they're, because that's how long it's going to take them to get those 10,000 focus hours, Greg, I've never had to say a Figment's name that many times. So I was thinking, I think there's a lot of rallies, like a Silver Fern rally I've heard of, and there's other ones way out in the middle of nowhere where they drive these cars in these boot buggies, maybe the Iditarod. The more remote, the better, because that's where my craft got honed, is at the, largest BrainBot theme park in the world. But in this case, we'll get them out there with humans, because you figure if you're driving some sort of buggy across the back roads of New Zealand, it can be exciting at moments, and the driver has to be focused at all times. Except for every once in a while, like there might be some sort of delay, and then they're way out there. Or maybe now we change the way that racing goes. So there's two drivers, that switch on and off. Maybe they already do that. And we get some entertainment out there, way out there, like the furthest reaches of the racetrack, to do things like I did, like dance, kazoos, maybe just kazoos. My voice sounds a bit like a kazoo. Yeah, thank you. Have I swallowed? Well, what do I do? If I swallowed too many kazoos? But we'll get them out there, way out there, under contract, and we'll say, okay, well, and then we'll take you to the Iditarod. Marathons, no, too many people do marathons, Greg. So, and those are more contained, if it was like one of those super long, one of those 100-miler ones, yeah, we could do that. If it's, the remote one, very remote. And then we'll find all of these up and coming BrainBot, and, we'll get them out there where they can be of most service to people out on the extreme edges, needing a little 4 or 5 seconds entertainment, just like a BrainBot. They'll be a living metaphor because they'll be entertaining humans. And, that'll help them become within their contract. And then, like, also, like, when you do that thing with the contract, we have it where the non-compete clause, maybe just 10 years after the contract. What else do I see for Brain Bad Entertainment? Well, it's great. Like, more PR, is that what you said? Well, I mean, I guess we could start a daily blog where, like, I've heard of guest blogging, and that's one thing I've heard of. But what about what about ghost blogging? Where we get all these uncredited ghost blogging. And what I mean by that, Greg, is like we get all these entertainers, these up and coming brain bot entertainers, trying to get their mitts on Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year. And they start writing blog articles, and again, this will be, that brain bot, brain core, brain bot, enter brain bot inner core, or, pending, we'll have the full rights to that. But they'll ghost blog. So I'll take credit on the blog, that way, if it's controversial, maybe we won't print it. But if it's good, they don't have to worry about the pressures of credit and stuff, because they're just honing their craft, up and coming, paying their dues. And they could do that, and I could take credit, and then I would also own that material if I need to develop it at a later date. What else? Well, I was thinking also, I'm thinking about hollowing out, there's been different stories where I've had hollowed out mountains like Mount Roskill. And I was thinking if we could also get all the potential brain bot entertainers that aren't under contract and that are up and coming. And we could say within that mountain is where the Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year, that's the secret. Like we could have it like the Magic Castle and be like, oh, if you want to be, that's the spot to do it. Are you an up and coming Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year? Are you even curious about entertaining brain bots? Have you thought about it for more than 1 second? Come to Mount Roskill. It's just like the Catskills, just the same thing, except deep in New Zealand inside a mountain. Come on in and stay for a while. And then maybe if as you get used to living in a bunk and not, just doing these, busy chores will give you that are essential. Maybe packaging stuff. I don't know. We'll figure that part out. That then you'll become eventually you'll become a brain bot entertainer within the mountain. Because maybe we could even create physical brain bots for them to entertain and bring them there. Yeah, that's it. There's their answer. So they just go into the mountain. We keep bringing brain bots, which we could just buy. Tell you what, I'll give you a bunch of money. I'll tell you what, I'll give you my credit. Do you have any credit cards, Greg? No. Okay. I was thinking we could buy a bunch of remote controlled things and just put them in there. How much does it cost to hollow out a mountain? With it, this is all okay. So perfect. It's doable then if it's in my mind. And then we'll just get them all in there. We'll have little remote control things. We'll put in a fake nightclub. Club Brainbot. There you go. And we could have a frowny face and a smiley face. Great. This is great. We are quite a team. And I think because you seem to have a lot of questions about it, Greg. Like, I think you're the person to run it, to be honest. I don't think I could do it. With the probing questions you ask, you could do the interviews. You could hand out the grades. You'd be like the dean and the admissions board and the nightclub manager. How's that sound? Would you get to decide on Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year? Yeah, within the mountain. Yeah, the Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year, right in there, of course. And we just get everybody in there with you, and that'll be it. That sounds wonderful. And then everybody can forget about this, other than when they hear about the announcement about me winning Brain Bot Entertainer of the Year. and they say, oh, thank goodness I didn't want to listen to a podcast made by an up-and-coming brain-bot entertainer. Yeah, you could have podcasts inside the mountain. Of course, Greg. That's a great idea. Great idea. Because, that's a good way to, it's very time. I think you're brilliant. I'll be honest with you. You could have, could you come up with the, whatever they call that, the curriculum for that as well? That'd be your job as dean, I believe. Maybe maybe Coldplay and, that computer and the other person, they could be your staff. Well, great. This has just been a great interview. Thanks everybody for tuning in to this episode of Behind the Brainbot Awards. And remember, if you're thinking about a career like in brainbot entertainment, it is a wide open field. And I mean the doors of Mount Roskill are wide open for you. Come on in. Now, you've heard of for-profit universities, right? And you've heard of nonprofit universities and the high cost of student debt. You've heard of getting out of school and not having a job. Well, they come to Brainbot University, and, it's the only place on earth for Brainbot entertainers, up and coming or, curious. You say, well, I'm Brainbot curious. They'd say, well, what do you mean when you say that? Do you mean brainbot entertainment? Do you mean curious, like into, because we got to parse the words here. Like, are you curious about brainbot entertainers? Or brainbot curious or brainbot entertainer curious? Okay, that killed it, huh? Well, any of those things, you could come to our university. Here's the thing, no charge. Guaranteed job on graduation within the Mount Roskill facility, which is the preeminent research facility for brainbot entertainment. It has all of the top brainbot entertainers, founded by the Brainbot Entertainer of the Year 2014, 2015, 2016. It has the top brainbot club, entertainment club in the world. It's the only facility of its kind. So, get over, just come on in and let the doors close behind you. They'll open up when the next person comes, but they're special kind of one-way door, because there's only one way to the top of brainbot entertainment. And you could take it from me. I mean, I started the ascent that would end up in the Brainbot University, Brainbot Entertainment, BEU, Brainbot Entertainer U. BEU, that's what we call it around here. I started this journey at the side of a Brainbot roller coaster. And it was a hard time, ended up with diamonds on my butt. And, I'm going to save you the time of doing that, and I'll just introduce you to a luxury place, a pre-ski, like that, but on the inside. On the outside, people will be pre-skiing, maybe. But you'll be entertaining brainbots. You won't even be, you'll have arrived. Instead of, like, when you're lying in your bunk, instead of being like, am I an up-and-coming brainbot entertainer, you'll know, why am I here within this mountain to entertain brainbots? So thank you, everybody. On behalf of the staff at BU, on behalf of everyone here at the Brainbot Entertainer of the Year Awards, on behalf of the winner of the Brainbot Entertainer of the Year Awards, me, and all the figments of my imagination, I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. Good night. All right, hey everybody, welcome to Nuns in Space, our episodic series. This is going to be the last episode for a little while. I think. I'm not positive because I actually don't have I just feel like it's time for a break, and I don't actually have something in the pending weeks. Probably before you hear this, I'll be working hard to try to, I think I know what we're going to do next, but I'm not positive when I'm recording this. But we'll see. I guess that'll be, that's what we'll see. And so, yeah, not exactly. I guess I'm now letting my own personal feelings. So this will be the last episode for a while. I've had great pleasure bringing you this episodic series. If this is your first episode, it's episodic. So here's what you need to know. It takes place in outer space. Not quite as good as Star Trek, but not quite as cool as Firefly. But in those all those do share qualities of outer space, and spaceships is how you travel in outer space. So that does happen in this show. On the ship is Scooter, in charge of the ship, and Scooter's right hand best friend and software interface is Stan. And the ship is crewed by the nuns from Scooter's childhood. So you could listen to this episode, and then you can go back and check out the other ones. Most of them are episodic, other than the first 3 or 4 were kind of like a pilot. And yeah, it's nuns in space, and that's about it. And thanks for being along for the ride so far. And here, my friend, he goes, this is the last episode of Nuns in Space. Yeah, Antonio, for a little while. I want to give you a break. The holiday season's coming up, and, I want to keep it fresh. Oh, well, you could have told me. I was planning a vacation. Okay, well, don't worry. Where are you going? Maybe we could plan something together, my friend. Okay. As the ladies and gentlemen, the boys, the girls, and the friends beyond the binary. Remember, you're all welcome and loved here. So welcome and be loved here for another episode of The Nuns in a Space, and we'll see you soon, my friends. My friends, what are we going to... Don't worry, Antonio. What I'm working on next, you were already in. Oh. But you don't sound... Well, I don't have anything written yet before, because this is a train, and I'm always moving on the train and right. Oh, I know, my friend. I don't know how you do it. Oh, thanks, Antonio. Okay, Antonio, okay, Nuns in Space, everybody. Hey, pen pal, it's me, your pen pal. I'm surprised. And, pen pal, pen pal messaging you in a little message. I started to look at this is a positive way. This is a loaded word, but I'm going to say pen pal. It's a J word, jobs, job. You looked at these messages to you like a job, but not a job that's a chore, but a job I'm committed to, pen pal. That's why I've consistently kept in touch with you. Because it's like a J-O-B. I don't know what J-O-B stands for. People say it's a job. J-O-B, job. Just obligated to benefit you, pen pal. And of course myself. Just obligated benefit. Something. Should be something about getting paid, but not all jobs you get paid in money or credits, whatever they call it now. You get paid for you, and I think there's probably a good amount of hormones that get released when I talk to you, pen pal. Ideally, when you listen, there's less hormone. Do hormones secrete, right, pen pal? Right, right. I don't know either. Maybe you do, but this is a one-way communication. Anyway, pen pal, speaking of jobs, I don't know if do they still call it that, or occupation, or I don't do other vocabulary word. Someplace you do work you do for compensation, and like when I was on Earth, when I was earthbound, pen pal, I never had problem keeping a job, but I had problems staying at jobs just because I said, well, what am I going to do with my life? And then I would go and I would work somewhere, and then longer than short time. I never was so thrifty in my commitment, usually overstaying my welcome. Pen pal, you know me well enough to know that. But even overstaying my internal welcome that said, hey, we should have been at. But anyway, pen pal, that's neither here nor there. But jobs, you get a job, and sometimes you get it on the entry level, and then you work your way up, and that's called a promotion. Or they kind of refined it, and then then I worked at a job that was clear, where I worked for the government, and they said, well, this is your job title, and you could instead of getting a promotion, you would go up, I think it was every 1,500 hours or something like that, until you could go up 5 times. So you would get a raise, essentially. But then once you hit the 5 times, you were kind of stuck. And I think of that, like in my world, that was like a lot of people's situation, metaphorically and actually. But usually you try to get a, promotion, or they call it I think pay scales. That was another thing. There was like inequities with how everyone didn't get paid equally, and not everybody got paid enough. I think that's a pretty consensus basis. They just pay everybody more, but equal, balance it back out too. So Pepe, I don't know if you're familiar with any of that stuff. I tried to be honest, Pepe. I tried to tune it all out. But don't tune this out, Pen Pal. I guess I'm writing, sending because I got I have a promotion, as you may or may not know. On the Monte Carlo, the ship that we're on here with the sisters. At one point, I was just a harbor pilot. I was supposed to bring it through the cloud that separated Earth with the outer space. And then when we got stuck in the cloud, I became quartermaster, which as far as I could tell, and I guess I haven't really looked it up at all. There's like the captain and the quartermaster. And, when it comes to getting I think even in getting paid, I think maybe there's not going to be any pay with this one. Though we have, I think we earned some money, or did I lose that? But so, like there's what was I going to say? So the captain, the quartermaster's kind of in charge of everything in normal times, and then the captain's in charge, at least by this structure, and it's pretty rigid because the computer just knows. And then you're pretty familiar because of my other messages, unless you're listening to this one first, that one of the sisters is captain, but only in battle situations does the captain take control of the ship. And so, like the quartermaster's in charge, that's me. But then if there's a battle situation, I'm not in charge. And the sisters don't like the idea of me being quartermaster. Is it half master? And I think I'm a quartermaster. They've been calling me, they say stuff like 16th and or 1/7. They try to use the odd numbers. This, 1/17th master. But, I've kind of taken over the captain's duties, but the sisters, they've been trying to spring tricks on me so that we'd be in a battle situation and then they could take over the ship and, ideally be rid of me. But, they really know. But when, that Pen Pal, there was this planet that got a hold of a lot of Earth cartoons, and they were, I don't know if you heard about the great Faux, F-A-U-X, Pen Pal, Faux Voltron incident. But that got me a lot of attention in the universe for exposing that, and it was a pretty boring story. I won't tell you now. But and then we got a call from whatever it was too many letters. I said, just why would you pick an acronym with more than 3 letters? J-O-B. There's your acronym, job. But so whatever the sisters, and this is like one of the overseeing space agencies. But it's like Soupstone or something. Soupstone. I don't know. I said, I said, I stopped listening after soup. I said, maybe soup is space or S-O, Space Organization of Universes and Planets. There you go. Something like that. Soupstone. Maybe a stone soup. I mean, that would make sense. But then I'd be like, well, it's not very authoritative. And, soup is just not an authoritative thing, Pen Pal. I mean, there's soup authorities, and they're like, "Ooh, this is if you're having a soup." But anyway, I'm not here. Maybe that's not an acronym. Maybe I just acronymed it. I said, "Well, what were you?" I tuned it out. I said, "What was the name of your organization?" It's blah 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 blah. Oh, Soupstone. No, it's blah 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 blah. Right, stones. Is it stones? Wait, can you say it again slower? Space. Stone soup. Soups. I think it's soup stone though, but maybe I did acronym it. But anyway, that's one of the big organizations, and sisters work for some part of it. I think I don't like clearly. I said you had me at Soupstone and promotion. So after the faux Voltron thing, they decided, and I guess there was other reports they did here because the computer told on them, not Stan, right, Stan? Scooter. No. The computer submits reports, subspace. Yes, computer told on the sisters, Scooter. And so we're flying to the headquarters, Soupstone Central, Soupstone. No. I wonder if it's a stone planet. I think it's a space station. Stan, I know. I don't know. Don't worry with Stan. But so, like I'm going to become like, because there's captain and there's quartermaster. I did not realize there's a commander, or like it's something higher. Because I guess it's different than Star Trek, because that's where I'm getting mixed up. Because it's a lieutenant commander with Captain Picard. But I guess in their world, obviously you need checks and balances, like the captain and the quartermaster. In this world, it's not as perfect as Star Trek. Probably because I don't think they have like a what do you call that, academy. I don't think the sisters went through any academy. If they did, they didn't have any classes on course on common decency. But so the good news, pen pal, is I'm going to be commander of the Natchez, and also the great news is I'm going to have a new crew. The sisters are out. And I got to look over I tried to look over the contract, but it was too small a print. And Stan said I'm not a legal advisor, but I said, Stan, can't you like check in with the legal? I don't, but so I think, so I'm going to be commander. I'm going to continue the mission, for a while. I get a commendation. I find out some of this, what the plan, I guess I don't really know any of the details. And they said they can't, even encrypted stuff. So I'm going to find out the secret stuff. Also get rid of the sisters, the new crew, and I'll be commander. So I actually, instead of quartermaster quarters, where I don't actually keep it nice in case it becomes captain's quarters in the office. Like I'll be the commander. So it'll be like, no, this isn't the quartermaster. I'll probably still call it the quartermaster quarters. Commanded by the commander. That's probably what I call it. But yeah, so I'll be in total charge of the ship, with Stan and the ship's computer. And then, I guess I'll have a number one. So that's all great, especially because I'll know what we're supposed to be doing, like other than following trails of delusion. I mean, in the sisters, their reaction is a combination of joy and dismay and frustration and disappointment, irritation with me, usual stuff. But dismay is a little bit new, and I guess they're mixed feelings. I'd say I think those are mixed feelings. So, sorry, Pembel, I'm getting. Stan, you got anything on? Sorry, Pembel, I don't mean to interrupt. Stan, you got anything on the ship's sensors? I'm really getting a piercing delusion. It's not an ache. It's a. Stan, you got anything? Scooter, sensors, our ETA is about 46 minutes, Scooter. Oh, thanks for putting that in minutes, Stan. So what time's my commendation and promotion ceremony? Scooter, you said you like to be a half hour early, so it's in about an hour and 15 minutes. Oh, great. So we'll be there half hour early. Scooter, yeah, that's just the estimated time. I'll make sure we're there half hour early. Oh, well, I don't know, Stan, hold on. Can you, we could, I don't know, I'm picking up a huge delusion, Stan. This one is big. I got to sit down here. Call the sisters to the bridge. Scooter, the sisters are on the bridge the whole time listening to you. Oh, hey, sisters. A little excited about that promotion. Okay, I'm getting a stand. Come to full stop. Whoa, this is a powerful delusion. What's that, Sister Leanne? Yeah, I know we got to get to Soupstone Central, but did you say that or did I think that? This delusion is intense. This is an intense one. It feels like, I mean, no, sister. Thank you, sister. Okay, Sister Bernice, you say that I'm just scared for promotion. No, no, no. It's not fear. I mean, I feel fear. A delusion and fear in totally different somatic areas, sister. I don't mean to drop any knowledge on you, but I just did. That's the kind of thing I'm going to be doing as commander. That's sorry, sister. I know I'm not commander right now. I'm not even commander of my own feelings. But I'm, more obviously. So other people believe Soupstone does believe that, and I think I just observe. Anyway, seriously, they're really in different body areas for me. So it's not fear. It's a. Oof. This one's a big one. This is Stan. Let's see. Let me think. Sisters, can you load up the optics? I'm sorry, Sister Ellen. What is it? Uh, we get a 30-minute window of extra time. We'll just jump and check on this delusion, and then we'll get back to the ceremony. Don't worry. I realize you're. Yeah, I realize are you sisters going to be reassigned or but anyway, it's not my business. It's not my business to ask that. So, Stan, can you do the thing where you set the coordinates where this is right where I'm facing here, or my Scooter? I'm following it. Okay, because let's just jump there. I'm estimating. See what I'm doing with my like. See, Scooter. I can read you. I can read you. Okay, and then sisters, can you set up the? Okay, we're jumped. Scooter, we don't. I know it just jumps easier for me right now. Just please. Okay. Okay, see, do you detect any ships in the area? Scooter, we're facing, we might be able to pick it up on the optics. Okay, Sister Lane, can you head up to the optics? I know, I realize this. I can hear you, Sister Caroline. Uh, I know that Sue Stone does not look, they greatly frown on untimeliness. That's why I'm timely. I'm a buffoon in many situations. But when it comes to being on time, my obligation, I'm usually pretty on time. No, no, I'm not avoiding it. There's a ship. Stan, you're trailing the ship, right? Scooter, we're trailing the ship. Sister's booting up the optics. You mean anyway, so it's not an avoidance thing. Don't worry. We'll be on time for the changing of the guard or whatever. No, I'm not avoiding it. Actually, I'm looking forward to having a life, this imagined life, like going into a future nostalgia where I'm in charge of the ship and I have a crew that respects me and treats me with dignity and follows my commands. And, I'm commander of my emotions. And it'll be like I'm returning to a new life I never had. And I realize that's some distance in there, sister. So you can smirk all you wish. But this delusion, oh boy. Okay, what do we got on the optics? Okay, so it's a tow ship and it's towing something, okay? And, well, how's it moving that fast? Well, how's it moving that fast? Oh boy, Stan, can you match speed? Scooter, I'm on it, but Scooter, the ship is moving very quickly. Okay, so is it detected that we're following it yet, Stan? Scooter was still Scooter. No, I don't think they Scooter. I'm not sure. It's been moving that fast since we got here. Okay, Sister Leanne, before just in case, see if you could get in on what's it towing? A ship. Okay, what class ship? Oh boy, everybody sit. Okay, okay. Well, keep an eye on the ship. How could? Okay, just still at a. We're still Stan. See if you can pick up so Sister can get a better view of the ship. She's saying it's the same class as this one. Which is the same class as the Monte Carmelo. Oh boy. Well, that's our ship. Whoops. I mean, the Natchez is the same class, right, sister? Well, thanks for correcting me. It really wasn't necessary, but it clearly. the command structure around here. Anyway, okay, sister, we're staying out. Scooter, we're still trying to get closer. Sisters, why don't you go up there and help on the, like, see. Okay, wait a second. It could be the Nechez. What's your certainty level? I'm sorry, what class are these ships? I can never say that. Is that a silent D? Devor, like the conductor? Okay, never mind. It's the same class. Okay, is there any carbon scoring on there? I always like to check for carbon scoring. Okay. Okay, Stan, check the computers for any images on the chess that would distinctive images. Okay, something we could see at this distance. Oh, really? It's got a red dot. Okay, that's perfect. Sister, see if you could get into the fin. What is that called? The tail. It's not called tail fin. Well, the tail fin. Okay, she's trying to try to stabilize the ship. Scooter, it's interference between. Scooter, hold on, Stan. 1 second. Sister Leanne, did you see? You think you saw something red on the tail? What do you mean you can't see it anymore? Stan, what does she mean to you? Scooter, the ship in the ship it was towing went cloaked. Okay, well that's their mistake, Stan, right? Because we can still follow. Okay, I can sense it right out there. I can't sense the red dot. Sister, why don't you come down here? Okay, Stan, keep following the ship. I think right where I'm pointing. Right where I'm pointing, Stan, is where the ship's going. I got a feeling they saw our tail lights or our front light, our head, because we've always dreamed about tailing things, but this is, it's not as easy as but it doesn't matter because I don't think we should we, I guess it'd be more ominous if we follow them, even though they're cloaked. So let's just keep it up, Stan. Okay, sister, why don't you go back up there and, sister, why don't you go back up there and train the optics on the like keep them at the same angle in case they come out of cloaking, because we're not going to, Stan, why don't you pick up, can we close a little distance between us and the ship? Scooter, I don't know. Okay, I think we're, okay, just pick up, maximize our speed, Stan. Okay, Scooter. Okay, I think we are picking up. Yeah, okay, we're closing the distance. This is good. Good thing I stuck my head in that, what was it called? A planetary collider, huh, sisters? This is great. Really, I mean, this is command level commanding. I don't remember any. I'm detecting a cloaked ship. It's a good thing I can't be weaponized, efficiently. Hopefully I don't fall into the wrong hands, huh, sister? Like the hands of a crew that respects me. Maybe this is the ultimate checks and balances. Anyway, okay, Stan, how are we looking? Scooter, just a reminder, we have a few minutes before we're going to have to jump. Not Scooter, we don't have much time before we'd have to get head to your ceremony. Oh boy. So what do we got? About 10, 15 minutes? See, I'm good at telling time, Sam. We got about 10 or 15 minutes, right? Because can you chart a course so we could jump a little bit closer? Yeah, Scooter, the maximum time we've used 15 minutes of you. So okay, that's fine, Stan. We'll do it. I mean, maybe you should send a message ahead to double, see if they got 2 commendations in there. You think it'll be like, will I get something put around my neck? I hope it's not a soup stone, because I don't know what, is that for making stone soup? That would mean I would be, anyway, that's a real question, though. I guess it could be a warming, I could put a stone in to warm the soup. Do people do that? Artisanal soup warming by stone. Maybe, Stan, if we go back to Earth, that's our business will open up. But yeah, just stay on course. Sooner or later, they will, we're headed away from the, where we need to, that's fine, though. Stan, do you think they have the inability to, do any, they're only heading on propulsion power, or whatever we call it, jet stuff. Scooter, yeah, for some reason, they have an inability to to bend or jump or whatever drive they have on that tow ship. Scooter, the ship's computer's telling me that traditionally, very similar to your job, where you would drive things just from one place to another within a short distance between Earth and Bengal Tiger Station or whatever. These tow ships aren't designed for, so it must be headed somewhere local. All right, so it's perfect. So we keep. Why don't we get even closer then? Because Scooter's coming out of cloak. Perfect timing. Okay, great. Sister, you ready up there? Hopefully. Okay, and I hear Scooter. There's an incoming beam headed towards the ship. Okay, it's headed. Oh, it's headed right at me, Stan. Hey, pen pal, it's me. I just had to plug in here because this is later. That was like 1 second, huh, pen pal? But oh boy, no reason to worry because I get hit by a beam and now I'm talking to you. So obviously everything's great. At the time it wasn't though. What happened was, I'll get right to it, pen pal. But I'm, don't I sound almost the same? But what happened was the beam hit me and it must have been some sort of, a beam where I couldn't move anymore, except, well, you'll learn in a minute. And so I was stuck. And then the ship went cloaked again, of course, this tow ship. At the same time, Sister Leanne, I could hear everything. I was aware of everything that was happening. I just couldn't move anything. It wasn't cold, though, pen pal. I could still feel the climate controls. And I could still feel everything. I just couldn't move. It was some sort of, beam, stasis beam, I guess. Though I don't think I was anyway, pen pal. I was hit by that. Only me. And at first the sisters, no one knew. And then they said, "Are you in a trance?" And I couldn't blink my eyes, but I could move them, which meant a lot of tears. No more tears. But Sister Leanne confirmed that the ship did have the red mark on the tail, and there was pictures taken because we got close enough. And the sisters, they spent most of the time confirming that that was the Natchez being towed by the ship that we had been, and I was feeling the piercing delusions. And so they were immediately excited and immediately crestfallen because we couldn't stand in the ship's computer, and the sisters, Stan just headed in the same direction. And very quickly and clearly, the sisters were like, "Oh no. We have the Natchez, and we lost it due to this cloaking." Oh, hey, pen pal, by the way, cloaking means like stealth, like invisibility. Just in case you didn't know that, I probably should have told you that earlier. Still there, but you can't see it, or even the sensors can't detect it, all of them. Different ways to do that, just like different ways to travel between universes at very high speeds. More than one way to climb the cloaking mountain, as the competitive companies like to say at first. Anyway, pen pal, you might say, "Oh, I don't want to get into the socioeconomics of cloaking technology," but basically it comes down to the adoption was based on the availability of minerals, and elements that would be involved in that cloaking within the local regional systems that's why they chose the technology. Not same with the traveling fast, materials on hand. So anyway, sorry about that, pen pal, but I was frozen, and then so of course very quickly, but being on the verge of being a commander and knowing there's probably 7 minutes or 5 minutes left for me to become a commander, and then wondering, what I should do, but I couldn't do anything. But then I knew Stan, I was looking, and then very quickly Stan, this is where, your technology, the fact that Stan and Spike and the ship's computer can talk to one another. It still took them too long, as opposed to a person that said, "Oh, just follow Scooter's eyes." but because they're computers, just like problem solving with the humans, that it hits them, but it just so because they were analyzing and reanalyzing, problem solving trees or some, I don't know what to call it. But so then they said, "Oh, just follow Scooter's eyes," and I had already. Don't worry, that did not plant the idea. It was already there. I was looking where the ship was. I wouldn't say it's intentionally, but my commander sense probably was kicking in. So I was looking where the ship was anyway. And so, that the computer and Stan were able to adapt very quickly and follow my eyes. And I was able to flick my eyes, to say, do this, faster. But that's about it, direction and speed. And, Stan can monitor stuff at a much more precise rate than a human could. So there we are, we're following the ships, or the ships, yeah. They're cloaked. Staying cloaked. We know in the tox clicking, the clock is ticking and the promotion. But, also we weren't thinking about that because that was, even though I could only see and cry, or my eyes provide wet themselves. I guess that's it, pal. My eyes wet themselves. Hilarious. Is that, so we'd forgotten about the ceremony, that's too busy commanding a ship, ultimate. But so we kept up, and I said, well, sooner or later, this was his thinking. I guess my thoughts weren't frozen. I could use one of those beams to freeze my thoughts. Probably make me if it wasn't already, that could help me and a lot of other people. Frozen thought beam. So we kept following the ship, and then the ship went into this orbit, and I said, well, we got to stick with it, staying. That was just looking up. And I think we went down a rabbit hole. Like, mostly I was focused on following this cloaked ship, but oh boy, did the sisters have to crew the ship after this, pen pal, because we went into this orbit. And then it was just a fake out because then there was a slingshot. I think because it was like some sort of anti-friction atmosphere. Shot out of that orbit. We were in a solar system. Then we went through some like micro asteroid belts, which are the worst. They don't know why they don't go get more press. That you can't but the sisters had to to deal with that, which you can't Parsec, remember that game I told you about, Penville? That had big asteroids. This one had teeny tiny ones. And so that, that was a big, but the sisters got through that, but they figured it out. They problem solved. I don't even know how they did it because I was saying, I couldn't do anything but keep my eyes on it. And if I looked at the sisters, Stan knew that I was distractible, but it just, anyway. Then we end up in some other, I think it was another, I don't know if this might have been, because, my imagination might have been running, but I could have sworn there was something to do with carrots, maybe weaponized carrots. There's these universes. I was just hearing bits and pieces of what the sisters were saying, but I could have sworn I heard carrots, carrots. It could have been carrots, but I don't know what a carrot is. But I thought that there was something like that grabbed on. I was like, is that the carrot thing you pull the carrot with? That's got to be pretty strong. So that was just another challenge the sisters overcame. Then there was, of course, we came under, we had to deal with stuff, and I guess they could have taken over command. I guess sister could have taken over command because it was a battle situation. Here's the situation. When a battle starts, the quartermaster goes on vacation. Bump it, But in this case, it was this was an all hands on deck situation. So it didn't, no, I don't even think even anything devious. I mean, the task at hand was right in front of us, but only I could see it, but I couldn't move and I could only sense it. But it was there. And then, again, I think I don't know if this was a slingshot situation. Then we went through the battle, which was obviously trying to keep us from something. That was it. And I don't even not sure what happened. I just saw It was a bit like being on like a ride at that point, like flashing stuff and sisters cursing, totally normal ride and the shields and stuff. But I was just in charge of following this, and I mean, that was pretty cool actually, because one of the sisters was like, so it was like, there was two navigators, like, or I was navigating and one of the sisters was driving, like dodging stuff. And that worked. It was like some sort of adaptive battle control, because staying in the ship's computer would course correct. But I don't know. I think it was based on human beings and algorithms working in sync perfectly, like kind of reminiscent of driving. Like if you had I guess if you used rubber bands, but they wouldn't work as good as an algorithm. I think. But then that's when, after we got through this like battle type thing, or you think it was like a security defense thing, but to be honest, there's shouts of like, I think wormhole, which is different than a black hole, less risky, but still unknown. But we came out of this. Went through the wormhole. Came out of the wormhole, back into the vacuum of space for a short period of time, like very short. Like instead of getting dumped out, something where it's like also, but then Stan just started leaking out, or not Stan, the ship, like before we could even, like this cloud started appearing, and then the ship came out of cloaking, but it was already like this cloud streaming out behind it, like it's releasing all sorts of stuff. And then it was headed towards this cloud, and I said, oh boy, there's a possibility the cloud of delusion that encircled Earth after we were exposed to space, and finally Earth was exposed to, the whole, I don't know if you remember that, pen pal, but because I don't know if you're on Earth, but, we were Earthbound humans, knew about outer space, not, some familiarity with it, lots of thoughts about it. Then one day Earth gets exposed to outer space, very quickly. We got on the outer space map and, started getting visitors by beings from outer space technology, improving Earth technology, traveling to universes, meeting creatures from, all sorts of stuff. Overwhelmed some people on Earth, myself included, pen pal. But also, a whole new way of life, tons of more potential just things to do, of outcomes. And then just as quickly, this delusion cloud comes in and circles Earth. We're separated from space again. This was a cloud we were going into. And as the ships, as we shot into the cloud, I realized very quickly this was a thick delusion. And it had almost an immediate effect on the sisters. And then it almost had an immediate effect, like the computers. Anyway, like the sisters, they became instantly debilitated. It was so intense. Now, for me, it was also almost impossible for me to track the ship. I was trying to for a little while, and then I was losing it, but it still had this vague sense. So I was still trying to, but then I didn't know if I was like going to get like if I was chasing a delusion or not. But I don't know. It was almost like there's like a laser pointer on my brain, but within it like a fog. And the sisters were, it was a tough situation. And quickly, my I went into commander mode once again. Because they said, "Oh, like we got to get it, we got to get it. This is going to be trouble for everybody because you don't want to get caught in a cloud of delusion." Also tried to be like, "Is this Earth's delusion?" But then I couldn't move around, and Stan was following my eyes. And then I said, like, I was like, I don't know what to do. And then Stan in the computer and Spike, they really showed up big, because Stan was like some training we were working on, but of offering alternate ideas to deal with situation. And just like humans, I say, Stan, there's no bad ideas. Spike mostly nobody, I said, if we're stuck as the crew and you're listening, monitoring, you know, like, I don't know. And then so Stan just started, and it was also Stan's way of coping, maybe. But they started offering ideas and theories because Stan was like, assessing, are we going to get stuck in this cloud? Are we still following a ship? And Stan said a bunch of stuff, like, because I said no bad ideas. But Stan said one theory is that whatever was controlling me being frozen was like like some sort of subspace thing. Because Stan said, well, we've been processing your brows furrowing when we were in atmospheres, in like your forehead was wrinkling. The computer noticed that. So that being in an atmosphere, and Stan said even like barely the cloud was, Stan was like, it can detect something. And then Stan said, well, I don't know if that furrow is permanent or it just looks deeper. And I said, great, okay, anyway, Stan. So Stan said, if we could get to that. And I said, okay. And then I had this vague idea, and this was very complicated, but it well, mostly just yes or no questions. And Stan said, well, do you want me to do this? Because I looked at Stan. When you might make eye contact with Freestyle Soda Machine, for the most part, the Freestyle Soda Machine knows what it means. If you're not there for a soda, it means something, way bigger than sodas. But, I mean, the soda machine, if you're not there for soda and you're staring at a soda machine, the soda machine needs to put that in context and say, well, why is this person staring? If you're a regular Freestyle, well, maybe a service, maybe, something else. So Stan knew, and so at some point, the decision was made via my eyes to just make a space jump towards where I suspected the tow ship in the Natchez was, which I figured we were in the outskirts of Earth, and they were going to go land on Earth and hide out. Cause they wouldn't have gone into the cloud of delusion, just get stuck there. That was another theory. And so we jumped right into right into the outer atmosphere. And just like you've seen, Pen Pal, probably, and everything, in like a frictiony atmosphere, like ships, blah, blah, everything's, but the good thing was the ship was shaking, and the sisters were like shaking out of the delusion mostly. They were a little overwhelmed. Boom, I had full control of my body, and mostly, as much of my mind as I have so I sat down at the controls, staying in the ship's computers. We were jumped into the atmosphere. So it was all hands on deck, half of each of the sisters' hands to try to bring us in for a landing. And then, of course, the malfunction started, just like you see, beeping and blurping and again, it's just so, like, I don't know, whatever, like the ship was barely under our control. And so then, like I was trying to control it. We were, doing all the safety stuff to get ready for a soft, uncontrolled landing, as they say in the sleep podcast world, is that, that kind of landing, partially controlled landing, with something that rhymes with hash. But so we get in, and then we're all working together. It wasn't as, we're in the zone, so it wasn't that stressful. And then boom, we punched through the outer atmosphere. And honestly, part of me was like, I was operating at such a high capacity because I was positive we would punch through, and I would see the blue-green of Earth, And we punched through the atmosphere, and it was more of like a gray brown. And then I said, like, Stan, where, and then Stan was like trying to figure out what planet we were on, matching maps, and not coming back with anything. But that was just a little bandwidth, because really we were still trying to control the descent of the ship, the slow, feathery, those helicopter seed like descent, ideally. And so then we went in and got the ship down relatively we were all strapped in, and the ship landed in some sand. And believe it or not, pen pal, that's where I'm messaging you from now, is the planet we've arrived on. And that's what we're doing. So I think we're going to be here for a little while. I don't know, like, I have to reserve, we do have solar, but I'm going to be honest, pen pal, it'll be a little while till, I mean, next time you hear from me, it might just be instant for you. But I gotta conserve energy now because we're here on this planet. We don't know anything. It's unknown. We just got here, and so we're gonna, but so we might be here a while. So I'll talk to you when I talk to you, pen pal. But thanks. We're okay. We got plenty of water for now, and food, soda. Plenty of soda. So much soda. So don't worry, pen pal. I'll be in touch at some point. When I talk to you. Oh, bummer. I just realized I missed my promotion ceremony. I'll have to pitch that to the sisters. Maybe today's not the best day, but to say, well, why don't I just be commander of the ship? Didn't this whole thing prove that I really am the commander? Don't you think, pen pal? I don't know if they'll agree, but I'll talk to you. All right, so tonight we're going to be talking about Encounter at Farpoint, which is it was the first episode. Let me just read a little bit from Wikipedia to set the mood here. Series premiere and first episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. Premiered in syndication, wow, September 28th, 1987. That is even more impressive. I had no idea. I mean, holy mackerel, that is so, wow. It was written by D.C. Fontana and Gene Roddenberry and directed by Corey Allen. Roddenberry was the creator of Star Trek, and Fontana was a writer on the original series. The series was made as a pilot for the new Star Trek series in a double-length episode for Paramount Television Group's insistence. After the show was initially announced in 1986, Roddenberry put together a production team. New actors were hired. Sometimes they had to rehire. And sometimes people, that's not important. So what's important was the year, September 28th, 1987. A couple of the extra actors are... John Delancey, who plays Q, who, we'll be talking about it probably a lot over the next couple months or years. Michael Bell, who played Groppler Zorn. And I think that's probably it. DeForest Kelly played Leonard McCoy, Bones. Is that Bones McCoy? DeForest Kelly, but that was but that was a kind of tribute to the original Star Trek. And maybe we'll do a run through. This is kind of like a two-parter for me. I mean, this is like a double length, so about an hour and a half. And so we'll run through the whole episode, and then maybe we'll talk about because what I was really struck by was a lot of interesting things, and I'd never seen this episode before, like the first time I watched it, which was like months ago when I decided I've been watching Star Trek Next Generation for months, now that we're doing this in the lead up, get my feet wet and make sure this was viable. But so the first time I watched it was a few months ago once I decided, okay, we're going to do Star Trek Next Generation for this show. And so it was really informative, and it's a really different episode, than a normal episode, I would say. So not just the length, but it gives us a little glimpse into certain characters, just like a pilot would. And in some way, in a really not too terrible way, like a lot of stuff. And a couple of things I really loved, like the first time I saw it, the fact that Picard doesn't like, here's a spoiler, Picard doesn't like kids. The fact that they make him uncomfortable, it just really struck me as like, okay, I really like I don't know if it's the being of this program. Now I get it. I don't know. I guess that would be an endearing thing. It endeared it to me. And then having Q on the first episode, is another big plus. And it's just a lot of great things. But let's do some run through. Encounter at Farpoint. It opens with the opening. Well, I put opens with open. The ship in center screen falls in to the screen, and Picard walks out of the shadows, and Picard walks fast. It's a new command of a Galaxy-class ship. They're short a first officer who's at Deneb 4, and their task is to solve the mystery of Farpoint Station. Data does not know Snoop. Oh, they're talking about, what are they doing? And like they say, okay, we're going to snoop. We're going to try to get clues. And he goes, you mean like seek covertly? And then Counselor Troy, senses a powerful mind. And then the ship's alarm goes off. There's something strange. It's a force field, he says. And then Picard starts to get irritable, which is great. He goes, shut off that damn noise. And then we see the Enterprise is caught in some kind of energy net, like a force field. And again, this is in 1987, so these effects, they really stand up. I've been watching on Amazon, but I think it's also on Netflix. It says HD. Now, I don't know what that means as far as the 1080, whatever, but really this show, man, talk about a show that has legs. They say, come to full stop. There's a flash appearance of a man in a giant hat with a feather in a breastplate. He looked like a battling painter, like a Renaissance painter with a breastplate. And he had a jacket with high boots. And he goes, you've gone too far to return to your galaxy. And then they say, well, what are you? I don't know who said that, but he goes, we call ourselves the Q. And then he kind of locks the crew off the bridge. Everybody's trying to come on. And Q's walking around like he even has like a foil, like for fencing style. And then at some point, Q says, captain to captain, he goes, go back to where thou came. And then somebody tries to come at him. He says, stay where you are. He freezes that guy. Picard says, stay to get a hold of medicine. And Picard's kind of exasperated now because he says, what are you doing, man? This is just wrong. He goes, he wasn't up to anything. But he kind of has this face off with Q, because Q's like, hit the road or else, and Picard's not happy. Then there's an ad. They come back from the ad, and it says, Captain's Log Supplementary. He froze one of our guys. And we're seeing this powerful Q being. Do we dare oppose it? And then Q is a WW2 officer, like smoking cigarettes and talking about, 400 years ago. He goes, go back to your, world. You guys have been up to no good. Human beings are no good. You're not good to each other. You're not good to anybody else. You got your tribal god images, and you're never going to change. Which I guess this is a great theme for the opening episode of the series. Like, the humans aren't going to, I guess, so, like, is this what is a jingoism for all of humankind instead of just for your country? Where you say, hey, let's make a TV series about how great humans are. And they say, well, we're the only ones we're the only ones going to watch it, Gene. Yeah, but we're the best, Okay, wait. Yeah, it'll be a series about how great we are for the universe, better than we are now. Big plan. But it is I'm being facetious, really is good. Also, I forgot we got a view of Worf, who's I don't want to say who my favorite character is, but it's Worf, I think. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it. I'm doing a podcast about Star Trek Next Generation. I'm still not Worf. I do like a lot of the characters. I just think I connect with. There's a couple of good episodes about Worf, so we'll leave it at that. But whatever he says, Q's whole thing is, will humans never change? And then he says, you want to see your rapid progress. And then he changes to another weird outfit, like post-winter on Earth. And he keeps criticizing humans. Same old story over and over again. But Picard says, oh, no, the same old story as you. Some self-righteous life form that's not just here to judge, not try to understand or tolerate. And Q says, great idea. Let's do some judging. What if we figure it out? And Picard says, I'm not afraid of being judged by you fairly. And then Q says, great idea, Captain. You're a veritable fountain of ideas. Preparations to make. I'll be back, and we'll proceed. And then in a flash, he's gone, and Worf says, all right, we got to take, we got to be ready to rumble. Should we rumble or should we escape? And Counselor Troy says she says, according to, my sense is that we should avoid contact with these beings. And Picard says, all right, let's see what this ship can do. And he says, let's get some maximum acceleration to see if we can outrun this. And he says, engage. And then they get up to 9.2, and then Q's still on their tail or something. Then they get up to 9.3 warp. And then at some point, Picard says, hey, any guesses about what this is, Troy? Counselor Troy, she says, beyond a life form, very advanced. And then Picard says, we got to go faster. And Data says, faster Data's project, too much risk. So then they say, well, let's separate the saucer and protect the families and the rest of the crew. Worf will command the saucer, which Worf doesn't want to do, of course. He doesn't want to run. So then they take Data and Worf. They clear the bridge. They go to this battle bridge, I guess, or something. Yeah, Picard heads to the battle bridge. Then there's a commercial. Then we see lots of civilians and families. Everyone's walking very fast. Something about torpedoes and separations with music or something. Sepatanian music. But then I think this is when the thing's separating. We get all these reaction shots of the crew. Successful. Maybe that's the getaway. Then more reaction shots. Then a separation shot. Okay, with stem turns. I think this is when the thing separated, the saucer, and then they turn different ways. And then Picard and the ship, they wait for Q, and Picard talks to Tasha Yar, who's the head of security. He says she says, what do you think we should do for a plan? And then they say, well, he says, send us out on all languages and frequencies. We surrender with no terms. And then the ship starts shaking because the Q's caught up with them, and they surround the ship in the barrier. And the next thing you hear is laughing and jeering, and you see this red banner with a black eagle on it. It's Picard, Troy, Data, and Yar. And this is like a holy Terry Gilliam Batman. This was like like a scene from a Terry Gilliam movie in a good way. I mean, definitely I would have liked to good thing they have Twitter in 1987, because, man, I can imagine the harshness. Like maybe people were, they say, what is this, a Star Trek? But I think it was cool. And it was very, is like this dystopian feel to it, which was like past Earth. But let me get into it. It's a strange crowd. There's a man in a Santa hat, man in a robe. I didn't put an E there. I put R-O-B. In a Santa-like hat, a staff with a ribbon on it. And he's talking to Picard and the crew. He says, the prisoners will stand. So Picard says, hey, let's sit down. And Data finds this intriguing because it's so accurate. The post, what do you call it? Dystopian Earth that's in the past now. And Troy says, this is not an illusion or a dream, even though it's in the past. She goes, this is real. It's not fake. It's the mid-21st century. Is that where we're 20? We're 21st century, but we're not the mid 21st century yet. There's also like very Terry Gilliam things, like someone in the crowd has an umbrella, or maybe that's a Mad Maxian with no claw, just an umbrella skeleton. And they say, make way for the judge. And they say, get to your feet. And then Q makes this grand entrance in like this giant floating throne. It's got like white face paint on, or very pale skin, this red gown. It reminded me of like something out of like an Amadeus like opera. And there's red cape and gloves. That's on Q. Lion's heads on the throne. Then Tasha Yar gets out of order, and everyone cracks up because they freeze her. And it's very Gilliam. Just the way the audience is, and they just a level of good kind of strangeness. For me, I don't know if you could say it's a cohesive strangeness, which would be like something like Twin Peaks is a. I don't know. Let's not get into semantics of strangeness. Gingerbread Press 3030. They're worried about the Freya trial. Oh yeah, they say that, and then they. They're there to answer for their species. Then Data objects. Then Tasha Yar objects to the whole court, so she gets frozen. Then everyone laughs and jeers. They say, you've got a lot to learn. And then Q yawns at how boring the trial is. And Picard is not happy, but Q's like, concentrate on your trial. And he says, because if this is a fair trial, you're going to lose. Or maybe that Picard says that, but then they get to Tasha thawed out, which the crowd doesn't like. Then their bells ring to silence the crowd, and Q says legal trickery will not be permitted. And Picard says, "Well, what is this? We're guilty until we're guilty until we're proven innocent." And, it is. And Q's kind of like, "Well, that's what the humans have earned." And Picard's like, well, I'm going to only answer specific charges. So then Q says, well, present the charges. Oh, also, there's a little bit we learn about Tasha Yar. She says, I grew up on a world with courts like this. And so Starfleet is what saved me from a world like this. And Picard, reads the charges suspensefully. Then he hands them back. And he sees, I see no charges against us. And they say, you are out of order. Then there was this weird camera angle. I'm not sure what happened. It almost looked like there was a blanket over the camera when it's on Picard. And Q tries to make Picard plead guilty. He does something, one laughs. He does a lovely, one laughs. Provisionally Q. Let me look this up. I don't know, but let's see, provisionally Q, but Q lounges in the chair. Oh, Data plays back recordings of Picard saying, will this be a fair trial? And Picard, he's like, we're proof humans have advanced. Test us. And Q's like, oh, yeah, great. Farpoint will be an excellent test for you. Court adjourned. Stand respectfully, everyone. Bonus, everyone bows as Q leaves. And then Q has this great line. He says, Captain, you may find you are not clever enough for what awaits you. And then the next thing you know, they're back on the ship, the normal ship. And O'Brien, no one even knows they were gone, I think. And then we have Person Log Commander William Riker, Stardate 4115. 41, I don't know how they say it, 41153.7, dropped off by the USS Hood, USS Harry Hood, and it says, I'm waiting for the Enterprise, or I'm going to be the first officer. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to talk to the administrator in the old city. But Riker goes to meet with this Groppler Zorn. It's to talk about a name for me to grapple with, Groppler Zorn. Zorn's easy, but Groppler... this guy had a great voice, Groppler Zorn. They share an awkward handshake. And the mystery of Farpoint is that Riker's trying to figure out is oh, this is incredible. You built this perfect station. And then Zorn's like, you want some fruit? And Picard, or Riker's like, well, I could go for an apple. He goes, oh, well, there's no, he goes, oh, wait, no, here's a magical bowl of apples. It was behind this other bowl. And Riker's like, I don't think that was there before. And Grappler Zorn's like, well, doesn't it make you feel welcome or something? And he says, anyway, he goes, I just want to get my questions answered. And Zorn's like, this is a great station. You don't need to ask that many questions. And then Riker says, all right, I'm going to eat my apple. I'll see you later. And then after he leaves, let's see. Easy answers won't make it. Appreciate you less. Oh, then, yeah, after Riker leaves, Zorn's like mad at some mysterious force, kind of chastising it for making those apples appear. And then we meet Wesley and Beverly Crusher. Riker meets them via, we meet them via Riker. They go for a stroll in the shopping district. And Wesley's kind of funny. He goes, if you're wondering about my mom, Commander Riker, she's not unfriendly. She's just shy around men she doesn't know. And then she's like, Wesley, you little, and she says, I think that just means he wants us to be friends. And then Riker's, well, I want to investigate some stuff while we're here. I want to be useful, get some stuff done. And then Crusher's also looking at this material. She says, geez, I wish this, material would have gold in it. And next thing you know, there's some, like a bolt of, what do you call that stuff you make clothes with? Cloth. But Crusher said, yeah, sorry, I'm just giving you a hard time about, creating work to curry favor with our new captain. But she says, maybe this is something weird going on here with this, stuff, and she said maybe Jean-Luc would like us to check it out. And Riker says, Jean-Luc? You mean Captain Picard? And Wesley says, yeah, he helped with when my father passed. He helped us. And Dr. Crusher says, that was a long time ago. Anyway, Commander, we got to roll. And he says, yeah, my problem meeting you both. See you on board. And then we meet Geordi LaForge, and he says, sir, the Enterprise is arriving. And then, Riker gives him a little business. He says, is this an official report, Geordi? And he goes, oh, sorry, Commander. Sir, Lieutenant LaForge reporting. The Enterprise is rising, but without the saucer section, sir. That's tough to say, saucer section, sir. Riker says, star drive only? What happened? He goes, I don't know, but Captain Picard said for you to beam up immediately. Riker says, our new captain doesn't waste time. That's a great idea. Thanks, Lieutenant. LaForge says, aye, sir. And next thing you know, Riker's ready to beam up. Also, I missed a note here. When he says there's no saucer section, it's like one of those, what? K moments, which I love. What? And then Riker beams up, and then there's a commercial. Orbit Sans Saucer or Sansa. I don't know if I was writing about poetry about Sansa Stark in here. Sansa Stark, Saucer, Sir, section. Sansa Saucers, section, Saucers, Sir, in the snow. But Tasha waits. I don't know what she's waiting for. Lieutenant Yar. Oh, she's waiting for Picard or Riker. She says, all right, let me take you to the battle bridge. And Riker says, something interesting must have happened, huh? And she says, yeah, when we get to the battle bridge, the captain will tell you, Mr. Questions, I'm security. And then they're in a standard parking orbit, and Picard says, let me bring you up to date on our little adventure. This was funny. They showed him, video highlights. Again, very futuristic. It was like a YouTube video. And he said this saucer's on its way, but after watching the video with Q, Riker's totally stumped. And so then we have the captain and his number one alone for a little convo. I think, or maybe they're, maybe let me see. Let's see. Captain plus number one. He goes, Picard puts the pressure on him right away. He says, Commander Riker will dock the ship, And then they get right to work, Crew and Riker. Oh boy, they're doing this manual docking. So I assume this was to kind of show off the potential of the ship and the wonderful special effects, but also show off Riker's effectiveness in high pressure situations. He really does well. Oh boy, plenty of shots. Riker rolls in, and then he says, her inertia should do the job now. And he says to lock it up, and then they do like reaction shots of Data, they call him in the show. Tasha and O'Brien, they're all really impressed, and they somebody smiles. Riker's pleased, but then Riker's drinking tea, and then he starts testing Riker. He says, well, that was a fairly routine maneuver. And Riker says, well, thanks, man. I hope I showed promise. He goes, I have some questions for you. He goes, I thought you would, sir. He goes, I saw Captain DeSoto likes you. He goes, one thing. He goes, you refused to let him bring him down to Altar 3. And Riker says, well, it's too risky for the captain. And Picard says, well, I guess the captain's rank doesn't mean anything to you. Riker says the reverse. He goes, the captain's life means a lot. And Picard says, well, don't you think a Starfleet captain can make, isn't that presumptuous of you to second guess a captain's judgment? And then you get this, moment. It was permission to speak candidly, sir. One of these moments with these officers we're always waiting for. And Picard says, always. And maybe Picard was hoping he would say, well, Captain DeSoto's a buffoon. But, that would incriminate Riker. But Riker says, well, I guess you were a first officer once, and you must know that the safety of the captain, I can follow rules, but I'm not going to compromise your safety. And Picard says, really? You put me first. I like that. And Picard says, one more thing. He goes, well, since this is a wonderful, wonderful moment. I don't have the timestamp, but really important. For me to be like, I'm really going to enjoy this, watching this Star Trek Next Generation. He says, using the same kind of strength you showed with DeSoto, I appreciate if you keep me making an ass of myself with children. And Riker says, what do you mean? He goes, well, I'm not a family man, Riker. He goes, but this is a ship with children aboard. And I don't feel comfortable with children, but since I have to be a genial captain, I got to project that. Riker says, don't worry, bro, I got your back. And then it says, sweet, you guys are going to get along great. Then we get like a little backstory, like not backstory, but exposition about Geordi's vision and how that works. And, because he's with Dr. Crusher getting an exam. Another interesting thing we learn is that Geordi, in order to see with his visor, it's painful for Geordi. Which is just an interesting thing in that Crusher's like, well, you could take painkillers, and LaForge says, well, then I wouldn't be able to use, C. And then Crusher says, well, we could desensitize your brain. And he said, no, I'll live with the pain so I can, have this electronic vision. Then we got Riker on the bridge. He says, where's Data at? He goes, a special assignment, transferring our admiral over to another ship. And then this is when we see Bones. And we just get a little McCoy, a little comedy routine. And we learn about, he thinks that Data's a Vulcan, but Data can explain, I'm an android. And McCoy says, make sure ship's got a great name, so don't mess it up. And that was like a spot where I took a break. But yeah, so it's just kind of I think that's like the middle part with this little comedy routine, with Data seeing Bones off board. All right, so there's an ad break after Data and Bones go start their walk, and then you see two starships and one flies off. And Picard says, "You send that message, Riker?" He says, "Oh yeah, bon voyage, mon ami." And Picard seems very chipper, I put. And then Q shows up and says, "You're wasting time, Captain." And then, what's his name? Worf tries to go after the viewer because Q's on the viewer. And he says, 24 hours, Captain. And then, Worf apologizes. He says we must proceed at our own pace, I think Picard says. Then it says Picard chippy futility. I'm not sure what that means. Picard chippy futility. But they say, well, geez, what are we going to do, Captain? He says, we're going to do what we do if Q never existed. He goes, if we're going to be troubled, let's be troubled. Let's get trouble for what we're supposed to be doing. And then we have a personal log start date 41153.8. 24 hours, Captain Picard says, and 11 have gone by, but I'm waiting. I think we're going to be tested. And then Riker and Picard are still trying to figure out how they built this far point, which is the mystery of the kind of show. I mean, you have the mystery of the Q, and then you have kind of, especially in the second half, how'd they build this? There's this kind of like more basic planet, but they have this great station built there to start whatever. To exact specifications. None of the materials exist on the planet. And so Picard and Riker are kind of discussing it and beaming down, move to it, sir. But Riker also has this thing about that he says, I think this grappler Zorn and the people they're trying to please us. That's like kind of a hint. Because in his reports, they said what that thing with the apples. And then Picard and Riker are getting ready. He goes, we've asked Counselor Troy to join us. And that's all these funny takes. Oh, boy. You could see on their faces there's some awkwardness. And then this one, I guess I haven't, watched enough. But Troy starts speaking to Riker, and she calls him, let me think. She says, can you still sense my thoughts, Zindi, or Mazdi? And Picard says, have you two met before, or are you just communicating by mind already? And I think Picard, or someone says, I too could never say goodbye. Maybe that's Troy. But so we get that learning moment. Picard doesn't like kids. Data's an android. Geordi. So we're getting all these little hints about the characters that'll do us well. But they end up at the planet, desolate. We see, and they're in a meeting with Grappler Zoid, who doesn't like Betazoids. That's what Counselor Troy is, a Betazoid. Because he feels like they could read their minds. But Counselor Troy says, no, I can only detect emotions, Grappler. I'm half Betazoid. My father. Hello, Mudda, hello, Fada. No, she says, my father was a Starfleet officer. And Counselor, whatever the dude's name is, I can't believe I just forgot it. Grappler Zorn says, well, I got nothing to hide. And then they're like, well, we'd like to hire you or learn your techniques. And Grappler Zorn says, well, we just kind of want to be left alone. Just want you to use this star base, but we don't want to do everything else. We just want to, he goes, we're the bandy people. We like staying home. And he goes, if you can't get that, we'll make an allegiance with the Ferengi. And something about that makes Counselor Troy take a breath, and they say, well, geez, what's going on? She goes, pain and loneliness, despair. I don't know if it's the Grappler or the people. It's something else. Very upset. Grappler's, was irritated. What else? He feels they might be. Oh, and then also Picard says, well, geez, the Ferengi would love you, Grappler Zorn. They find Ferengi or whatever he goes, they find you tasty. Then Riker goes looking for Data on the ship. He gets directions from the Q, from the crew. Also, we see kind of this mapping system they have where it can guide you. Also, the person he asked, the woman he asked, she looked right at his butt, and I mean, I caught that. Then we get a taste of the holodeck because Riker goes into the forest on the holodeck. His mind is blown. He does this hello across the river. Data is practicing whistling, so that's another cool. They say, well, Data practices whistling. Pop goes the weasel. And him and Riker do a duet for a second. And I think that says Data's practicing. Then Riker says, let's roll, man. We got work to do. But then they talk about, like Riker's like, what are you, a machine? Or what do I call you? It? Should I call you it? And Data says, what, don't you trust me? He goes, Riker goes, nope. And he goes, well, prejudice is very human. And Riker goes, what, do you think you're better than us? He goes, well, actually I am. But, he goes, all of my superiority I'd give up to be a human. And he says, nice to meet you, Pinocchio. And then Riker's like, that was a joke, by the way. And then you see they're going to get along great. You just get the sense, okay, they get each other now. Then Wesley comes in. He's so excited. They talk about the woodland. Oh, there's an ad. Then they talk about the woodland and how simulation actually is real because of the replicators. That was interesting, too. I do, at some point we'll get back to that. Wesley shows up, but Wesley's so excited he falls in the river. Data rescues him. Picard doesn't like, a wet Wesley. He says, what the heck? Then Wesley's with Mom. He's all jazzed, but he really wants to see the bridge. And his mom's like, well, that's against his standing orders. Wesley says, what, are you afraid of the captain like everybody else? The captain's kind of not so nice. And Dr. Crusher says, well, your father liked him. Great explorers are often lonely. No chance to have a family. And then Wesley goes, come on, Mom, I'll stay in the elevator. Just let me look at the bridge. Asking for trouble. Then we see a Farpoint model. Or maybe that was a shot of it. Then the crew. Riker sends Troy. Oh, Riker's like, Troy, Tasha, Geordi, you're gonna go below the station to check the passages underneath it. Me and Data are gonna roll in another way. And they start doing readings like, this stuff is off the charts. And then Troy tunes in, Counselor Troy. She detects a lot of pain. And then they beam down. And Riker says, what in the hell kind of place is this? And Geordi says, this is like no place I've ever seen. So they'll go, let's go deeper. I think there's an ad break here. I can't read my handwriting. And then we see the Enterprise. And we get another what the hell as Riker sees Dr. Crusher and Wesley standing. He says, no children on the bridge. And Crusher says, permission to report to the captain. And they say, well, geez, he's not on the bridge. He's just looking. She goes, that's my son, by the way. Crusher says, Picard says, your son? Holy cow. Leslie goes, come on over. Because I knew your dad. He goes, you can look around, but don't touch anything. And then we see Wesley's a bit of a prodigy. He knows everything about the ship and how to work everything already, how things work, multispectral imaging. And then they say, that's when Picard says, how the heck do you know that? And Wesley says, perimeter alert. He's like touching stuff. And then Picard says, off the bridge. And then Worf says, sir, you got a perimeter alert. A little bit of comedy. Also, Picard was really humbled and kind. When he meets Wesley, cleared his throat. He said, I knew your father, Wesley. Wesley is total amazeballs. There's even like a Picard, there's like this VR moment. It's like POV because Picard says to us, to the camera, hey, sit in the chair. Then they get off the bridge. Then Worf says, you have a perimeter alert, son. And Crusher says, as my son told you. Then they say, inbound and vessel, like actual UFO, unidentified vessels coming in. It's covered in purple light. They go to add. And then Captain, they're on the bridge. They say, get me Grappler Zorn. He goes, Grappler, who the heck's coming here? A Ferengi or what? And Grappler Zorn says, nobody. That was it. I made that up. There was no Ferengi. I was lying. And the ship, they say, I think Jordy says that this ship's 12 times our volume, so it's a massive, massive ship. And they shoot a purple beam onto the Enterprise, a sense, and they say, geez, I think the sense was, I think we just got scanned. Next thing you know, we're below the planet, close to an answer. Someone does not want us in touch with our ship because they can't get a hold of their ship, obviously. Then we're back on the bridge. They say, computer's got no record of a ship like this, and our sensors are bouncing off of it. Then the ship starts sending purple beams down to the old western town. And the crew on the planet, they're trying to get out, but then, the purple beams are coming. Troy is like, Riker's like, we'll split up. Me and Data will go to the dangerous spot. You get back to the ship, but Troy's worried about Riker's safety. He says, hey, follow orders. Then we got Grappler Zorn's freaking out. He says, tune that down. What does that mean? Tune that down in my notes here. I don't know. But then Picard says, go get Zorn, and maybe he has some answers. What do you think that means, tune that down? And then Picard and Troy talk. This is a good conversation. They talk about the Prime Directive a little bit. Because Picard says, well, geez, what are we supposed to do? And Troy says, well, it wouldn't be violating the Prime Directive. They're not allies, but we're in the midst of diplomatic discussions, so we should protect them. So Picard says, fire it up, Tasha. And she goes, phasers locked on. And then Q shows up Q shows up as the judge, Judge Q. It's hard to say. And he says, typical, you're just going to shoot that other ship with your phasers. And Captain says, this is our protocol, dude, to protect my crew. I'm not about to do anything. Safety precaution. And Q says, I know what you're up to. As plain as the nose on your face. You're not civilized. And if you were, you'd be doing something about the people on the planet. And Picard says, hey, Dr. Crusher, what are you doing? She said, getting ready to go down to the planet and help people. And Picard says, what do you think about that, know-it-all? Meaning of what is that? I don't know. I can't read my writing here. Meaning of S, but he says some meaning of something not trained in clear thinking. I think that's what Q was saying, that we're not trained in clear thinking. And then Picard says, I got an idea. Let's block, we'll get between the ship and the planet. And then they say, well, we don't have control. Something happened with that scan. And then Data and Riker, they're in a bunch of dust. And Riker says, Data, are you undamaged? And Data jumps up. He says, systems are operating. And then Grappler Zorn's under Grappler Zorn's desk crying. And Riker shows up. He says, you can drive them away. And Zorn tries to explain it because Riker's like, drive who away? And Zorn's like, never mind, I don't know. And Data goes, you do, because you were in charge of all bandy contact with other worlds. And Zorn's like, we didn't do anything. And Riker's like, well, I guess we'll go then. And Zorn's like, no, please don't go. And then Zorn just gets beamed away. And then Riker says, some sort of transporter took, purple transporter. And sensing satisfaction, that's what Troy says about it. And then Picard yells at Q. He says, this is enough, man. And he says, temper. Q says this, temper, mon capitan. He goes, I'm trying to assist here because maybe I'll just deal with Riker. And Picard says, don't do anything. And he goes, what are you going to, Q goes, by the way, what are you up to? And he goes, well, I'm not risking my Q. He goes, we're going to go over to that ship. He goes, you should know what you'll find there. Or perhaps it's too adult and a puzzle for you. And Riker's like, Captain, I want to get over there and check it out. Too adult a puzzle. I'll attend to my duty to the bitter end. That's what Picard says. I'll attend to my duty. And Q says, to the bitter end. And Picard says, I see nothing so bitter. And then there's this, I had to put WTF double question mark, because then in the height of this, so they're about to, the Bandy planet's getting hit with purple beams from this giant ship who is taking over the controls of the Enterprise. And Picard says, you know what, this is a perfect time for me to apologize for, and Q was just on board. He said, I got to go by and apologize to Dr. Crusher, and which is just strange. He goes to Dr. Crusher's office, and he goes, she said, I don't want you to think I was harsh and cold-blooded. She goes, why would you think that? He goes, well, I didn't welcome you on board, and then I yelled at your kid. And he goes, but he's a sharp kid. And she goes, well, he just won a mother's heart. And he goes, you can see some awkwardness. They say, were these two involved or not? And I'm not looking up spoilers, so I think I've seen them share looks. Oh, yeah, and they danced in one episode. But she says, he says, well, why'd you got assigned here? Couldn't you have turned it down? And she goes, do you have a problem? He goes, no, you're the perfect chief medical officer. And she goes, you got a problem? And he goes, no, I'm just worried about your feelings, doctor. You know, when you're commanding officer and you're a husband. And she goes, I requested this assignment. He goes, what? And she goes, I can serve on this vessel without worrying about my feelings. He says, well, welcome aboard. And then they shake hands. I hope we can be friends. Then we have Data, Troy, Riker, and Yar. They head over to the other ship. It's the same tunnels as below. And they're like, there's no power and no equipment on this ship, so the mystery deepens still. And Counselor Troy says, I'm detecting some hate, but only for the old Bandy City. And Data said, most intriguing, yeah, because it was firing at not at Starpoint, but at the home of those who constructed it. And then there was like this wicked cool stoned moment, like almost like Data's stoned. Because he goes to Riker, he goes, sorry, sir, I seem to be commenting on everything. I mean, this is really gold. It's hard to pinpoint how, I don't know, it just really stuck out to me. He goes, sorry, sir, I seem to be like, it was both meta humor. It's also something you like when you're wicked high. Maybe, not that I would know, and kids don't do it, but they were like, wait a second, was I commenting on everything? Or like, I don't know, I just thought it was funny. And then Riker says, don't stop, man, I love it. And then there's nothing like any vessel. And then they see Zorn in this like purple holder, like energy vortex. And then they say, that's it. And like Troy says, there's only one alien I'm sensing, Zorn. And Zorn wants out of the ship, but so Riker and Data kind of phase Zorn onto like out of the thing. And in the bridge, the ship starts up. Captain says, get them out of there, because they say, what is this ship going to do? Then the Q shows up. Oh, no. Then Picard says, you know what, Q, get my crew back safely, and I'll do whatever you want. He goes, my people are in trouble. And Q says, whatever I say. He goes, yeah, I'll make that argument. I'll make that bargain. But the away team came back right around the same time. And Troy goes, oh, by the way, it wasn't Q that did that. And then Q says, you better do something. And Riker says, it wasn't. He goes, the ship sent us back. And Troy says, it's not a vessel, sir. It's an actual being. That ship is a being. And then Q says, do it. Let's strike while the iron's hot. And Picard says, no way. And then Zorn says, yeah, do it. It's shooting purple stuff at my planet. And Picard says, well, why? And Q says, because, it's an unknown. And Q's also dressed as a Starfleet officer. And he goes, if you earned that uniform, you'd know the unknown is what brings us out here, Q. And Q says, well, wasted effort considering the human intelligence. And then Picard says, well, let's do some deductions here. He goes, starting with those tunnels under Farpoint, Grappler. Hey, how come they're the same ones, Riker says, on the ship? He goes, why was the ship punishing you, Grappler? And Picard says, were you doing something to another creature? Because that ship's a creature. And Zorn's like, well, no, we were helping it. And Picard says, helping it, And then Picard says, let's beam some energy down to Farpoint. I think it's a creature. And then they say, oh, and Riker says, Captain. He goes, oh, wow, it's a creature that can convert energy into matter, which we kind of saw with the forest in the holodeck. That's how Data explains it to Riker. Oh, this converts energy into matter. And Picard says, yeah, specific matter, just like our transporters do. And it becomes like these space jellyfish, or like in a little bit. I mean, this was the '80s, so one's blue and one's pink. And Picard says, geez, you caught one, and they love each other. They're a pair. And Troy says, yeah, there's a pair of creatures, one in grief and one with anger at the loss of love, and just trying to get their mate back. And so Q says, oh, it was too simple a puzzle. Generosity is always our weakness. And then they say, Grappler Zorn, there'll soon be no Farpoint station. And then so Farpoint turns into another jellyfish. I guess I got ahead of myself. Let's see what else. Captured a mate, Troy and Riker. Oh, Troy and Riker share a look when it says you've captured its mate. They say, well, it used to be my mate. And they energize the station. The creature takes off. It's brilliantly blue. And then they hold hands. They have like feathered tentacles. And they say, hey, let's fly off together. This is great. And they close it out. They say, oh, you must have been using the creature. You say, well, if you make this space station for us, we'll, and Zorn says, yep. And then Troy says, I feel feelings of joy and gratitude from both of them. And then Picard goes, Q, why do you use the life forms for fun? Who do you think you are? And he goes, well, I'm the best at providing fun. And then Picard says, get out of here, man. We've passed your tests. And Q says, temper, mon capitan. And this was really good when you think about, human interactions. Because Picard says, get off my ship. And Q is kind of superior, says, oh, yeah, only because I want to leave, though. Not because you told me. But maybe I'll be back. And then I think it just goes to Captain's log. It's the agreement for rebuilding Farpoint's been set up. And then we have this, whatever you call that, post thing on the bridge. Picard says, all stations, and Data says, ready for departure. And Picard said, what do you think, Riker? He goes, well, I hope this isn't how our usual missions will go, sir. And Picard says, oh, no, number one. It'll be much more interesting. Let's see what's out there. Engage. And with that, the Enterprise sailed into its second round of history as you sail away on the bed sheets of the night. Good night. All right, hey, everybody, welcome. I guess this is kind of like a trending Twitter Tuesday episode, except it's Sunday when I'm recording this, and it's a harried haircut, trending Tuesday episode, maybe, because I just got my haircut. And it had been procrastinating for, I think, 2 months. I can't remember exactly. Like, for a while, I told myself this. It never happened. I said, okay, I'm going to get my hair cut on the 15th of every month. Because it's about how often I need to get a haircut or fur cut, fur trim. And I try to shave on the 15th every month. And they wouldn't have to worry about it again for a month. Usually, if I shave, then it doesn't get where I look like, where people say, if I make it every 30 days, if I get my hair cut and shave, I look like a productive member. I can pull off pretending I'm a productive member of society. I guess in some sense I am, because I put all of you to sleep. So, but I guess my external image betrays that fact. Or I guess they say, well, you look exactly like the kind of person that would rant. And I say, well, it's a shame I have to get my hair cut on the 15th. I did shave last week at before my parent-teacher conference for my daughter, because they said, well, come on, man. I had to look, I said, what do you do? What? It wasn't just, I don't mind shaving, but I just never, I barely have any downtime. And I don't, I was just like, I couldn't find the time. And then I was like worried because my hair hadn't been cut in so long that it would kind of throw me off balance. You know, that I would have I don't even go bare face. I just go down to stubble. But that would throw off, cause in my, cause I don't know how deep to go with this describing of my fur and my hair. I guess about my, what do you call those things? What are those? Not brows. What are those things called? That go along your ears. Sideburns. They can get pretty unruly, because the hair is just denser than the fur on my head. Like that actually might be human hair. The stuff in my sideburns, because it has a curl to it. It's a little bit thicker. That might be human hair, but the rest of my head is fur. And I can't remember if I was supposed to get my hair cut on October 15th or November 15th. I thought before I went on Harmontown, I said, let me get a haircut and shave like a week before that, which would have been October 15th. But I can remember saying, well, and I think I shaved, but I don't know if I got a haircut, but maybe I did. But November 15th came and went, and then... So what is it? I don't know what the date is now, the 10th or the 11th. It's the 11th, Sunday the 11th, December 11th, probably January 11th is when you'll be listening to this-ish. How's in 2017? I'd like to get there as soon as I can, even though, say this, no offense, 2016, oh boy. But I did in 2016, by the way, in the future, I'll need a haircut. So remind me around January. I got too much to remember on January 15th, so remind me on another day. But yeah, November 15th came and went, and I think, is that like a Simon and Garfunkel song or somebody else? And November 15th came and went. My hair was not cut, my beard was not shorn. But then last week I did, or maybe that's 2 weeks ago, maybe I didn't shave for my teacher's conference. I shaved a week after it. Apologize to my daughter now. Can you prepay? Do you know how they have college savings plans? What do they have? Children's therapy, like children as they turn an adult therapy, like a 529 DSVMB. I mean, somebody get a lobbyist on that. You know, we could do a tax deferred. Somebody's going to win. I mean, I'm sure the investment company, well, they say, well, geez, we could charge for that. We could charge more of an administrative fee. Great idea, Scoots. And you see, if you're going to pay for your kid's child education, you're going to need, probably won't be till, this one will be like when they're 28 is when, or maybe like a little bit younger, 24. Some people might be 32, where they say, wait a second, this, I don't know what this life, it's probably my dad's fault from when he wouldn't shave before my parent-teacher conference. And my teacher couldn't take him seriously for a multitude of reasons, but one of which would have been his strange fur, hair, sideburn. Anyway, so the good news is, meandering aside, I got my haircut today. Now, I guess we could go into this. I was going to do a story, but might as well keep going since my hair is always such a wonderful topic of conversation. There's a couple, the guy that I like to cut my hair, he wasn't there, but the woman that runs the place was there and free. I couldn't see in the window. I was looking for this young guy. He really does a good job. He got braces, by the way, because he was in the back. And I was going to actually try to work up the courage, to ask him for his number and say, could I get your number and your name so I could text you to make sure you're here. But the next best person there, the woman that runs the shop. And you might say, what's the name of the shop, Scoots? I only know it as a $14 barber that once was $11, then was $12, and now is $14, because our street's got some sort of haircut inflation going. And, I live on, like, well, not my street, but the street I get my haircut on, it has a lot of nail shops and haircut places, a lot. I don't know if that's a zoning thing or because of the, there's a sweet spot in the rents. And I think the rents are going up, so the haircut shops are raising their prices, and maybe there'll be like a culling of the haircutters. But I got my haircut here for a while, I guess not enough to keep not enough to keep the prices down. Maybe if I had increased my frequency. But I really like this woman whose shop it is, whose name I don't. She's the woman that runs the $14 haircut shop. And yes, I'm a bad person. And then this real young guy, who I'm guessing maybe is 22 or something, maybe even younger. So they do both good job. They get a buzz cut. Now, I live in an area that still has like a large Coast Guard population. So I also have to make sure that they don't, like, I think a default for here, when you go to a barbershop, is to give you like a little military look, like really short, like a buzz on the top, but then really short sides. And I said, I don't need, like, I have fur. You don't have to go do like I'm already going to look, I don't need a military cut. So I always have to make sure you're not going to cut it like I'm in the military, please. And not that that's a bad thing. It just doesn't look good on me. I think just something about my scalp. I prefer like a Sonic the Hedgehog look with my buzz cut, as opposed to something more faded or, I don't know, trimmed or whatever you do. I think that's a fade. And usually, like this time I overestimate. I said, okay, like a 4. That's the length of the buzz thing. And then she said, well, what do you want on the sides and the back? A 2. I said, no, 3. Please do a 3. Please. I don't want to look like some sort of undercover agent. Then the whole barbershop burst into laughter. I said, like an undercover agent on a mission, I meant. And then they laughed again. So that was, that was my little gift to the barbershop, the gift of accidental laughter, just like on this show. But I said, really, don't make me look like I'm in the military because because actually kids at work make fun. If I look, I'd rather be made fun of as a hedge. For some reason, I'd rather they call me. Usually that's how I know when to get a haircut is if kids at work at one of the libraries I work at. Or if I need to shave, it's when they make fun of me, which I think is like, usually they don't, they'll make fun of me behind my back. But then at some point, like one time they were calling me a baboon. I think I said, well, I must need to shave. Or is that why you're calling me a baboon? And they laughed. And I said, okay, it's a touche. I consider it done. And then go back to laughing behind my back at whatever it is, that so hilarious. But it's actually like I think they're trying to help me. Like sometimes when people, it's not the hurtful making fun of, when they call me a baboon, it's with a friendly. I know I sound delusional, but this time I'm not. Because, I could just say, well, you get, I need to get, you got time out now, so you got to go outside. Okay, so big news is I got my haircut. The bigger news of my haircut is that, well, I guess maybe I should, okay, so let's bookmark that. I got my haircut today, and I discovered some things. Also, with the podcast, I'm always experimenting. And one of my dreams, if we could ever get the budget together, like maybe a couple of years from now, if we can get to like 4,000 Patreon supporters or maybe some other form of paying for this budget comes in, I would like to do a pilot, a season of like 10 episodes of the podcast in French or Spanish or Portuguese or whatever, figure out which language would be the most likely that the podcast could break even and sound cool in. And like, this isn't a current project, so because my time is maxed, but like, that's something on the like long-term horizon of what I want to do with the podcast is expand it to other languages. I'm just not sure, that I can afford to do that and that it would be fruitful, but we'll see. But as a part of that, so that's one initiative. Another one is like transcripts. Like I pay for machine transcripts for the show, like, and haven't figured out a good way to share those. But those are every show. The machine transcripts are automatically generated. And I use a nonprofit based in Oakland that's associated with PRX. And they do a lot of work with podcast audio search. I don't know what the division that does the machine transcripts are, but it doesn't matter that much. But then I did this other company that does another part of my post-production called Allphonic. It's tough to explain the part of the post-production they do, but part of it is like pushing backups of the episodes out and to different servers and normalizing the loudness. But they had this new feature where they were like, okay, they were testing out machine transcripts through a couple different services, one of which was free. Like the other service, the main service I use is not free. It's not as expensive as human transcripts, like a person listening and transcripting the show. With Sleep With Me would be cost prohibitive because I think it's about $1 a minute for a human transcript, like in English. And it might even be more. So it's cost prohibitive at that moment because that would be it'd be $1,000 a month. Yeah, we can't afford that. Like the machine transcript service is exactly 25%. That's like, I think we pay $260 a month for that. But this Allphonic that I use, their services, they said, well, you could try this one machine transcript service for free, or Google has a machine transcript service. And so I started looking into this and I said, well, could we do the machine transcripts if it's free, could we do it in French and Spanish just as an experiment to see what would come out of a machine transcript? Because a machine can barely transcribe this podcast to begin with. I mean, I've gotten, like Nikola Tesla showed up one night. I think it was real. I don't think this was a dream. And he was with Ray Transistor and Sheila Solid State. And they were riding electrical light bugs. And they said, what are you doing to these machines? You know, it was like a Christmas Carol where they took me. I guess I'll explain that part after. So we'll get back to that. So I've been thinking about, so I've run a couple episodes and I haven't figured out a way to share those. And I'm not even sure I understand the files. It's sending out an HTML file and then two other files whose names, like a VTT file and a JSON or something. I said, what is that? Like, if I double click on it, you know, nothing happens. With the HTML file, if I double click on it, if I'm logged into my account, I think it opens up in French. Okay, so those are the things these are the things going on for me this weekend is my haircut. So I get my haircut, and I was visited by Nikola Tesla, not Nicholas. Again, don't do. In a couple other, who was it? Maybe it was Sabrina Solid State and Terry Transistor. I don't know. I do know they were riding lightning bugs, but the thing was, I think because of this whole transcript thing, they were like, it was this is where you'd say, Scoots, no, it's a dream. And I would say, yeah, up until the minute my hair was getting cut, I wouldn't have believed that, but you could have said that to me and I wouldn't have rolled my eyes. Because, yeah, every time they said anything, like, I couldn't understand barely anything they were saying. And I said, like, are you speaking French? Nick, I did, it was called Nicky Testa. And you might ask yourself, how would you know it's Nikola Tesla? And I'd say, well, one, Tesla coil on the back of a lightning bug. It took to zap me when I called him Nicky and Nicholas and Old Saint Nick, Nickster, Nick Lachey, Testy Nick, you know, all those things that'll get you Tesla coiled, just to be forewarned. Also asking, you know, can I plug my car into that? You know, all those kind of things. Tesla's heard it all. And also, I was said, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be bugging Muskie? Like, didn't Muskie took your name? Like, well, come on. And then I got that. I don't know. I get that. I said, what do you, but anyway, other than the language of zapping of Tesla coils, I couldn't understand what Nicholas Tesla and Terry and Sabrina were saying, except I said I mean, they didn't seem pleased with me, even in between the zapping. Once I said, okay. Anyway, I don't want to give the, like, I still didn't know what they were talking about, which is, would lead most people to say, well, it's a dream. You know, they were speaking in the language of dreams. And I would say, oh, like a metaphor, like instead of zapping me with the Tesla coil, most people just glare. That's their Tesla zap for the normal. I said, oh, okay, that makes sense. I understand. Here's where the spark, here's where the spark with the light bulb went on. It was at the barbershop today. And we did talk about the human ear a while back when I was trying to give a guided tour of the human ear and all the amazing, evolutionary refinements and how it catches sound and what's the thing called? The external ear. And normally, like, I think I was trying to practice today, being in the moment was another thing. So I said, okay, let's just sit here and get our hair cut and be in the moment. I think Philadelphia was playing Washington on TV. So I was kind of watching that. That's in the moment, though, kind of. And then I was just like it's a fast haircut normally for me, unless something goes really wrong. So I was just trying to kick back and enjoy the haircut. And then I noticed she had switched to like one of the I don't even know what those things are called. I just call them a buzzer, a shave. No, it's a trimmer. I think a trimmer. I think they're called trimmers, to like do the area around my ear. And as she got close to my ear, I started hearing things. I heard some things. And then she bent my ear. And as she bent my ear, I said, clearly heard the voices coming from, I guess, coming from the hair trimmer. But they were way easier to hear when my ear was bent. Like she was folding my ear so she could get behind it in a very gentle way. And so after my haircut, and I guess this says a lot about how that I will prefer to pay $11 for a haircut. And then I preferred to pay 12. Then I didn't mind paying 13 for, at 14. But I still, I think that's a good price because then you can still give another dollar. Even though she owns the hair place, they said, well, here's the extra dollar. And I had a 20. So then I had $5 bill. And I said to the woman, and there's like a sanity and a language barrier with me. But I said, I think that's a magical trimmer you had, and then that took forever. So then I was trying to find and then, it became a whole thing. And I said, okay, I want to buy this specific hair trimmer from you. And then she was saying she got to show, what is she going to do? But then, the younger guy, he got it. He knew I was on a mission, I was like, that I was calling to the adventure was calling to me, the adventure of a magical hair trimmer. And then they were saying, is he sure it's, and I said, well, I'm not sure it's magic. It could be imbued with my own, breaks with sanity. Like it could just be a projection. But I think that's just what a talisman is. Like I'm imbuing it with something. I said, Nikola Tesla's communicating to me. And also, I don't know if you've read the history books, but, Sabrina Solid State, the world famous Sabrina Solid. She's one of the ones that rides a lightning bug. They said, okay, anyway, it's just, I'm a comedian. And I said, I'm a comedian and I'm doing a comedy routine. And he said, this is actually not lying. It's just like a fictionalization of the truth. It said, I said, I do stand-up comedy, and I want to do a bit where I pretend that and then they got that. And then they said, that's not funny. Then they said, tell us jokes. And they said, what? That was the whole thing I just did. That's my routine. I do comedy for K through two grade, just kids. And luckily there was a kid in the shop who was, basically like he was in hysterics. And I said, see, like I'm a pro. And then the kid wanted to buy, and we negotiated a price for, and I said, what kind of, it's a priceless object, a magical hair trimmer, but it wasn't like it was priceless to anyone but me. Especially if you take the judgmental stance that I'm the one talismaning it, with my own, visions of Tesla. But so I have the trimmer here, and I guess that what I'll have to do is pause the podcast and listen, and then see what's coming through, and then we can kind of talk about it, and then maybe I can relate it back to the dreams. This is very experimental stuff, even for this podcast. And, maybe some of you are already drifting. You say, like, wow, Scooch really loves your hair. You know what, Scooch, your voice sounds a bit like a hair trimmer. Maybe you could just get rid of the podcast and just play it. And I say, that's a great idea. And when you have a podcast, you can just play a hair trimmer, but I can't do that because I need the attention. But you might say, what happened on Sleep With Me last night? Say Scoots was interpreting a hair trimmer, I believe. So I'm going to pause it here so you don't hear the buzzing of the hair trimmer. And then I'll be back. Yeah. Okay, so here's what a lot of it is still in French. It's definitely Tesla. Something Naruto, though, I heard. Naruto Senin, and then any connect baguette, how do you say his name? NNM, and the rapper, and then more French than Skype. Wee fairy. I know wee means yes, fairy with capital F. Then something, guess your PC download, thank you, YouTube. And then I said, voulez-vous coucher, then iTunes to beeper. And I said, what, okay. And I said, okay, keep going. PEI ancestres, okay. And then something about thanking Ben Carson. So basically, Naruto Senin, any connect, I don't know what that means. NNM, guess your PC download, thank you, YouTube, iTunes to beeper, and something. So let me try to think, what's that dream? What was it? So at some point, like after the Tesla was done with me, I was done trying to crack everybody up, and then I said, what are the three of you doing here in my bedroom? And then they just kept talking. And I guess what we can now say is probably French. So I guess the next logical step is that this hair trimmer is a bit like the babblefish, but it's just, it's only a hair trimmer. So it can only get some of the words. But I mean, I guess it makes sense because the hair trimmer vibrates and words are vibrations. And so maybe they're still vibrating and they're vibrating in my ear. So it has to be, so this makes total sense. And actually a lot more of it makes sense too, if you know me, because one of my jobs is buying books, for library work at. In Naruto, I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. That's one of the most this might be a shocker to people that don't read it, but it is very, very popular. And I don't know what the release schedule is, if it's every 3 months or every 4 months exactly. But I don't know. And I don't know if of course, these are the things I should know off the top. Is it volume 73 or what? Oh no, because isn't Naruto, or is that Dragon? I think Naruto's bounced back to these other ones. So that would make sense. That's something that I've been thinking about. Oh, also because of your hearing this, but when I also tried to buy, okay, that makes sense, because I tried to buy my nephew a game. I think that was a Naruto game, right? Shippuden or something. So I think because let me see if this makes sense. So where we first went on the lightning bugs, I got on the back of Sabrina South State's lightning bug. Mr. Tesla's was occupied by a coil, and so we shot off, and we were circling what looked like a shopping mall, and they were all talking to me in French. At some point, I just kind of pretended like it was snow falling, but it was their words in French or Belgian. I don't know what language, I'm just guessing it's French. And like we were circling a mall, and then the keys fell out of my pocket. Again, another way I know that it wasn't a dream. And I said, thank goodness it wasn't my... And then I said, boy, I need those keys. And I was pointing, and then luckily we had to Terry Transistor. Another question you might be asking, like Nikola Tesla, human. Terry Transistor, yes. Human transistor humanoid. Sally, what was her name? Sabrina Sound State. Figure it out. I think they think she was once a character on that show, American Gladiators. So I said, luckily Terry Transistor, very good at pointing because the transistor's got those wiry limbs. So we flew down, and my keys had, of course, gone through a skylight, and we shot through the skylight, and the mall was closed. This was nighttime, and I said, okay, keep an eye out for Paul Blart. And of course, Terry Transistor took that literally. So then there was like a Paul Blart mall display. So Paul Blart. And where they were selling, I think it was Paul Blart 3 or 2, I don't know, but not important. And then the next thing so then I started digging through. Did I say this already or no? Like it dug through the atrium. And found my keys really fast. So I said, okay, keys are, and then I saw GameStop. Now, this is where my sister said to buy, which this one would be like, I guess, a birthday gift. But I said, well, I know it's supposed to go to GameStop. And then I said, are you familiar with the Xbox? I said, hey, this is a 360 game I got to find. So, and I said, can you give someone a pre-used game as a gift? Is that permissible? And I said, are you familiar with consoles? Because they have everything, electricity, sounds, they got transistors. I said, wait a second. I said, Terry, is Sabrina Sound State your mother? Or are you... And then Terry just shrugged. And then the door to the GameStop was open. So I said, well, I got to go in there and look for the Shippuden Naruto thing. And, figure out what I said, this is Mystic, I'll drop my keys and they seem to have other agenda of where we were supposed to go. And they said to Terry, keep an eye out for, Paul Blart. But I pointed at the chest, some mall security. And he said, just stand here. You look like a display anyway. We'll be fine. It's the thing about being a transistor, it looks like, you look like a modern art, Terry. He said, maybe I could counsel transistors, to transistor therapy, transistor therapist, transistor, yeah, maybe I could do that one day. And I patted Terry on what I thought was Terry's back. Could have been his front, though. And we went into the GameStop, and I tried to look for Shippuden. But quickly I was distracted, and so was Tesla. And then, because I said, well, maybe we should play some Connect dancing games. And we started doing that. And I was, a lot of times I was pointing at the three of them saying, you're the ones that make this haps, this wouldn't happen without, with electrical stuff. And then I got crazy because then we started going like 90s. That's where Eminem came in. And I was looking for because you can download stuff. So then it ended up, don't worry, we charged, I paid for everything, but, we downloaded some Eminem songs. And then I said, hey, I said, Nikki. And then Nikki then the lightning bug flew and zaps him, the coil zaps me. And I said, oh boy, let me stand closer to this gaming console. And then I put my elbow, so that's making like elbowing Tesla jokes or insults, so that the Tesla coil would head at my elbow, which I'd move out of the way, and then it would shoot into the console. And that was right when I was firing up this game for Sally, Sabrina, the solid state person, and Tesla to have a little dance off. And they were into it. I mean, I don't know if you like what chocolate chips would think at a bake-off, but I mean, these two were happy. And you see, these are good questions to ask of like, how good are these interfaces at introducing these? And they picked it right up, and they must have suspended their disbelief. But meanwhile, this console's getting shot full of, full magical Tesla juice. And then at some point, poof, like right out of like just like if you download it on PC or iTunes, realer than a YouTube video, and Eminem pops out, Eminem, and is rapping live there. And I wasn't dancing. I was dancing, but not as part of the game, just part of, whatever the posters say, live your life like you're dancing and nobody's watching. I was living my life like I was with, like the lightning bugs, Nicholas Tesla's lightning bugs were watching me dance because they were. And then I was doing like, what do you call it? A butt bump, right? When you bump the side of your butt into another person when you're dancing. Is that called a butt bump? Because I was doing that with the lightning bugs. And I was trying not to do it too hard because I don't know how delicate giant lightning bugs are. And they were having fun. I said, and then they crossed the line. I said, do any of you know glowworm? And at first they didn't get it. I said, the goodnight friend. Glowworms was my sister's goodnight friend, or maybe my little brother's. They didn't get that. And then Eminem, after a while, because I don't know if Eminem was like actually transported in a Star Trek fashion from like his living room. But Eminem appeared there. And then, after finishing a couple songs, whatever the magic of, I think it was magical watching me. I guess even how many times can you watch a grown man bump butts with giant lightning bugs and get zapped by a Tesla coil and watch? But then Terry, the transistor, ran in and said, they blocked. We. Oh, no, that's what I said. And then I said, that's when the fairy thing came in. Because the next store over was like a big brand, a children's brand store. And the first thing I saw, because I couldn't, can you imagine the controversy if they arrested Nikola Tesla, Eminem, and 2 humanoid non-humans, sentient, and 3 giant lightning bugs? We got enough news right now, to handle. So I knew I was going to have to not be the fall guy, but, so I ran into this store where princess things are sold, and I threw on a giant gown for adults. And then I grabbed a giant magic wand and I is it flitted? Yeah, I flitted out and slid in the mall so that I like slid in front of a GameStop. And, Eminem was good at keeping everybody down. I said, behind the boxes, if you see ship it in or whatever, grab it for Xbox 360. But so then the mall person came. Now, luckily, good thing about traveling with Tesla coils is they block a lot of electromagnetic stuff. So none of the radio worked. Dude's cell phone was glitching. And they said, what are you doing? And then I'm good. These are the situations. You put me in a situation in a fairy godmother's gown, in a shopping mall in the middle of the night, with like 2 celebrities from different eras. Never asked Tesla if he saw the Prestige, but I'll have to, at some point. like to. I wonder if I should just watch it with. I never asked Tesla about or Eminem about magicians, what they think of magicians. But oh boy, was this! And I said, "Oh, are you Randy?" Because that was the security guard's name tag. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, they do. And I said, "Oh boy, am I glad to see you? I'm I'm your fairy friend here, and I'm here to grant you something." And he said, you got to get out, you can't be in here. What are you doing?" And he said, our fairy kingdom can only be saved with your powers, Randy, your powers of the knowledge of Naruto. Naruto's what brought me here. For Xbox 360, I missed out on buying the correct Christmas gift. And Randy said, "Oh, I know. I could show you exactly where it is in the GameStop, and then then I can just use the landline there to call the authorities." And we started walking. I said, "No, no, no. Actually, we can't go in the GameStop. I was just being facetious, Randy. I'm your fairy godparent. I'm here to pull you. I'm here to add. Actually, Randy, I'm with the Security Enterprises Inc." I said, "What we do?" I said, "Surprise! This is a surprise. We do. It's like a security atrophy, anti-security atrophy program, Randy." They say, "Actually, I should probably get out of this fairy godmother, because the only person with magic here is you. Magic of catching me in the act of doing something. It wasn't as exciting. Like, isn't usually the life of them all? I mean, not everybody can have that exciting life of Paul Blart and, live that kind of dream. But, I mean, that's a dream I yet to even have become aware of other than the name Paul Blart and that there's segues, which I see you don't have, Randy. So no wonder you're the great conglomerate that runs this facility would hire me to have you get an award. And he said, "Well, you see this?" I said, "Well, of course they wouldn't have me give you an award." And I, of course, raised and projected my voice. I said they would have a celebrity give you the award, a celebrity impersonator, of course, Randy, but of course they would hire someone. And it's just from a special effects company. So obviously riding in and then just on cue came Eminem riding on Tesla's lightning bug. And he said, "Congratulations, Randy. You've won one night of excitement as a security guard. Are you the only one on duty?" And Randy said, "Yeah, the door's locked, and there's really no." He goes, "One day I won't, I won't even have a job." And Eminem shed a real tear at that. And then we proceeded to give Randy the night of his life. If your dream as a security guard is to do lightning, which it was my dream, and I didn't even know it, to have lightning bug races up and down the mall, and to swim in, I guess Randy had a dream of swimming in fountains and throwing the money up like he was a goonie. And dancing with like a solid state, a transistor man and a solid state woman and Nikola Tesla. And luckily, by accident, Randy, that was one of Randy's favorite inventors or great minds. Randy had done a report, so they sat down. I think Tesla likes Randy. I think probably hopefully from now on, be visiting Randy instead of me. And then we had to, wrap that up. Then we had to fly to Eminem back because you can't just stuff Eminem back into a console. Unfortunately, I tried with the electricity, and that only made him testy. So he had to ride with the solid state or carry the transistor. But those are like magical lightning bugs. I don't think they go as the lightning crow, but they travel on the electrical currents of the universe. So it wasn't that much of a trip. Then we had to go back to the mall because I had left my keys and still forgot to pick up the Naruto game. So that wasn't great. Then I said, hey, can you give me a ride, back home because I don't have, like I said, I don't have a car. And they said, and then I said, anyway, what were you coming to visit me about? And he said, we're doing so much better with the language of console games and mall security guards. The three of you seem to really need. He said, was that about machine learning or machine transcriptions? Was that what you were really coming to talk to me about? And that there's a magic within those there must have been some magic in that machine transcription I found for when I pulled it up and began to read. The words were quite profound. And they just kind of stared at me on that one. But I said, okay, well, I said, and then I said, why don't I tuck you three in and then tell you a bedtime story, you three lightning bugs. And then I said, I said, all of you in one bed. Preferably in a hotel somewhere in another city. But for tonight, I'll tell you the tale of the little machine transcription engine that could. Once upon a time, there was a magical world where the night sky was not just full of stars, but also full of the lights of the lightning bugs. Every night was warm and thick. Not with lightning bugs, but it was, that same season. And we would sip lemonade and we would be thankful for the LEDs that shone at a low energy rate, the solid state that didn't generate heat and made everything so much more efficient. And we were thankful for the flowing of electrons and, pulsating of coils, which, made every, all those things that the great tests, but there was also a little, and it was just a program. It wasn't solid state. And it wasn't a transistor that is also a solid state thing. So it just, again, I don't know which came first. And it wasn't even a humanoid. It was just a program whose job it was through machine. I don't know if it did any machine learning to get there. It wasn't even actually a machine. It was within a machine, software machine. And it listened and it transcribed and it kept going whenever it was called on to do so. And it might not have been the most accurate, and it might not have been listening to the podcast where the person speaks clearly or enunciates or makes any sense. But that machine transcription service was willing, when the proper, parameters were met, that machine, that transcription engine would chug, out the words just by the magic of zeros and ones, that great minds knew solid state switches and tests, DC or AC, they'd say me see that this here thing is transcribing, and it could, because it was a little transcript, and then they were all asleep, all six of them. I guess, I don't know, like, is a solid state, is it asleep when it's in the off position or the on position? And how do you know if you can't see through it, But Nikola Tesla's eyes were closed and he was snoring, holy moly. And the giant lightning bugs were asleep. Also, Randy and I had invited Randy and Eminem over. Well, they had wanted, anyway. And they all drifted off into dreamland. Good night. All right, so hey everybody, this is like one of these episodes where we kind of talk about story and the podcast in general. Kind of have like a wrap up of Nuns in Space and talk about writing process and stuff. So I think for most people at work and for those of you that are interested in the stuff, you can always listen during the day. But I'll try to keep it droning, and I'm not going to be working off any notes, so that should make it for extra what do you call it? Extra lulls. So when we were talking, let's see, what will we go through here? Kind of like a general wrap up of Nuns in Space. And then maybe talk about what I'm working on next. And maybe just some general stuff. Actually, some general writing stuff too will be in here. Just about my changes in my routine and stuff. So Nuns in Space, we stopped at 19 episodes, and this was kind of the first episodic series, as I thought it used to. When I first started making it, I thought it was called a procedural, but luckily I have listeners that are, that said, no, it's episodic, which makes sense. And so let's just get to, like, why did we stop it at 19? Actually, I was surprised we made it to 19 episodes. Like, I was like, holy cow, we're on episode 19 because of the episodic thing. And because of the chugging train-like nature of the podcast, I guess I wasn't really realizing how many episodes we had made. I realize I put them out every week, but I'm also recording and writing them. And just when you're having to churn that out every week, you just, especially when you get into a zone, you're just like, every week I got to write and record a Nuns in Space. And it actually becomes reassuring in some sense, because now I'm in the opposite place where I'm just starting up the new writing routine of what we're going to do next, and it's kind of like it's frightening in a little bit because you're back in the unknown. But also I could have kept going, and I think some part of my gut said, okay, we're at 19, like right around 18, 19. I said, okay, let's not let this get stale here. And, let's not let this get easy. I don't want things to be easy on the podcast, or I think that's when I think it becomes where it could drift into too boring or too, I don't know. It's just what I like about making the show is it's very challenging. And not that it became easy, because it wasn't like it took me any less time to make each week. It just was like, I think it was like less, I guess like my default, I've talked about this as a general character flaw I have, or challenge, if you want to put a positive spin on it, that there's a big part of me that's always in an unhealthy way, and I guess probably a healthy way too, like seeking out total certainty. And so I didn't want to seek certainty through, which be like, okay, well, this is working. Let's not mix it up. Let's mix it up while it's working. I don't know, just part of my gut, which the same gut that told me to start making a silly podcast, just said, I think, and I was saying, no, believe me, like right at 18, it said, I think we need to start something new. And I said, well, I don't have a clear beat on the new thing. That's why I'm trying to buy time. And my gut said, well, I think we should wrap it up with episode 18. And I said, well, I don't have anything to start writing. I don't have certainty. And my gut said, well, and then I said, well, I'm not sure. I think I have an episode 19 in me. Just because I don't know. So, but I still, then it went into a debate of like, okay, do I take 2 weeks off of just take 2 weeks off to write and probe and discover something new, or I had a general idea of what I was going to do next, but I didn't have it wasn't certain. Do I just start writing, or do I take a week off? And I think I probably took 4 days off, and they said, no, we get this is what is working is not taking time off. And don't get that mixed up with like a perfectionist side versus a rigor side. These are gray areas, but it's not like I was like, oh, I need to take 2 weeks off because I'm tired or drained. It was like, I need to take 2 weeks off because I'm scared and I want not clarity, certainty. Like, it would be one thing if I was like, well, I just want to take 2 weeks off to get some clarity about what I'm going to write next. I think that's an acceptable thing. I mean, you also have to adjust to, well, how this train runs on a schedule. How are you going to do that? And those kind of things. So I don't know. My gut said, well, let's just start writing the next thing and we'll figure it out as we go, which kind of falls into this huge positive discovery we made I made or whatever of like, testing out this idea of episodic series versus serial series. And what kind of led me to do episodic one is the feedback I've gotten, and I try to keep good track, and we do surveys, and I get emails and Twitter and Facebook. And while I don't spreadsheet all the feedback, and I can't overweigh certain feedback, there was when I was watching the feedback, I said, oh, well, maybe these serial seasons for new people or people that fall asleep, it kind of creates this intimidation factor. Oh, well, I can't start it on episode 5 because I won't, even though I'll be asleep, I won't know where it is. Or, oh, I fell asleep during episode 5 and now episode 6 out, so maybe I just shouldn't listen at all. And I want people to feel secure and say, okay, well, I'll just give this episode a listen. Without having to like overthink it or worry about like I want the whole goal of the podcast to say, okay, put it on and I'm going to go to sleep, without any hassle. So I guess like the low friction idea was, okay, an episodic series will have lower friction because people can get on and get out whenever they want. And if they miss an episode, they won't have a need to say, well, I got to listen to the other ones. But if there are completists, they can listen in order, or actually as the season went on, it was like, okay, you could kind of listen in out of order. I could have almost shuffled the episodes for the most part. I mean, in the first 4, I think, or the first 3 are serialized more or less, but that was kind of important to kind of get the concept out and everything. So I don't know, finding the episodic thing was a huge benefit for that, for saying, okay, this is more welcoming to listeners, whether new listeners or longtime listeners. So past that test, then the test 2 is it sustainable? Like, can it be done week after week after week after week? And when I first decided to do it, it was like, well, I don't know. Is it sustainable? And I think, as I said, it kind of proved that it was sustainable because, and this isn't a guilt thing, it takes an incredible amount of effort just to put out one podcast episode a week. So to put out 3, like that's like one of the most important lenses after, okay, is this accessible to listeners? Will this be good content to put listeners to sleep? And now with the experience of like almost 500 episodes, I can say, and within my experience, does this work in the context of the podcast? So that's test 1. Then just as important as test 2, is it sustainable? Is anything I do within the podcast, can it be, it's not really repeated, but can it be placed in and done week after week after week? Because I can tell you, after like week 1 or week 2, it's fine. But once you get into those 10, 7, 8, 9, 10, like the desert, like repeating things, it becomes it's just an important question to ask. And the episodic thing fit that to a T. And then I guess 3 is like, is in this kind of is like a part of related to, is it sustainable? Is it creatively challenging? I think, is it creatively fulfilling would be another question, but is it creatively challenging in a positive way? And like, not like that it's hard and uncomfortable and a little bit painful, I would say, but not in a negative way. I don't know how else to describe it, but in that, because I guess one concern with the episodic thing is like, well, I like the challenge, even though I've felt like it's been too big a challenge, and that's maybe something we'll talk about, but like having a serial story. and having an arc and stuff like that, like an overarching like of the season and maybe some story resolution. And is that part of what was sustainable? These were questions I was asking before. Like, is the serialness of it driving the story and making it easy to keep telling it over time? Because again, it's like, well, am I going to be able to keep this up every week? I mean, because I guess we just did Nuns in Space for a third of a year, 19 weeks. This will be week 20. That's more than it. So think about like a third of your year at work. You know, but I guess, so was it creatively challenging in a good way? And I'd say yes. And it actually made me like my fear of like the challenge of making the episode self-contained in and of itself, and the different ways I was playing with story structure, and then not having to worry about the overarching narrative. Like some of the nice things about episodic series for the audience and the creator is, okay, it kind of goes back to where it started in Nuns in Space. We're still in a ship in search of the Natchez following delusion. And actually, like, I mean, I guess this is unfortunate, like making a sleep podcast, it's not that essential as like, I mean, there is, I guess, some part of me that feels torn. Like, am I not, and this is with everything I make, is like, am I not living up to the potential of these characters or this story? Am I disappointing these characters, or am I disappointing the story? I don't know. That might be the creative fulfillment question. And I mean, sometimes I have to say, well, that's not my job as Scooter, like, that might be what Drew wants, but as Scooter, you know, my job is to pass those other tests. And also, Drew, I want to make sure it's creatively satisfying for you and challenging. Or maybe this is Drew with Scooter, because it's like, but we also have this time management thing where the episodes have like, so sometimes sustainability trumps your creative satisfaction. And how much of that is like a reality thing, and how much of it is just a desire, that like an ambition that's pushing you in a good way, that it shouldn't be satisfied. And how much of it is just reality versus pure perfectionism. It's like, okay, well, that's good that you're creating stories and characters that you feel like you can't, that have a greater potential than you can fulfill, versus being like, well, I'm overperforming my story or something. And I don't know. And then fitting it into the sleep context and be like, well, is that an unfair burden? Like your ambition. I never want my ambition to get away in the way of the context of the podcast. I think the great thing about the podcast is there's a system of checks and balances naturally, because the fact that it has to come out every week and be sustainable curbs perfectionism and like that kind of perfectionist ambition. But so I guess what was my, well, I guess as you'll find out, but overall judgment creatively on the episodic thing was that it was challenging in a great way. I really enjoyed it. I really found it relieving in some sense to start every week anew. And I felt like, okay, this is like, we're still getting there. I think maybe this next one, I won't even number the episodes. So that'll make it even more accessible to all listeners that may fall asleep and enjoy falling asleep to the next thing. But yeah, I guess I was very happy with the episodic thing, and almost in some sense, I'm like, this does fit. And I don't have time to plot out entire seasons. It's just a reality. Like, I barely have time to make the podcast and keep up with the administrative side. And that, I don't think that's going to change. I mean, the chunk of time the podcast occupies, even as I find ways to delegate stuff and create partnerships, and like the podcast is still going to take up like just I don't know. It's like unfair. It's like, okay, well, if you want to do something like that, maybe do it outside the podcast as a hobby. So I guess my thing is a thumbs up on the episodic series. I guess next we'll talk about like the process side, because I know a lot of listeners like, they say, those of you that may be awake and listening hearing about the process and also hearing about some of my routine, the process rooted in a routine, how my routines are changing, just like unexpectedly. But so what was new about the process other than that the series was episodic, as I talked about before, or maybe during the season? I was testing out Dan Harmon's story embryo, story circle kind of structuring as a model. So that was one thing. The second thing was I was kind of trying, so I write on a 7-day schedule, ideally, because if I fall off that 7-day schedule, you have a cascading effect, a domino effect. So, and the only reason I'd fall off that schedule, if it was something unexpected, that would be fine. I could adjust. But if I fall off that 7-day writing schedule because of procrastination or creative perfectionism, that's a problem. It creates impossibility to stay sustainable. But I did change around my 7-day writing process slightly. So, yeah, to create day one of a much more, and I think this is part of the story embryo idea that kind of Dan set forth, but then in a different way of approaching it in my own way, was day one of the writing process. I would just wouldn't be writing. I would do some reading, and we'll kind of talk about my recommendations for what kind of reading, but reading, like to kind of create, like usually my day one of my writing process would be straight blue sky, be like, okay, what's happening in the next episode? Because if it was a serial, it's like, where do we need to start? Where do we need to finish? But the episodic one, you're starting with, you're saying, okay, I know where we're starting. We're starting on a spaceship with the nuns from my childhood, following trails of delusion in search of the Niches. So, okay, so where are we starting? What is the conflict? Or in the situation with Dan's story structure, Dan Harmon's story structure, you say you need. So what is the need? We kind of know the you, but then it's like, okay, what are the current circumstances of the you? And then what is the need? And then when you look at what do the characters need, it's like, okay, who's like, then it's like, then you start to, if you get stuck, you say, okay, well who's like, what are the obstacles or what's the conflict? Who's creating problem, who has what, who wants what, I guess is okay, but I was talking about schedule-wise. So day one now for Nuns in Space, almost every day one was spent doing some reading, taking notes. The reading that would be directed to the episode or help me uncover. Well, let me just talk about this because it might be more confusing than it needs to be, and I'm not going to tell you what book I was reading because. And I don't know. I guess if you really studied the notes, maybe you could figure it out if you're like a patron, because that's where I post my show notes. I think at like $10 and up. But I'll tell you, you could take, and I was talking about this at the meetup at the Dickens Fair, is like we were talking about the Enneagram, or sometimes I joke about the DS. What's it really called? They always call it the DSVM. But it's the DSMIV, I think, or something, DSVM4, whatever it's called, or the Myers-Briggs test. But I would recommend, and so this situation will be faux, because I'm not going to tell you the books I'm reading. You should just randomly pick like a book, like either a self-help book or a personality test type book. Those might be a little bit too dry. Well, let's just say a self-help book. Let's just take a good one that a lot of people are reading, that it's on my list to read, not but is Big Magic, Elizabeth Gilbert's book. I think that's what that's called. Let's just pretend I opened season. Let's just pretend that was a book I used with Nuns in Space. I didn't, and I haven't read that book, but it is on my list. And I hope it's called Big Magic. But let's just say. So what do I mean is that. And I think that one's broken into like kind of micro chapters because I've looked at it, but I haven't read it. Well, let's just say there's 19 chapters in that book because that would be easy for this example. Each episode on the first day of writing, I would read chapter 1. But as I was reading it, I'd be taking notes and saying, always like with the idea of or that I'm writing in nuns and episodes, like, okay, like what character would be reading this chapter? Or what antagonist would be reading this chapter? That's what I was mostly using is like, okay, because especially with this one, because it's like Elizabeth Gilbert is trying to empower people. I would much prefer to empower my antagonists because then your protagonist has to like like, especially if Elizabeth Gilbert is empowering your antagonist with big magic, then your main character or all your characters they're going to have to come up with something better to get to the end of the episode. If they have to, go against Elizabeth Gilbert and big magic, that's going to be tough. So almost like taking like something like in the self-help or inspiration or anything or spirituality, whatever it is, and saying, especially I think like sometimes you could use it for character development, but also this is like antagonist development to say, okay, or just conflict, like, okay, well, this is like a conflict resolution idea in this chapter. Just to get like, I guess I don't want to use I guess that would be the theme of the episode. Or as Dan kind of talks about it in his, like his story embryo thing of like, the top half of the circle and the bottom half, and then the four quadrants, or like the conscious and subconscious levels. So that's what I would spend day one doing. And ideally, by the end of day one, my percolation process would either be going on and be like, okay, well, I have some ideas, or like sometimes you read like 4 paragraphs and you say, oh boy. I mean, like that one, it's like, oh, wait, you're telling me the antagonist has big magic. Okay, I can work with that. And then, because let's just say I didn't read the book, which I didn't. You say, okay, so the antagonist has big magic. What does that mean? And that's good, because then you have another question to kind of try to answer. Then you're not going to get creatively blocked. I mean, I'll still procrastinate, or mostly my thought, I'll just tune into another thought, of worrying or something instead of procrastinating. But that'll keep you from getting, you have to answer, okay, so what is big magic? That's a question you have to answer. So how are you, I mean, you can choose to procrastinate, but if you're going to answer that question, you can just start writing and say, okay, well, what does big magic mean in this situation? And then kind of going with Dan, it says, okay, well, what's the next charge? Okay, well, maybe one of the nuns doesn't like magic. And I say, okay. And then I would think, okay, well, you know what this reminds me of is Phoebe Judge, who makes one of the people who makes Criminal. And I saw them live, and I know Phoebe's interested in magic, and it's just the most charming thing. And then the fact that Lauren, the producer on Criminal, like Phoebe practices all her when she's practicing. So then kind of Lauren's had enough. She's like, I'm over Phoebe and the magic. And then Phoebe was kind of talking about being discriminated by magic shops because, like, who's this person coming in here? All these old school awkward magicians. And it'd be like, okay, well, maybe there's some undertones of misogyny in there. And if you're writing all this down, you say, okay, so what do we got now? So we got Phoebe Judge and discrimination by awkward male magicians. We got a nun that doesn't like magic. And we have an antagonist with big magic. And they say, okay, well, that's, and this could be day 2 of my writing process, but I would still be looking for these positive and negative charges. So we wouldn't be there yet. Then you can kind of listen to that other episode where I was talking about using Dan Harmon's story structure for feeling nothing. But I mean, that's juicy so far. So it's like, okay. I mean, so say, okay, what am I going to say? Character doesn't like magic. So then you could say, like, magic's good. Okay. So magic's bad in the hands, but you don't like magic. So acceptance of magic versus rejection of magic. Or you could play with Phoebe Judge and saying rejected by, like, awkward male magicians versus empowering herself through magic. And then you say, well, geez, who could be the antagonist there? Would it be Phoebe Judge, or would it be these male magicians and magic? And they say, okay, space station, that's a magic shop. and it's called Big Magic. Look, we could be doing episode 20 right now. This is not so. And you say, okay, Big Magic Station. Scooter would like that. And then then it's like, okay, we need the big magic trick maybe to get something. And you say, okay, now we're getting there. So then at that point, this would be maybe day 3, where I would already starting to feel nervous because it'd be like, okay, the day 3 and we still don't have anything written. But at some point I would start using, like now I have this alternating thing I do, where I used to just do one thing. So like I'll go through Dan's story structure is like 8 points. And again, if you're first listening to this or whatever, you don't need to lean on, like this isn't fundamentalism, story structure. It's, this is like finding the bones for the puppet or whatever. But Dan's structure goes, you need go search, find, take, return. Is that 8? You need go search, find, take, return. That looks like it's only 7 points. Oh, I forgot about find. You need go search, find, take. Or maybe discover. I don't know. I'm not good at I'm not good at memory. Is this a memory test? But whatever. Holy, I can't believe I'm recording this. But whatever. So I try to like plot it out on the circle. Just this is what I've been doing for these 19 episodes. And I'll see how far I can make it. I say, okay, like ideally I have a little bit more of a charge so I can say, okay, this is about anti-magic versus pro-magic and misogyny versus empowering women or something. And this ideally would only work its way into the episode in subtext, so it stays sleepy, which is kind of hard to, can't you use subtext when you're talking? So hopefully this doesn't wake anybody up using those words, but so then you say, okay, so this is where it starts. And then I would start plotting it out. You need go search, find, take, and I'd see if I make it to the end. Change. That's the last one. Take, return, change. How'd I forget that? That's 8. Start plotting it out and see where, if I can make it to 8, even if it's, and you can try different ways. You can say, okay, these are the events of this episode. This is just this character's needs. You can be super on the nose. This is just outlining. This is just writing. I mean, just this morning I was writing and I said, okay, I was stuck. And I said, okay, let's just go through, let's just be on the nose about this character's emotional, like just totally, this character's this, passive aggressive, and then this, and then this. Because this is just a tool to help you. Again, this isn't like anything. So usually I would do a circle, then I would look over a circle, and if it's day 3, I'm not going to be feeling good. And then usually the circles, those of you that have seen my notes, they can be, like sometimes they don't make it to 8. Sometimes I'm like building onto the circle, so then it just looks like a ton of, notes everywhere. And let's say I did that for day 3. Then day 4, I would start to bullet point it. So then I'd look at the circle and I'd rewrite it in a list and change it to be like, okay, that doesn't work. So I'd say, okay, because you can't get to Big Magic unless you have a need to go there, the station. So I'd say, okay, we decided I don't know. We decided we needed to, I don't know, we needed so we're still stuck, which is fine. So you put it like, we need a magic trick for some reason. So we go to Big Magic Station. And then a Big Magic Station, and you just start listing stuff. And then I'll also be writing dialogue and saying, okay, this character is going to say this. Like, so sometimes it'll be all on one page. Sometimes it'll be 2 competing lists with the dialogue on. Sometimes the dialogue's mixed in, sometimes it's on one side, sometimes it's on the other. I'll also be looking for the in, like what is the in at the start of the episode with the pen pal. is like a unrelated or like tangentially related thing, magic. So that would be an easy one. Say, okay, magic tricks, misdirection. Well, like, what am I going to talk to my pen pal about? So then you just keep going through. And a lot of times, as I said, one of my keys to my process is personally is trying to find the questions. If you got a question, if you don't know, you say, okay, well, why do we, okay, like, and especially if you're closing it out, like through your time writing for the day, you got to trust your subconscious to be like, why do we need a magic trick? Underline, 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 irritating question mark, irritating question mark. You say, I don't know. And then the next day, maybe you know. And then if you get stuck, just start like write it, like start writing 30 reasons why would you need and you don't even need to put it in the story context. Like, why would I need a magic trick? To impress someone, to confuse someone, to please like a pro, like what if I was at a retirement village and I needed to, or what if I was visiting a relative and someone's last request, job application, or I work at a magic shop, but I don't know any magic. Do they say, okay, wait, maybe that's what I could talk to my pen pal about. Okay, there you go. But that still doesn't answer the question, why do I need a magic trick? Then you say, maybe you should keep listening, or maybe you should write the dialogue for the pen pal thing, and then maybe something will come out of that, like a story. Oh, yeah, pen pal. I remember this time Phoebe Judge came into the magic shop, and then I didn't know it was a Phoebe Judge. And I don't know, something like that. And then, like, so that you're just trying to uncover the next question to be answered. That'll hopefully it'll just keep you going. But for me internally, day 5, then we get to day 5 of writing. That's when, and we'll talk about the times, but up until like I try to write in, well, I'm trying to find a new strategy, but like normally I was writing on train. So 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the afternoon, and any other time I could squeeze in every day. And on the weekends, as soon as I'd wake up, ideally, after I started drinking coffee, I just start writing. But at day 5, that's when I start to feel pressure because I say, oh boy, this isn't refined enough yet to make it through an episode. So then I would take my bullet point notes and try to make another circle and say, okay, what do we have now? And then ideally day 5, we're rolling a little bit more. So then I'm also as soon as I do a story structure, then I'm making another list and saying, or bullet points or a sequence of events and saying, okay, and then going back or just writing like sequentially or writing a scene and saying, okay, I know this is going to happen here. So how do we get there? Like with that Long Lost Buddies episode, I knew that we had to get to the episode of Long Lost Buddies. And I knew that like one of the conflicts would be like me and my nervousness and my perfectionism. And then another one would be the nun's pressure on me. So sometimes if you know, like you just, I don't know, there's a different challenge each time, I guess, when you're doing this, as a lot of people know. So that's day 5. And hopefully at day 5, it's starting to come together, but probably not. And then day 6 comes. And day 6 is probably the same as day 5. It's either picking up where I left off or starting it again, either starting a list or starting a story circle and then going to the list. Or if things are going well, writing some dialogue for the pen pal or going to scenes and saying, okay, what is in here? But usually we're still like, still not working. And this isn't to say that 50, like even those 30 minutes, I'm daydreaming, I'm getting nervous, I'm thinking about something else. Ideally, I'm just not checking my phone. So at least the only struggle for my focus, if I'm on a train, is the other passengers or my daydreams. But, so I don't know, but it's never going smooth. So don't let me give you the impression that it's ever going smooth. So those of you else that are trying to work on creative projects should know it's a struggle. It's a real, real struggle. But the biggest struggles are to do it every day, consistently, for a little while, and then to be focused. And like, so carving out the time that takes 3 years. I mean, it takes a long time. People say you got to do something for whatever, 22 days. I think if you want to write something, I mean, 22 days is a good start, but like if you write for 5 minutes for 22 days, then write for 6 minutes for 22 days, then write for 7 minutes for 22 days. Even after 66 days, it's going to be like, it's just, that's why I say rigor, because that's, I don't know how I found it, because I'm not a rigorous person normally. But the other challenge, once you have that space, is the mental space to focus on it. And believe me, that's still a huge battle for me. And when I think about the difference, one of the differences, other than talent and intelligence and all those things, of someone that's doing it for a living versus me, who's kind of like in this in-between place of trying to do it for a living or kind of part-time doing it, is that focus. And not that, like, people would say, oh, well, that's why I'm successful, because I'm so focused when I write. It's not something you're probably aware of, or maybe they are. I mean, if you listen to John and Craig, they talk about stuff like that, maybe different vocabulary or related struggles, but they're pretty honest. That's why it's one of my favorite podcasts, Script Notes, things about screenwriting and things interesting to screenwriters. This episode's brought to you by Script Notes. Also Script Notes, not just Script Notes, but also Script Notes. It's a new notebook I'm selling for when you're for scribbling. Script Notes, the podcast about scribbling and things interesting to scribblers. Yeah, I should start that podcast, Script Notes. Okay, so I got to keep an eye on time here. But so day 6 and day 7 are more of like trying to refine it and trying to get it like a good idea of the sequence of events. And if it's going really well, then even the timing of events. So say, okay, Scoots, where can you go on tangents? So you have your pen pal tangent. And then you have this happens, and is there a tangent in there, or is it the next thing? Okay, is there a tangent in there? So then I just keep an eye on the time as I'm recording it and say, okay, we need about 6 minutes, or it's usually not that, but like, okay, so we're at 38 minutes. We still have 3 events. We're great shape. We're at 38 minutes, and I don't know how much meat's in those 2 events. So this middle one, like, what are some details we can fixate on? Or what is, how can we describe this? Or what is this character, like, how can these characters have a long conversation about this? I mean, I don't ever, like, write down the times anymore, but I used to do that, like, 3 or 4, 5, probably 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Be like, okay, this will take about 10 minutes. Like that way, I guess now I'm more better at eyeballing and be like, okay, that should take 10 minutes. If it doesn't, then we're in it like, but it's good like in space and with these different characters. And with this particular narrative voice, it gave me a lot of room because I could just use my thoughts a lot of times. So, and then we record day 7. Which was normally would be Thursday nights. The schedule did get messed up, a combination of events and procrastination, but would be normally like Wednesday night. I don't get home till late. So like Wednesday, by the time I got home and walked the dog in 8, it would be like 8:30 p.m. So I'd record from like 8:30 to like 9:15, 9:30, so I just have time normally to do some of the administrative recording for like the teasers. Maybe normally I wouldn't even tell them to do a thank you. So then I do an opening and then the Antonio Banderas part. Then on Thursday, I'd probably do more like I'd do the thank yous, and then I would record the episode. Because it's not like there's a lot more, just takes longer to record than, the whole idea is the podcast sounds, whatever, free and easy, but the making of it isn't really free and easy. But I mean, so whatever, day 7 we record, and then day 1 starts again the next day. So let's see. In summary, I guess so Dan Harmon's story structure that worked great, and I'm going to be using it again. Because it's similar to Hero's Journey. I don't know. It's just a pathway. I said, let's keep going with it. As far as just laying out, I don't know. I guess I just like it. I'm happy with that. And I'm also happy with this flip-flopping I'm doing of okay, let's do a circle, then let's beat it. Let's do story beats or whatever you want to call it. Whatever, bullet points or listing. And let's find our pen pal thing. I guess the pen pal thing maybe is like a emotional latch for me to feel good too. Like in total uncertainty of I don't know how this episode's ever going to come together. I can't tell you how many times I say that on like a Wednesday or Thursday or date, whatever, not on a Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah, I guess so. Like on a Thursday morning. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but then it's well, it's going to be okay. And I can kind of go the pen pal, especially starting out with it, gives me this, just a good way to start out. You start out with something reassuring, and then you can build from there. Okay, so that's Dan Harmon's story structure. I guess I won't, I wanted to talk about some changes though, because I've had some changes in my commute and my schedule. And I just want to talk about that real briefly for anybody else that's working on anything, is that this is a struggle for everybody. If you're struggling to find time, and now I'm trying to find my commute is going to change, not where, but how I'm commuting. And so now it's okay, I'm going to have to get up earlier and go somewhere and write because I'm not going to be commuting by train anymore. So, because what happened was the car, let's see, I used to commute, but I still had to drive my daughter to school, and the company that I was using, the car share company, I don't know if they went out of business, whatever, they became unreliable, and then they went out, then they were purchased or whatever, sold their, so I had to lease a car because electric Chevy Volt, by the way. But I had to lease a car just because I didn't have any way. I had to get my daughter, and it was the exact same amount of money a month sharing a car versus leasing a car. But so now I don't have time to ride on the train anymore. So the commute will save, I still have that time. So I'm going to go to a coffee shop and write. And actually, I think I'm going to get somebody else that was say, hey, I'm going to be writing here at these times, these days, if you want to go there. Because I have a friend, I was well, trying to work on something. I say, okay, well, I'll be there writing. So if you want to show up and write at the same table as me, I know that's weird. But it's not that weird. So we'll see how that goes. But it has been a struggle because it's just a change within 4 days. I've had this car. But it has thrown things off. Now, the good thing is it was right. It just happened to be the timing was perfect with the transition to this next series. Which I guess I'll just mention at the end as a payoff here is that we're going to do, it's not a season 2 of Super Doll, or I'm not sure it will be. It will be an episodic version of Super Doll. Probably spanning time frame. So it'll be leaping around. I'm only writing the first episode now, and it's takes it to the character backstory. So very superhero, I guess some tropes of superhero stories or shorthand or whatever. But so, because those are characters that I know a lot of people liked. I liked them a lot. It's been hundreds of episodes, I think, since we've heard from them. And it also fits in. I said, well, this could be episodic. Actually, when I decided to do it, I didn't even know that. I was just okay, I think we'll do Super Doll yet, but I don't have a story idea for an overarching story. And that's when I was having that internal debate about, what should I do? Should I just keep going with Nuns in Space indefinitely? Another thing about the indefinitely thing, I think 19 episodes is enough, for a season. I normally shoot for 14 to 16. And we'll probably be back to Nuns in Space sooner than later, I think. But then I'm like, okay, this also, like, that I'm doing Star Trek Next Generation. It just felt like like too blurred lines and maybe too much sci-fi, because it's like, okay, well, I got to keep all the listeners in mind. I can't please everybody, but I got to do my best to make this open-armed podcast. And, there is a percentage of people that loathe space. I mean, it just is a fact. And, earthbound humans that loathe space. I think it's 33%. It's the last poll I saw. 33% of worldwide residents dislike space. The moon, you wouldn't believe this one either because it's made up, is that 25% of humans dislike the moon. I never would have thought that until I just made it up. But, but that's a fact, within my brain. So I think that's about it. Like, as far as, so let's see, we covered episodic series, some of the things, Dan's structure, kind of how my process worked related to using that, kind of the schedule. That schedule can change, trying to be focused versus, I don't know, that's been hard, and we'll see how that goes. I mean, I guess I can close on that too. Is like, that has been something I've really been like, I'm trying to cut back on my hours at work, and I've realized like how much like work the podcast takes, and as the podcast grows, maintaining a community and being accessible and trying to promote the podcast. So those, I can't let those things take away from the production of the podcast, but they're necessary for the sustainability of the podcast. And there are also things that are interacting with the listeners is something I enjoy. Promoting the podcast, like I like talking to people, so, and it's like outside of my comfort zone, so it's a learning thing, and it's important, and it's nice to connect with other people. So, what was my point? Why did I start talking about this? Oh, because I've learned like this focused idea of when you're writing being focused, or when people talk about good bedtime hygiene or a good wake up hygiene. I don't think that's a thing. Is like, that those times I spend on my phone, like looking at forums about things or reading the news, like when you say like, so like like I said, when the train was going, when I ride the train, it's 15 minutes because it's like a 20-minute train ride, and it's, like those 2.5 minutes to sit down and take out my bag and stuff. But so, like lately in the past couple of days, I've been just writing for 10 minutes and then working on something else for 10 minutes and then writing for 10 minutes. And it's really hard. I mean, really, really hard. And you put that part of you that doesn't want to do it or wants to procrastinate saying, oh, this is so, but I mean, when I wake up and I look on my phone, 20 or 30 minutes will go by in a flash. And I'm still a human being, so, but it's like trying to say, well, geez, like, I don't know, when I think about, what it means to do this and, to reach a level of success where your projects are sustainable. Like, there's no secrets and there's no clear way. And some people say, oh, that person had more this or that, or they had more talent or more opportunity, or, more, they were just a fad, or it was a time, they were at the right time. And sure, all those might be true. But this idea of focus and the idea of like, geez, what are the things that are limiting me from being, not the best I can be, but like, I guess it goes back to that idea of Stephen Pressfield's like War of Art. Like, I haven't read that in a while, but like, if like, okay, well, this is my job to get this writing done first before I mess around on my phone. Of like, at least just seeing that you have a choice. That's still where I'm at. Like, some mornings I'm like, I mean, usually I'm good about meditating, but then I'll be like, well, before I like exercise, let me mess on my phone, or before I write, let me exercise. Like, so it's not easy, this stuff. And, So you should applaud yourself if you're out there trying. And if you're not there, it's because it's not easy. So you shouldn't beat yourself up about it. But at the same time, don't let that hold you back, because it's like the only way to overcome it is just these slow, it's the most unglamorous thing, slow, consistent, steady work. I mean, I don't know. We'll make up for like the lack of all that other stuff I said. I mean, obviously you got to have some aptitude. I don't like the word talent. I like the word aptitude, which to me means like aptitude means you can have a high skill or whatever you would call talent. The more like the time you spend practicing it, like it means your curve is like, it's like, okay, well, you and Sammy Sam are both at 1.5, whatever cheeseburger score of writing aptitude. But if, as you write, because I'm writing whatever talent, but as you write, you have this aptitude. So your curve shoots up with each hour you spend, cumulative hour, versus whatever we said, Sammy Sam's. And maybe even Sammy Sam started higher than you because they're super talented and they come from a family of producers and they went to great school, but their upward curve is different. So you have to have aptitude. I mean, I don't know if you have to have talent, but you do have to have aptitude, which is like, I guess, latent talent maybe. But don't give up on like uncovering that fact, because the only way to uncover it is with the work. And the world right now really needs it, whatever the creative work or service-based work or whatever it is you like, we need it. Well, we need a richer and more flourishing world to live in. And that's, just me. I don't know. I guess that's about it. So thanks so much for listening to the podcast and this explorations of story and of my limitations and my aptitude, my potential, and my personal quirks to say, like, these are the intangible benefits of the podcast for me, is like learning about my limits and uncovering an opportunity to say, well, I can figure out this story stuff, and it helps people fall asleep. And that's kind of what fuels the other. It's like an honor. So thanks. All right. Good night.